This conference will now be recorded.
Often at the entity level, but
Mhm.
yeah, seems like a common issue, and there's some solutions that I'm going to test out today. So
Okay, okay. Good, good. Well, I see Daniel joined us. Hi, Daniel and Sarita. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Great. Well, Victor, I think is going to be joining us as well. But I just wanted to, in the interest of, time and promptness and all of that, why don't we go ahead and plunge in? Why don't we start with accounts like we did yesterday? That seems to be a logical sort of thing. And so, Sarita, maybe if you could, let me just give you the screen, okay?
Well, right now my computer is rebooting by itself. It just restarted. So if you could just give me about 5 minutes,
Oh,
and then
sure.
yes.
Yeah, why don't we then? I've got a number of things going here. So maybe we were talking to Robert. Why don't we shift to that? We'll kind of talk a bit about the Robert. I'm going to give you the screen. Are you online?
yeah, let me pull up the environment real quick. Should take but a second.
All right.
Actually, no, I have it open already.
Okay. All right. So you are now the presenter, or you've been given the option. Okay. There you go. Good. So if go ahead and go to contacts, and
All right.
obviously, all of these things by definition, they all kind of blend in together. But yeah, just go to the context view. So you've got employers contacts. Oh, okay.
All right. I guess I timed out. Hold on a second here. And I have two-factor auth set up.
All right.
Yeah, this is what I was having. Okay, cool. I already recognized it. That was what I was having an issue with yesterday. It's like my Google account, my Microsoft account. I don't know, but I got it to where I can get in now. So
Okay. Well,
this, yeah,
good.
this is the app view.
Okay, so you've got employer contact. Okay, now this is interesting. Now click for a second on the veteran contacts.
Yeah, so see here, this is kind of how I identify it. Active duty / veteran, simple yes or no when entering a new contact.
Okay,
Um,
okay.
and so I created two forms. Again, this way we can restrict who's entering what. So if we have
Well,
a
okay. Now, so remember what Julie said. What her recommendation was is to create one form and then restrict the view, organize it, arrange it via tabs so that you can do it that way. Now, I don't know, honestly, I don't know why, except that it's just gonna. It seems to me it may be a lot easier to create the permissions and the access that we're talking about. So was that right? So
yeah,
my
no, I
thought
got
was
that loud and
okay.
clear.
All right.
Here's where I can't figure out how to do that, and I don't. So there is a way to do that, but it's a code solution. Like you would actually have to. There is a way to integrate, like if you write a program, like
Mhm.
using Visual Studio Code, right? When you open a form, it'll run whatever program, right? So I figured out how to
Right.
do that. Um, so, kind of restrictions on what shows up on the screen based on who's logged in. Yeah, you can do that. However, that's not, I think it's outside the scope of kind of what'll be taught here. Like this is something I wrote just to create like a pop-up on the screen, basically. And this is an example that was put out which didn't work and needed some changes. So, but this, even this is, there are people who are well past even my level of understanding of how to do this stuff. So
yeah, let's deliver. So I really love some of the things you've done. I noticed that you did some stuff with time and service, et cetera, et cetera. But what I'd like to do is go back to the summary, if you would. And I think if we have time to do this, we absolutely should create, maybe 3 forms, right? One would be a universal form that allows us to define access based on the tab, based on tab within that same form. The other would be a strictly employer contact or other types of contacts, and then the third would be just a candidate only type of form, like we did in the first thing. We had 2 different forms. But so here's what I'd like to do is really let's focus on what Julie recommended. I really want to, because that's what she's prepared to support at this point. And she recommended it because I think it is supportable. So what I'd like to do is deliver that and then basically have an alternative. And you might want to just derive the candidate only versus the contact only forms from something like this. But basically, so the summary should contain what I'm going to call the largest common denominator, right? In other words, what are the elements, what are the fields that would belong to any contact, whether it is an employer contact or a veteran contact. So obviously you've got name, you'd want to put employer, and perhaps when you write, if it's a veteran contact, you'll repeat the employer field and put past employer. But I think what we want to do for this, just so that we meet those requirements, is do it that way. Does that work for you?
to be honest, I'm not really following.
Yeah.
Let me show you how security roles work as applied to an entity and then the components of that entity. So the contact entity, right? This is a form for the contact.
I'm sorry, Robert, but I think because you want to have something, ready for tomorrow, I think we can. I don't want to second guess how this is going to be solved when, Julie or John or somebody else are really going to, because they've said, yes, there is a way to do this if you organize it according to the way that we've asked you to organize it. So I do absolutely want to encourage you to go down the security path role that you think might work. But I know that if we organize it the way Julie recommended, that we will be able to have a solution, because she said that she can do it. And, our deadline is, in fact, well, we'll call it Monday. All right. We have to have it cut over by Monday. And we have to have something, therefore, that works, even though it is perhaps more basic and less elegant.
No, the
Right?
only solution I found, and I've been looking into this for a few days, is a code solution, and it's a code solution that Microsoft specifically recommends that kind of app makers don't implement. It would be kind of, yeah, like it wouldn't work on every browser. It could cause issues with people opening it, kind of hiding a tab. The security roles, it's form specific. They select security roles for which this form will be displayed. And then you can do it for fields, right?
Yeah. So think about, just roll back to what we need right now. What we need is something that works for Dan and his group, period. So we're really anticipating, the additional candidate related stuff is not going to be needed until Carol starts using this. All right, so I just don't want to get ahead of ourselves and trip ourselves up for some requirement that isn't yet active. That's all.
Okay, I got you. So
It's got to be vanilla. We just got to give them something that works. And if we start getting into something where, okay, we might be doing something that's recommended, something that's not, please go back to what was working in the trial environment that right? I really would like for us to, because Dan has seen it and he has approved it. He likes that. And I don't want to start complicating things when we already have a structure that will be signed off on. Now, if we want to get fancy after that, we can. And I would encourage us to do that, but I just don't want to do it here in this environment where, I mean, we just have an awful lot of stuff here that is, has a potential. Remember the user, right? I mean, we're talking about somebody who right now works with an Excel spreadsheet and 8 fields. That's it. And Joe Wallace in particular, whom I know, he's Dan's boss. And I promise you, he's going to look at this, he's going to be bewildered by the whole thing. I don't want to do that. I want to just give him, what is going to be comfortable to him as a user, right? So we really got to keep this pretty basic.
Yeah, so the multi-form solution, I think, is best because if you remember from yesterday, if you log in under a specific user account with a specific security role, like you don't even know the other forms exist. You only see one form.
Exactly.
But if let me finish, because if we don't want to go down that route, we don't want the multi-form solution, I can hide fields on a tab. So if you go to create a new contact, you'll see the military tab, but like all of this will be blank, right? The tab will be blank, but you'll still see the tab there. And that would be based on kind of, I guess, what you select for veteran, right? Veteran or active duty. If it's a yes, then okay, we'll see all the military fields. If you select no, then you would see all the MSSA fields or employer lookup field to connect it with an employer. But at the tab level, like I haven't really, and I think that's a 365 limitation. Now, when we can create teams, which is how you restrict the reading of the information, right? So that's the second part of this. If there's going to be specific users of this who only are supposed to see employer information, we can restrict their ability to view veteran-related information, but that's another. Julie said business unit, which we can do it that way, but there's a smaller level we can do that too, which is teams. So everything can stay the same.
Here's what we're going to do. We want to create something that will work for Dan as of Monday, including all of the information, the data that he has provided us. It's going to be all in this thing, and it's going to work for him as he wants it to work. Now, what we're going to do when we demonstrate it to him and to Joe Wallace is to show him the functionality that we are going to hide for now, but we can demonstrate it as a working model for how it will be when Carol's team joins. But right now, all of that veteran information is going to be, it's moot because Dan doesn't need it or want it right now.
Okay.
So we're just going to present a basic thing, but we're going to be prepared to demonstrate the additional functionality that until Carol gets on will be hidden anyway. All right, here's Victor. Victor's calling on the phone. Let me just get this real quick. Hey, Victor. Oop. Okay. You must be having trouble getting in or something. Somebody want to send him an email with the link to this, if you would, please. So I want to have a fully working something that's going to work, and I kind of feel like we're getting into more stuff. unnecessary stuff right now. We're really overcomplicating. Okay, here's Victor. Hang on a second. Hey, Victor. We're on the line. Yeah. Are you joining us? Well, Robert's got the screen, but you should be able to join. It doesn't matter. You should be able to join. Sarita's on. Daniel's on. I don't know what to tell you. Let's see. Yeah, give it another try. What's the issue? Okay. Well, I'm in the meeting, so you might want to try to call in. I don't know what to. Okay. Did you use today's? It's a different. It's a different call-in number today, right? Yeah. No, I sent out. No. It's not the same one as tomorrow. I just created a special meeting for us. So that's what you want to do. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna get back with everybody. So check your email. All right. See ya. All right. Sorry, everybody. Robert, you okay?
Yeah, yes. I just want to make sure that I understand the kind of ask here. Okay,
The
so
ask is it's real simple. Go back to the trial, right, that we all created, and just pretty much copy that. That's, I mean, right? Create the fields like it, the field types, do the form and, the layout, because that's what Daniel, it's really important to say this, that once you get a comfort level with a client and the client says, yes, I see this, I'm comfortable, I know how it works, you really don't want to stray from that, right? Now, a lot of times you're going to have the luxury of making changes because the client has not yet seen has not yet been able to kind of work with this thing. But I promise you, if we go changing a whole bunch of stuff, the look and feel, it's going to have a negative effect on Dan, right? He's already said yes, he likes what we've done. So if you could just go back to that and just try to follow that. What we have is the two forms.
This is the list. This is the list of this is the original solution, right?
Okay.
So we have the employer, which is the account entity, contact entity. So we got the contact. So we'll look at the fields on the contact. We can look at the forms. So there's this list of forms. These two
all
are.
You want is candidate and contact. That's it.
Okay, so candidates, the veteran. That's going to include the military information, right? Not the. So that's. I think that's where I kind of missed the beat. The military related information from Dan's perspective isn't really applicable. Like
it really isn't, but he brought Carol in. He wants her to get a buy-in, so we have to be able, in other words, we want to be able to demonstrate how we have accommodated what Carol will need, right? So in a way, it doesn't really matter right now that we have different contact types. And by the way, I did confirm, or it looks like Microsoft can accommodate contact types, right, which are record types, which really allows you to designate which form gets presented based on type. So the point I'm making is we have months to figure this out, right? How to present the right form, whether it's a security level, configuration, or whether it's just simply a contact record type.
You can click a button to have, like, you can set. What my understanding was, the information was going to be restricted, as in, whoever sits down and opens this app won't have access to everything, right?
Yeah.
That's why there's the restrictions, not just like for ease of use purposes, just kind of like, hey, I need to enter a veteran contact, let me pull up the veteran form, or I
Yeah.
need to enter an employer contact, let me pull up that form. Easy peasy.
Right now, the only contacts you're going to have in here are employer contacts, period. So let's, I'm getting, I really want us to focus here because we have to have a pretty buttoned up solution. I'd like to have something tomorrow that we feel really comfortable with and about presenting to Dan on Monday. So I think what we have to do now is ruthlessly prune away the things that are confusing or that are extraneous, and just focus on what will satisfy the requirements as he's already approved. So what that means is heavy reference to what we've already done, even including the labels. He's already said yes, yes, yes. So the more familiar this can be to what he already knows, the quicker and more readily he's going to accept it. Just keep in mind the user that, and especially Joe Wallace and the other people, the users, they've never seen this, right? So, and Dan is going to be the guy who trains them on the system. If we spring a new thing on Dan, then we're really kind of jeopardizing what we've already achieved. I tell you this from years and years of working on stuff like this. You may think of a better way, and that's fine, but now is not the time to introduce it in terms of the look and feel. All right.
I'm confused. When you say go back, right? So I'm at the statement of work, right?
No, forget about the statement of work.
I'll go that
forget
far
about
back.
that for right now, please.
Okay. So
because Dan and I have already had conversations about this. The statement of work is just a general, we don't have a lot of information when that statement of work was put together. We have, in the work that we've done since then, that statement of work, if we were to redo it, it would be completely different. Now, I'm not saying if we delivered to that statement of work, Dan's going to be disappointed. All right. Now, this is pretty typical. It generally would generate a change order, a formal change order, which would trigger, additional fees and a lot of stuff like that. But this is an unusual project in the sense that we're really sort of organically working iteratively to kind of really discover what the needs are in the process of performing the project. Again, throw away the SOW for now.
Okay, so the document I have up now is the one John Cassar put out, and this is relatively recent, right? I mean,
John Cassar put something out, but he did not have the conversations with Dan that I did.
Oh boy.
It wouldn't be scrapped. I just look. I am responsible for delivering this project. I will take whatever happens, as a result. But I'm the guy who's basically taken this on and have responsibility for delivering it. So I'm going to take the project manager role, and I'm going to say once again, the way we are going to do it is to, if you have time to do 3 different forms, that would be fantastic, right? But from the start, I've wanted to, what I've said, and I'll say it again, we need to mimic what is in the trial, right? If you have a better idea, great, but please let's not take ourselves off track. What Dan has already approved and said he likes what we've done. We're not going to risk alienating him by introducing something that we think is a better idea at this point. We can offer an alternative, but we darn well better make sure that both work, absolutely work. All right, it's just too many rabbit holes to go down to right now at this late stage. So I really
Okay,
would like
just
first and foremost, just create, make the working copy what was already done. And I've got some comments even on that, right? Because that wasn't, it was maybe a 90% solution. So there's still some stuff we have to do. But as we approach the finish line here, we really have to just stick with what we know works.
just a point of clarification, if I may.
Sure.
What works? Stick with what works. I'm in the original solution, right?
Okay.
We have two forms that were kind of the custom forms for candidate. That is specifically for veterans, not being applied, right? From Dan's perspective, it's just employers. For the new solution, we can create various forms, but we can limit what forms appear when you run the app, right? So that's right. Certainly doable. So for example, if Monday you want to have it set up to where you can just enter employer contacts, enter job postings by those employers, and then view that, however, that's certainly doable. And that is what you're asking, correct? My understanding?
Well, no, what I'm asking is, since you're working on the contact entity, right? I want to basically have the contact entity behave just like it does in the trial. And that means the forms that we have and the views, and well, maybe there's different views. I didn't work a lot on the views, but the forms and the fields and the relationships to the other entities, right? So you're not
Can you
working.
show me? Can you show me the trial app, or direct me to get there?
Sure. Let me just do this here. I think I have. Bear with me.
Yeah, here's the apps from the old environment. So we have the.
Okay, yeah, it should be military affairs.
Okay, that's not an app here. We do have the solution.
It was a solution. There it is. MS Military Affairs. That is what we. That is what we're working on.
Now this runs in the sales app.
Yeah. But go ahead and click on that. We're not using any of the sales entities. We've created our own entities, just exactly right. We've got job order, job applications, contact, employer, and training site. Right, and so the contact. Click on the contact object entity, and then just go into the fields and relationships, etc. And that is what we need to produce in the sandbox. All right, and just go to the form. Right now, you've got candidate and contact. Right, so go ahead and go to the contact form. Right, and you're going to see it's very spare. Right, and again, we created this before Julie's thing that said, yeah. So you've got the timeline, you've got the notes, you've got the whole thing laid out just the way Dan has already seen it. All right. Now, so I just don't want to recreate something when he's already said, yeah, I like this. Right. You've heard him say he likes it.
I have a question about, so in the kind of most recent iteration, we've been incorporating the two other entities, job applications and job postings, right?
Right.
It doesn't seem to exist on this form.
It doesn't. It doesn't. But again, that's something additive. We're not changing anything. We're just adding it in the new one. Okay. So if you go,
is Dan going to be adding company information or a point of contact at a company, or both?
Yeah. So this is not a company. This is the contact form, right? So the contact form is not going to have job applications. It's not going to have, it's just, this is a individual contact. If you go up, scroll up, the account, go ahead and scroll up on this one if you would.
It's as far up as it
I'm sorry, you
goes.
are scrolled up.
You want me to?
No, I'm sorry. I was, go ahead and go back to the contact form. Back to where you were, contact form. Yeah, so what you see there, you've got the company name. You'll be able to click on that and go to the account. In fact, go ahead and go to the account form.
This should be a lookup for the contact entities or
That's
account
right.
entities rather. Yep. Okay,
Right.
that makes sense.
Account is a lookup, right? And now what you want to do, go to the account entity and then the account form, and you'll see that there is a related list of job orders on that. That's where the list is going to be.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's a lookup. I think when you put in a new contact, it connects it to the employer.
Well, yeah, but once the contact is created from the contact record, the account name is going to be a lookup. So go ahead and go to the form, the account entity, and then the form. Account employer. It's employer basically. Up.
I think it's employer duplicate.
Well, no, it should be employer. It should be. Go up to the where it says employer. There you go. Go ahead and click on that.
Okay, I was using duplicate. No problem.
No. I don't know why all those other ones are there. It's inherited. Okay, now scroll down. All right, and you see job orders is a related list, right? As are contacts. Those are the only related items to contact, right? You're going to have to account. So those are already on there. Now that's a Sarita, thing in this iteration, right? Because she's got accounts, and so she's got to make sure that the related lists on the account record are there in the form and available. Does that all make sense? Right?
Yeah,
so,
no, I'm tracking.
okay,
For the contacts, right? We have contacts that are linked to companies that are going to be entered, but on those contacts, the only kind of subgrid information they should have is for the companies or actually the employer contact sounds like wouldn't have a subgrid at all. The employer, the company itself, you will see the job orders. And then well, we're not worried about veteran contacts today, right? That's going to be okay. All right. So yeah.
Right, exactly. But veteran contacts are going to be a subgrid to, for example, maybe job sites. I'd love to see if we can figure that out. We want some of the wow factor here. I mean, frankly, okay, in doing this stuff, it's nice to deliver, but it's also really nice to get people excited about, okay, what can you do with this stuff? And I suppose that's the relationship guy in me that, none of these kinds of projects are really transactional. I always do them in the context of a relationship, which assumes that we are going to that we're going to continue to have a productive relationship with this client. All right, so you know what I'm saying?
John, I wanted to talk to you about the account summary and the one-to-one relationships I created.
Yeah. I'm sorry. So let's go. Yeah, let's shift over to Sarita, because I think a lot of this stuff is going to fall into place. So Sarita, did you want to take the screen? Oh, there you go. Robert was able to do that. So. But you're right. An employer contact is not going to have a related list. A veteran will, though. A veteran contact, and which related list or lists would that veteran contact have?
Okay, just a second. It's coming up. I've been having problems with my laptop, but
Okay, well, while it's coming up,
just
though, I just wanted to ask that question, and that's to anybody. What related list? An employer contact doesn't necessarily have a related list, but a veteran contact does. And I'm asking, what's that related list comprise?
Job applications for one.
Got it. Mm-hmm. And that's probably
training track.
maybe if there's more than one. But you're right. Job applications would be absolutely the main
I better
related
know
list.
I better know that, John. That's my task. I better know where it goes.
Well, look, I hope by the end of this, we all kind of know a little bit about, not only what needs to go into a project, but how it gets done. I think this is really, we're having some good discussions, and I hope they're good to be done.
I tell you, it's like working with any team, but it's tough when you're doing technical things like building a car and four people, each one of us is putting on a wheel, right? It's tough.
Well, yeah, and that's why you have to have somebody to kind of oversee the whole thing and make sure that we're not, working at cross purposes or, going off on some direction that does not serve the ultimate vision. And look, this is common. This is really common. I mean, you get kind of down in the weeds and you see some really interesting stuff, and oh wow, this could work really well. You got to say no a lot.
Yeah. Another thing that's common is you spend 3 days trying to figure out how one field, does what the client wants it to do, and then you present it to them, and then they say, "Yeah, well, how come it's blue?"
Right.
You know what I mean?
And then
you give them functionality like a rocket ship when they were expecting a Toyota, and then they then they don't like the color or where you put it.
Well, look, this is an important lesson. I mean, I think the point I'm making here is that the key to really satisfying a customer is to ask a ton of questions and then listen. Now, once you find out that this guy really, what he cared about was the color, you're going to ask that next time you do it. You're going to want to ask to say, hey, what color do you want this thing? And why? And why is that important to you? Things like that. You learn to ask the questions that will allow you to, satisfy that customer that much more fully and efficiently.
Yep.
Right?
It's not it's not black and white, man. They all have personalities.
Exactly.
Well,
Isn't
there like a version control when it comes to like we get something, if changes come down, we can just patch them.
Robert, I only wish I know that in all of my project management, program management days, I usually had people that were really good at that, and I think that's really, really good best practice. It's really important. I'm a little bit more seat of the pants, I guess, than some people would be comfortable with. But you're right. You're absolutely right. We should have a form of version control.
Somebody's got to.
Okay,
there we go.
We're waiting for name. Okay, I guess that. Okay, we're done with that. Just in the interest of time, though, Sarita, are you? We don't see your. I don't see your screen. You want to show us your screen?
okay. I think you need to share it. Share the screen with me again.
Oh,
I got
okay.
kicked off.
All right. Bear with me here. Okay, change presenter. Oh, I see. Yeah, you're on. Yeah,
With the green, with the microphone that's in green. Yeah, that I think this is it. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Yep, I see your screen now. I presume everybody else does.
Copy.
Okay, so what I did is I added the one-to-one relationship to the accounts under the summary tab, but I don't think it was able to show up. I saved it, but that's
Oh, wait
all
a
I
minute.
did.
Okay. The one-to-one tab. I don't know. Wait a minute. So primary contact. Okay. Go back. Yeah, go back to that. So I did go through it, and I had some notes as well. So industry, number of employees, phone, fax, website. You might want to. Yeah. So these are a little bit nits, I guess, but if you want to just like primary contact name, I would just remove name from that because it's, and that of course has to be a lookup, right? In the primary contact,
Okay.
right? So that's going to be a lookup, and let's see if you just scroll down just a little bit. Yeah, you got the time. Oh, in the timeline, you're going to want to remove the label section from there, right? Because you just want to have the timeline as the thing, and that's, you know how to do all that stuff, obviously. Yeah, I won't.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And then scroll down just a little bit. I saw something there I wasn't real, you might have been referring to, I wasn't real sure about that. Yeah, so account name, I don't quite get what that is. That below that, accounts and account name.
I don't think I put that there. I have no idea what this one is.
Okay,
And
show
this
us
is
the
my
form,
first
would
time
you?
seeing this too.
Go to the form and show us that, if you would. See, I'm going to look at my version over here on my OM. This is not different. Okay.
Okay, this is what I added. Be approved MS veteran employer and have a veteran hiring program. And these are the only two that that John K asked me to add to the account.
Okay. I think it's what basically. Go ahead and double click. I just want to see what kind of a field type that is. It looks like it's probably some kind of. Let's see. It looks like all accounts only related. Okay, so the go ahead and just edit or not edit. I'm sorry. Yeah, this is a list. Okay, so it looks like it's a related list view. Yeah, go ahead and get out of that. It looks like, yeah, so this is really just simply an on-off field. It's a two, right? It's just yes or no, simply.
Yes, and I set it up the way John K explained it about how, you go to the insert tab and you go to subgrid, and that's the way I added both of these on here.
Okay, yeah, he's John was mistaken, or he didn't quite understand the idea. What you want to do is just basically just get rid of those, because think about it. Okay, what this is are they an approved employer? It's binary, yes or no, right? So you just want to have a checkbox or yes or no. And then do they have a veteran hiring program, yes or no?
So should I add those as fields?
Yeah, just add the field as a yes no binary thing, and you're good. And you might want to make it a checkbox or something so that they can visually determine it fairly quickly.
You want to go to the field? You want to go to the field list to see what they look like?
Well, I think that's fairly easy. If you just want to add, I don't think we need to do that right now. I don't want to take a lot of time with just something that is simply a matter of adding a field that is a yes/no field. I mean, that's pretty straightforward.
Yes, I can take care of that tonight.
Yeah, okay, all right, fantastic.
Very easy.
Okay, beautiful. And then the other, let's see, if you want to go back to the actual working tab, go ahead and save and publish. Make sure you and then publish, and then go back to the user view. Okay. And again, always, I would encourage all of you to always look at this from the standpoint of a user that is not at all, has never seen this before. Now, Dan has, but there are 3 other users. Joe Wallace, you know, Joe is a, you know, retired, you know, Marine Lieutenant Colonel, and he's not particularly, I can tell you, I know him, he's not particularly technical.
Computer savvy.
Right, right. Typical for a, you know, I mean,
You're
right.
Right.
But it's got to be, you know, just always be thinking, okay, if I were somebody coming into this cold, would it be intuitive for me? All right, always be thinking that. I mean, that's, yeah. And then especially, and then when Carol's team comes on and whatnot, then that's going to be, you know, you want to think about it in that way too. Go ahead then, Sarita, click on contacts. Make sure we got that right. Okay. So
Oh, the
this
contact tab? Okay.
Yeah, no, you got it. The context tab. Yeah. So this should be a related list. Let's make sure that you can create if you add a new contact. I just want to make sure this works. Click on add a new contact. And just go ahead and create a dummy contact and make sure, oh, good. Okay, so it's already got the ABC company pre-filled. That's great, okay. And just go ahead and just put something in there. I just want to make sure this whole, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. You just save it and close it. Okay, good. Now go ahead and go to another account. Any other account other than ABC company. And you'll want to make that the default, all accounts for right now anyway. Yeah, Sample Co. And then go to the contacts there. Okay, take Joe Dokes, go ahead and click on Joe and then make him an ABC Co. guy. Just double click on ABC Co. Oh, see, that's not a lookup. Should be. Okay, that's the other thing, right? So, and this is for Robert, right? So what's in here now? This is again, it's showing you the form that is for the veteran, or it's I guess the cascading form. But employer should be employer, right? In other words, if you're an employer contact, then this is your organization. This is the company you work for. I'm not sure that we want to have an employer field in the candidate contact, but we might, right? Because maybe they're working somebody and whatever. But in any case, it's always going to be a lookup field, right? So that organization's got to be a lookup field. So we can't really assign this person to, I don't know how well, go back to go ahead and click on contacts. Yeah, just go to contacts and then pick another contact, and let's see if that all contacts. Try Recruiter Jones.
What's weird there, John, is Susan Jones. It belonged to ABC, but we didn't see her under ABC.
Well, yeah, I know, because it's not a lookup, a company lookup. Now here on this one, go to company, go down there to company lookup, and it shouldn't be. it is a lookup field, but you don't have to say it is. Go ahead and add her to ABC code. There you go. Now notice that it is here in this view, which for some reason it's a different view. It is a lookup, and this looks to be evidently the view for a veteran. I'm sorry, for an employer contact. Go ahead and save out of that, or click on ABC code. Just go ahead and click on ABC code. I just want to make sure this thing's working. Now go to contacts. Okay, you should have two. Oh, whoa.
Yeah, Susan doesn't show up in there either.
Okay, go back to contacts. This is worrying me just a little bit. So recruiter Jones should be
and Susan Jones.
And Susan Jones should be part of. Go ahead and click on ABC again. Yeah. See how this? See how these? Yeah. Okay. Oh, account name. Go back. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, it should be just defined in the account record. That account field defines this, and then is available for lookup from other entities. But if you then go to contacts, click on contacts again. Maybe something. But yeah, this is weird. This should list all of the employees. So recruiter Jones should be listed under this, and is not. So something's going on here where the lookup is not working. All right, so we need to go back into the contacts lookup field, or contacts subgrid, and see what's going on there. All right, so in contacts, again, click on Jane Doe, please. All right, so remember what we need to do is, now here it's company lookup. Now, if you can, I want to refer you also back to, Robert, back to the trial version that we had. If you can sort of mimic not only the field, but the names, the labels. It shouldn't be company lookup. It should be basically employer or employer name or something like that, whatever that was. Stick with what we have. And then most recent employer, if in contact, you're going to have either employer, your current employer, if you're a employer contact, that's ABC Co. But it's really confusing to also have most recent employer in that form. There's no reason to do that. The other thing is we want to have the timeline right next to the name. That's really important. Right. So I think it's laid out that way in the trial solution that we worked on. But again, this is the view that you're going to see if it's a candidate, because you're not going to have MSSA or job postings so job postings. What would be a better? I mean, first of all, why are job postings related to this contact? Go ahead and click on that. Let's see what comes.
Yeah, the idea was that the contact for a job posting. So when you go to accounts, like you see the companies, you can see the job postings. I included it with the company contacts as well. But based on our conversation earlier this morning, I removed it. I just haven't published the changes yet.
It's not a bad idea. I think, in other words, if that, I mean, it's actually a pretty good idea to have, if in fact, for example, you got 10 different contacts with a company, and each of those contacts, the reason you have them in there is because they're the primary contact for that job. Well, I think that would be really good to have job postings associated with it.
Yeah, but if we go back, right, if you remember, we're going back to kind of that original solution, and that's not there. It adds some complexity, and the problem you pointed out just a couple minutes ago that dealt with creating, so if Sarita goes into accounts and creates a contact here, add new contact, brings up the quick create form, adds the contact, that contact will be listed with ABC Co as a contact for ABC Co. If you go to the contacts forms and create a new contact and attach the ABC Co to that contact, they still don't show up in this list. And that's, I'm not sure why. I don't know if that's just kind of a 365 thing or what.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, we can basically say, sure, eventually we can relate job postings to that individual within that company who is managing that job posting. It's actually a pretty useful thing to have, but I agree with you. Let's just we don't want to overload this thing with everything that we could do and that might have value. So as good an idea as that probably is down the road, let's eliminate that, and we definitely want to have contacts and job postings, and that's pretty much it.
I think it's a great opportunity to create milestones, right, that we can reach eventually. In the meantime, like the original solution, just kind of like, I have a new company, a new employer. You can add that information. I have a contact for that employer, add their information, and for now, that's kind of it. So that's certainly doable. So even this job applications entity seems like that could be not deleted, right? Just not include it with the app right now, because the applications are attached with the veteran applicants. So
exactly, and they're also a view unto themselves. So right, you can. I mean, yeah, it would be a fantastic. I think you'd want to add it, but let them work with, let them kind of walk before we ask them to run. There's an overwhelm factor here too, I think, for newer people. But yeah, sure, I think eventually they'll see the value and they can justify adding it. But for right now, we just have too much cleanup just on the basics to be worried about stuff on the margins. So Sarita, does that make sense? So if you can clean up the summary tab and work on this so that the contacts that belong to this employer get listed in that tab view.
Yes, sure, it's no problem.
Okay, all right, fantastic. And then the job postings too, obviously. Now, click on job postings if you would, please. And so we have, so one of the things that needs to happen is the job title, that needs to be clickable. That needs to be, right? So, so you need to be able to click on that and go to the actual posting, right? So
I think you can still do that, even though it doesn't look like it. And I think that's just a dynamics thing. Like, Sarita, if you click on that, I think it should bring up the posting. Oh, no.
No, it's going to
Sometimes
be highlighted. It's going to be highlighted if it's clickable, right? So I don't want to say it. Yeah. However, well, I'm blanking right now on how to create the list so that you can click on that job title and go to the detail, go to that job posting detail. You got to be able to do that.
Similar to the accounts, such as like the ABC company, and that it's highlighted as like a hyperlink.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, like go back to any account, like Sample Co or ABC.
Okay,
Yeah,
so you want it so
go to Sample Co.
Yeah, we
try
can click
Sample
on
Co.
Oh, okay.
Try Sample Co. Just because I want to see what, and then contacts. I want to see what contacts are under there. Okay, so there's only Joe Dokes. Go ahead and click. Yeah, so you see how Joe Dokes, right? You can click on that and go right to the contact itself. Go ahead and click on Joe. Right. So, but here's what you don't have is you don't have the employer. You can't click back to the employer. So something's wrong here. You basically want the this to be a lookup on the contact form to the related employer. So both of these, the company lookup, you got to ask yourself, why is Joe Dokes listed as a contact under that account when in fact it doesn't even show that he's related to that account on his contact form? So something's going on here that needs to be fixed. And this, I think, again, this is a Robert, something for you, Robert, to work on, right? Most recent employer, that's a field that we should probably get rid of that just for now.
Yeah, no worries. I was going off of the document John released. So yeah, that's fine. I got you. Yep, we're
John,
just gonna do employer contacts. I think I get that.
John's been fantastically helpful and all that, but I'm the guy responsible for delivering it. So
yeah, no worries.
Listen to me. Don't listen to John.
Okay.
You know, I love John to death, but I think he's got some fantastic, and he's been, like I say, useful. But in this particular situation, we just need to be like ruthlessly pragmatic.
Yeah, no worries. So, and like, for example, if you click on details, I have the timeline there. It's just not in the right position. Like the timeline's here. Right. So I can move that. Exactly. What I think, so what I think and what I've observed is if you go to the accounts and the job listings again, I think what we're seeing and what you're expecting is kind of the hyperlink. Like when you look at contacts, it's a hyperlink to the contact entity, that specific one, right? I think that's because the contact entity is an out-of-the-box entity, whereas the job posting is a custom entity. Like if you double click on analyst, it should take you there.
No. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Oh,
yeah.
wow.
Yeah, see that, and that's a weird kind of nuance with Dynamics, it seems. The out-of-the-box entities have a lot more, they do more, but it's like magic. Like I have no idea how they do it, right? Like
boy, that was, yeah, that's really kind of surprising. Now, but the account, so here's an interesting, so account employer does not show up as a clickable link, and it should, obviously, right? Because that's the parent entity.
Is that a lookup field though? I don't think it is. It was a required field.
Well, it's a lookup entity from the job posting. If you create a new job posting from scratch, you've got to be able to look up the account.
Well, you would never create it though unless you're looking at the employer, though, John. Is that? I mean, what? I don't even know where you could create it without looking at the employer.
Well, you could. You go to. I mean, if you just go to.
Oh, you go to the left side job postings.
Yeah, I mean, you should be able to. You shouldn't.
Okay, so that would be beyond my knowledge. I don't know how you can use a lookup field and then tell it that lookup needs to be related to a table rather than just picking a piece of a table.
Okay.
That's why that's why I think the other lookup isn't working, because it's not looking in its relation. I don't understand that. That's why it's not working, because I don't even understand how it would work that way if it's a lookup. If it's a lookup, it's not relating it to any entity. It's just putting in a piece of data in a field. It doesn't care.
No, it is relating it. No. It is absolutely. That is exactly what it's doing. It's relating it to that entity. Rita, go down to where you can. Down below, it's my work.
Yeah.
And
it's not now for the account lookup.
Well, go down.
ABC
okay. Well,
company.
it needs to be.
So in
job
other words,
applications.
Yeah. In other words, sometimes
job posting.
it does,
Job posting.
sometimes it should.
Posting. Okay, hang on a second.
Okay.
Go ahead and create new. Go up there to the top and just new on the top up above that where it's got the show chart, new, delete, etc. And go ahead and create. Yeah, there you go. To create new. Now, a job posting. Now, so go ahead and double click on the, yeah. So see, that's a lookup. Look for account. You should be able to enter. So that's a lookup.
Okay, yeah, click on the magnifying glass, Sarita, the magnifying glass. There you go. Now pick, yeah, pick, I don't care. Yeah, Tesco. Is that even one in there? In any case, yeah, John, and then you're saying that when we go now to that company that this should show up in there.
Exactly. This is going to be in the list of job orders or job postings under that company.
Okay, let's see if it
So now,
works.
is there
Otherwise,
anything
I
else? Put
I
a
hope
job.
it works.
Go ahead and put a job title or job type. Okay, that was something.
Oh yeah, that was. Sorry about that. That was
You
my
want to
thing.
do the job. Okay, there is no job. Okay, this is a problem here because you got to have a name for the job.
Yeah, job.
There's no name.
Yeah,
There's a
job
title.
title.
You got to have a title.
Well, remember we took out. There were like 2 or 3 job titles, and we here's
what uniquely. Okay, we want to uniquely define a job, right? You can say
Yeah, John, I got it. Let's just move on.
Right.
I got it.
But it's the combination of account and job title that will uniquely define the job. You can't have either one. You have to have both. Okay. So good. Okay. So you understand, yeah, what needs to be done here.
Well, no. Well, let's save it and let's see if it shows up under. Let's save it. We don't need the other fields. Let's save it and see if it shows up. I hope it does.
Okay, my question is, if I save it, then what would be the job title?
Don't worry. We're not worried about that for now.
That'll be. We'll figure that out. But
the functionality, Sarita, is what I was working on. The fields was. I was just hoping I was just trying to get the relationships to work. I didn't care about the fields yesterday or the day before. Did you get booted off?
Yes, it looks like it went out and it came back in. So. Okay.
Did it create the account or did it create the posting?
What I'm looking for right now.
We shall see.
Okay.
It was Test One Co. I think was the company you attached it to, right?
Yep, the one beneath. No, it was Test One.
Yeah, Test One, not Test. I created a few yesterday while testing out the contacts.
Yeah.
Okay. No data.
My understanding is like if you go to the job postings, well, we definitely. But if we do job postings, if you click add new job posting here,
well, here it's a no-brainer. I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it from here. I'm worried about it from the left side.
Yeah, and that's something I noticed and haven't really kind of figured out. I was working on that a little bit yesterday.
Go ahead and click on job post on the left, job postings. Let's see if it at least is in the view. All right, so you see that the job title is on this view, but because it's not available in the form, it doesn't necessarily get related. So here you don't have any of the information that you'd like to have, which of course would, by the way, Victor, this view should have what that's missing?
Job title, job city, state zip. Job title. Oh, the company.
There you go. All right. A+, gold star. Okay. Yeah. So go down. Which is the one that we just created? Oh, okay.
She never saved it. It never got saved. She got booted out.
Wait a minute.
So
No.
Go ahead.
No, it's actually the first one there, right?
Is it the first one there? Go ahead and double click on the job on the.
Double click that one.
Yeah. So that
that wasn't it.
Yeah, I didn't create that one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it didn't get saved. Victor was right.
Where's the one that you created?
I don't think it saved. I clicked save, but it
Oh,
didn't
okay. Well,
save.
let's go through that again. Go ahead and create a new job posting from just the new, yeah, just like you did before. Go ahead and put a number of jobs in there so we can make sure that we can, like
Yeah,
a
put a
crazy
7.
number of jobs, 3
That's
or
right.
something. Yeah. And then, okay. And now go ahead and save it. And let's see if she shows up in the job postings.
I'm hoping. 6.
Well, there you go. There you go. So it's there, but we don't have any job title or
Yeah, it should be right
employer.
here where it's highlighted because I put 5 jobs available and there's the date and time stamp.
Exactly.
Oh,
Go ahead
When
and
I
double click on job title. Double click
Did
on
we-
the job. Yeah, on that. And let's see if we go back to, on right there, double click anywhere in that. I think. Okay, so there
Yeah,
you go.
good.
We're back to
Well,
the
now let's
record
go.
detail.
Yeah, let's go to accounts. Accounts on the left, and then go to test 1 co and see if that bad boy shows up under there. Then job postings.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I expected.
So Victor, probably what you'll have to do is just go ahead and you might have to delete that field and recreate that grid because something's going on here in the grid that, or not going on that should be. And so it may just be a matter of just.
That's beyond. Yeah. Oh, I'll try what I can, John. But
Well, I'll tell you what.
I don't have confidence of success.
What I will
I
do.
can see what's happening in my head.
John, I'm with Victor. Yeah, I'm with Victor on this one. I was having the same issue yesterday, trying to figure out how to do it. Like, if you add new posting on this screen, it'll show up. If you create a new posting on the entity itself, it doesn't show up. It doesn't seem to dynamically.
Because it doesn't. That's right. It doesn't know what it's for, and in my mind, it's perfectly logical why it doesn't know what it's for. We didn't create it underneath the entity, so I don't know how to fix it, John.
Let's do this. Let's go into the development environment and maybe Victor, do you have you're online?
Yeah, you could give it to me, and you could bear with my trying to get it done, but maybe 4 heads and 5. I think Daniel's online too.
Yeah, Daniel, are you you sopping all this stuff in too?
Yes.
Okay.
I guess one question I do have is, wouldn't it be easier if you created a second database for just job postings and then link the database on both ends?
Well,
that's what we've tried. That's what the entity is. The entity is kind of its own table, and that's what we're trying to do is connect it on the left and on the right from a veteran to an employer. Well, that's for job applications, but postings work this. That's kind of the idea, but it's.
Yeah, I was getting frustrated.
It's mysterious.
Yeah.
It's mysterious with new It's mysterious with new entities. All right, so where am I?
Okay, so go ahead and go into the development.
So here's my job postings. I go edit. It'll bring me where you guys are used to what you're used to seeing. Here we are.
There you go. Okay, so go ahead and go to the forms. So what's the first thing? One of the first things you want to do? Yeah, go ahead and go to job postings. All right. Now, okay.
We can get rid of. Yeah, let me get rid of the superfluous first of all. So this is gone. Jobs available. We need this is. Yeah. And sometimes you have to save after you delete too, because you can't grab it. Such a.
Wait a minute. Are you? You don't want to delete the entire section because you want the account employer to still be.
I know, but I know. I know. I got it. I'm deleting this. I was just trying to get the functionality to work, John. I wasn't paying it. I was just okay. So here
Yeah,
we
so
need. So here's
if
job
if you're
title.
still working on functionality, I would recommend that you do it in your own environment and only futz with this stuff when you're sure that it's going to work. All right. This is the sandbox, but it has to be a sandbox that all of us can, you know, in a way, it's sort of like our pre-production environment. So if you want to go play in another sandbox, you certainly can, and I encourage you to do that. But if you're testing and you know playing with stuff, this is not the place to do it. It's you should be relatively sure that what you do here is going to be additive. Just FYI. Okay, so you've got the account, you've got the job title, and you got jobs available. Now, I would just FYI, I would change that. Jobs available is not. It's a little bit. It's a little ambiguous. I don't know what that means. It's just should be just number, you know, or you know, some whatever we did in the other environment. I think is again. I'm going to go back to the trial environment and just suggest that you do that.
Somebody want to go there and tell me while I'm doing this? Somebody else, just let me know what to name that. We'll do it. Take care of it now.
Yeah.
So this job title is probably not being shown because it's the generic must-have one.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go back to, let me just take this screen back just real quick, okay? Because I want to show you the old environment. I've got this thing up now, okay? Now, do you see here the job orders for Sample Co? You see how you can click on the job title and you can click on the, now this happens to be Sample Co, but these are clickable. Now this is a custom.
But what I understand is job orders. I thought job orders came from the CRM. Are you telling me that you created job orders?
It doesn't matter where it comes from.
Well, it sure does. It's in my.
Well,
I thought it does.
No, it's not going to matter. We want this to work.
Well,
when
no entity that
hang on. Okay, go ahead.
I didn't think any entity that we created had any underlined things.
Well, it does here. Right?
Well, again, I didn't think we created job orders. I thought that came out of the box with the CRM.
No. Remember, look, I'm going to take you back in here. No. This was created. I created this job order, and there were 3 ones that we created.
Okay, so it's, so sales,
I'm just going to take you back here, because if you go back and follow what was done, you're going to be fine, all right? So and again, I'm sorry if I didn't emphasize this before, but this one works. It works, right? So we got employers, and I'll just kind of work you through it. Now this is active accounts. If we just go to sample, remember Sample Co? We use that as so we've got very, very simple. It's just a summary of information. We got employees, we got the primary contact, but just like we got activity history, or timeline. And this, we'd want to get rid of that. And then notes, right? So you've got this is real simple. Now you've got contacts and you have the related contacts. Now, whatever was done, and I think I did this, but it doesn't really matter. Whatever was done, all of the contacts related to this employer are in fact listed in this tab. And you can also, go to, you can send them an email, you can, go to the thing, but you also have job orders. You have all these job orders, right? You've got the job title, which you can just click on. You got the employer, which it is Sample Co, so you don't really need this, right? But then you've got the number of openings, and that's maybe the number I'd use is openings, right? You've got the job status. and I'm not sure exactly what this is, but the point is you can click on the job order and go to the job order entity, the record for that job order, and here are the fields that we want. Okay, you've got the job information, you've got the full job description, which you can put any number. This is the full description. You got the number of applicants, right? So you don't have to say job applications or anything like that. You just say, okay, how many applicants have we gotten? Now we could add a new one here. That'll take us to the job applications one, and we can say, okay, this is for Sample Co. Or let's just say some other company. Oh yeah, okay. Okay, I'm just gonna use our thing here. Let's say Sample Co. Oops, sorry about that. Right, so you got two lookups. Right, you've got, so this is the job order for the consultant for, that's interesting. Okay, it should automatically have the employer. Actually, though, I just created a new one. So it's for the consultant. Oh, yeah, it's an application. I'm sorry. Okay, so the employer should automatically fill in, but the applicant, right? Yeah, this should look up to a contact, right? And that's different. But when it does, let's say, right, you still have the ability to click on it and go to that contact. Stage, phone interview, and then date applied is today. Boom. Now you've got a new application. You can save it. So this is a job application that connects all these. Now you can go to functional consultant and see that under here, you've got a new applicant. Now the name of the applicant is not here. I got to fix that. But I don't want to fix it here if we can basically just, take what works here and transfer it to the sandbox, and then fix this part of it, which is pretty easy. You just have to change the lookup from one looking up to a job order to looking up to a contact. Right, so modified by, created by, right, so you've got applicants, you've got job description. Oh yeah, okay, so I just have this filled in, but it's all editable, right?
Yeah, that looks good, yeah.
Okay, yeah, so it's fairly, and then, the job information, just the summary information maybe. But again, you've got these lookups. You can go to, okay, the job, it's for a functional consultant. Here's where you define the title. You got to have that. But again, keep in mind that if you go to Sample Co, or you go, it's all lookable, upable, right? Right. So the job title, all of these are clickable, and you just go right to it and say, okay, business analyst, let's take a look at that. Now, if you go to job description, you'll see it's filled out completely. You got a complete job description here for that particular job order. Right, you go back, you got two openings, and that's what I would call it, rather than jobs available, right? Just say openings, because that's pretty unambiguous. And you've got the job location stuff. You got everything right here. And oh, how many people applied to this? Oh, okay, we got Joe Dokes, and again, these are, you can go right to the contact from the application. Okay, and then here, so this is a candidate record type, which means that you're seeing the form that relates to a candidate. So you've got all this stuff. You got the address, you've got career information, military statement, resume. You got all this stuff, and then everything related to MSSA, right, including the enrollment stage. That it was a hiring portal. Learning path, right? You get the four things here. You got training site, right? You got the, well, these are probably things we'd get rid of, we won't have, but then you got location preferences, right? And then you can go to the training site, and there you can see basically, oh, okay, the site manager, it's a lookup to the contact, right? The site manager, and that site manager's email address should be a carryover from here. But the students, right? You've got current students, again, as a list under, and these are all, obviously these are enrolled veterans, and they're going to be part of this list by virtue of the fact that they are, by virtue of essentially their, I'm going to click on MSSA, by virtue of the cohort. Let's see, where's their cohort?
Is it under job
Okay, well,
referrals?
no, this is going to be basically the jobs that they applied to, right? And we can call it job applications or something. But no, it's going to be MSSA, right? Because this is everything having to do with their relationship with MSSA. So yes, here it is, right here. Okay. So the cohort ID is really going to be FC, let's call it 003 or something like that. So it's a combination of the code, right? So Fort Carson, let's go back to Fort Carson. We've designated the code for Fort Carson. It's FC right here. See that? So that is going to define the cohort. The cohort is a definition of basically defined by the code, the site code, plus the numerical, the number of the cohort. Like, for example, all of you on this phone call are part of MS-1. I'm sort of creating that. Now, guess what? I'm going to lobby Dan that we should be a training site. All right. Now, our training site, so let's say we could create a new one. And again, this is the old environment. So veterans to work. I mean, this is just sort of like really quick thing that, let's say, okay, John Reynolds. Okay, so that's a lookup. I can put that right in there. Don't need the address. Site code is going to be, let's say, V2W. Let's just say, or VW. All right. Now, you guys then would be in VW1 from Microsoft's perspective, right? So that they'll be able to track your activity in terms of applying to jobs. Now, one of the things I want to do is to give you guys access, and Dan has already said yes to this, is to give you access to the 500 or so employers that are part of this program, right? And so what that basically, that naturally puts us in as, I mean, we sort of look like to Microsoft as another training site, just not managed by them. That makes sense? So, for example, in this training site, we have like, I think I wanted to save. So, for example, we could, with the students under this training site, we can add a new one right from here. And let's say, okay, Sarita Hayes. There's no real job title here. Okay, so let's just save and close. So now what it did, two things. It created a contact named Sarita Hayes, and then, okay, view record. Okay, so now, again, this is Sarita. Obviously, if she were a student, she would have, we'd have all this stuff filled out for her. But we just created a quick create, right? We get the timeline, we get all this stuff for her. But now we can go to, we should have in MSSA, yeah, see this? Her training site is listed already as Veterans to Work because we created a contact, a quick create from this record. So it automatically created this. Make sense?
Yeah, it's nice when it works.
Yeah. So
now we can click on the training site, right? Go back here and look under students and oh, okay. All right. Okay. Well, all right. Well, there's something wrong with this grid, which would be easily fixed because basically it tells me, I'm guessing that the lookup field, it probably, it needs to look up to yeah, it's basically, contact to training site, right? But the students, let's say, it's a year from now, and we've got 100 people like you who have been through this program and landed a job, and we're on our 6th cohort, right? So it's VW6, VW-06 or whatever. Under this one, we'd want to have like this view. Oh, wait a minute, candidates. Okay, see this? She is under here. You know why? Because she's listed as a contact, not a candidate. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go back. Okay, so it does work, just not exactly. So here's Sarita again, and we're going to click on Sarita. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to basically say, okay, well, she's a candidate record type. Now, in this other one, we have a way of sort of clicking, right? That she's a candidate, not a contact. And it's right here up on the header, so you know right away. Now, what I was struggling with is how do you make it so that this is the determining field for which form is displayed. And Robert, this gets back to your conundrum or the thing that you're wrestling with, and we still haven't figured out. I mean, it's one of at least two ways of doing this, because obviously, if we change this to employer contact, nothing happens over here. We're still looking at the candidate record.
I can see with that menu there. That's how you would do it, and then you would have whichever form you select where it says contact type. That value would be kind of static. It would be based on whichever form that you picked. For example, you wouldn't, like if you pick the candidate, like on the above where it says Sarita, you would click contact. If you selected contact candidate, that form, you wouldn't then change the contact type, right? So that would just show contact type as candidate based on that form. If you selected the employer form, it would show contact type, employer contact. And there wouldn't be, because you're selecting the type when you're selecting the form, there wouldn't be a reason to change the type then.
Well, let me ask you though, this is a view, right? I mean, this is a form. In other words, it basically dictates what information you see depending on the role of that contact. How are you going to know, for example, if you go to, let's see, where were we? Recent. If we go to like Veterans to Work, which is a training site, and we go to students, how do you know that, I mean, if she's already, right? I mean, we don't.
Yeah, that's a view based on if it's filtered by type.
We want it to show candidates, but it's not showing candidates. We want it to show.
Sarita was
Go ahead.
See, it says employer contact there. So that value would be based on the form that you picked, and the view would be filtered based on the contact type. So I don't know how the views are set up, but if it's set up to show just contact or candidates, then it should show Sarita now when if you save this. If you go to the veterans to work.
Okay, so I'm going to go students now. I changed her
Contact type. So yeah, see, she's
contact
showing.
type, but so here's basic, learning path, branch of service, blah 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 blah. And if I go back to active contacts, it still shows. I mean, it's kind of weird.
That'll show all of them. Yeah, that's just based on how the view is set up.
Right.
Active
Right.
contacts. Yeah.
Right.
That's
It
that
is.
status field. Yeah.
But what I would encourage you to do is sort of look at this and see what works. Again, 90% of this works.
Well, yeah, so this works because you're creating all these entities and adding them through the forms. The app that we have, like on the left-hand side, there's only employers and contacts, and that's it. And then everything else, every other entity, like training site, is all created through those, which is why you'll see these in the list. If there was a way to get to, see job postings, job applications on the left menu there.
Yeah.
Right. They're connected by way of relationships to contacts and or accounts. But if you create a new job posting here, they're not going to show up in contacts or accounts. Right,
because there's not a lookup. There does not exist a lookup.
Well, if you go to contacts, and I think it does have a lookup. The thing is, I think this is just a 365 thing, right? So, like, for example, even in Excel, if you wanted to set it up to where if you created a new posting, it would show up on a contact sheet or something, you could do that. But here, if you go to the contacts form or accounts form and create a new posting through that, the accounts entity on the left-hand side, and created a new job posting through that entity, it will show up in that list. And in the previous iteration, which you were just working in prior to this, you were creating all those items through the entities. Like when you click that create new, it links it. Whereas if you just create it new at the job posting, even with the lookup, it wouldn't link it. And I don't know why that is.
Okay, now there's two. So here there's two job titles. Okay, job status, open posting. I'm just going to do this. Whoop. How come I can't? Huh.
Yeah, it's locked for some reason. But yeah, we could set up the functionality how you had it in the last one, but it would involve kind of hiding the job postings and applications from being accessible except through accounts or contacts.
I'm sorry, I didn't really quite get that. I'm sort of looking. Okay, so I'm looking at the account now, and I just want to go back to. Okay, so we do have job posting here. We got contacts, no contacts. I guess so. I'm sorry. Did anybody? I didn't understand. So maybe if you could repeat for me.
Yeah, hold on. Let me pull up the app because it's not behaving as I expected. When you created the new job posting under accounts, like see where it says account Adobe and a job postings,
right?
Or even sample code. If you go to the job postings tab and click create new or add job posting, it'll show up in that grid that you just saw.
Yes,
right.
Yes, it will. Yeah, right.
However, if you click just job postings on the left-hand side, and you can do this, and this will show up under Adobe as another listing. But if
I just click
and then click new at the very top, and then account employer, either, and then title openings, and then save this, I don't believe it'll show up under the sample code tab.
Yeah, and it's still locked here. I think probably because maybe this is a different right?
Maybe we'd have to actually look at the field details to find out why it's locked. There's a lot of ways you can lock it.
But yeah,
Okay.
no,
Guys, I
again,
put in the job,
Hey,
guys, I put in the job posting date as the default from the created by, so that we didn't have to type it in.
yeah, okay, that makes sense. It's
Oh,
when you click save, it auto populates. Cool.
yeah,
well,
that's right. When you, yeah,
you want to no, you basically want to have this be manually, because it could be, if you create it, your created date is not necessarily going to be the date that it gets posted. You really do want to have that separate. And they serve different functions. When you create the record, you do want to have a record of who created it when, but it's not necessarily going to be the same date of the job posting for different purposes. So you'd want to unlock this and make sure that it gets filled in.
okay, I'll do that now. Okay, you can see I've made a little
Okay.
headway here.
Yes.
And you're gonna be happy, John, when you go to the view. You could actually, they're clickable now. So I'm getting
Okay. All
stoked
right.
up. All right, I'll
All
I'll
right, so
work
yeah,
and
go to
listen at the same time.
contacts.
Okay.
Go to accounts rather. We'll go to sample count.
See the clickable dishwasher?
Oh
Aren't
yeah,
you
all of
happy?
these. Yeah. See, they're clickable now. What did you do?
Well, I was confused because there was multiple job titles, so I figured out which one works and got rid of the other.
Yeah. Well, multiple. Again, a lot of these are going to be similar job
Well,
titles.
actually, here's what it was. So the default one, you know how it comes up with a default locked field with that has to be put on the form? That was the one that John Cassar said don't use, absolutely don't use it. But that's the only one that's clickable.
Well,
So
yeah.
I used it.
I okay.
The one that's default that the form gives you is clickable. The one that you
Yeah.
make, it is not clickable because because the whole system's
Yeah,
like, I don't know what that one is.
they're all
You have to use the default ones a lot of the time.
to see it look the way it does with the hyperlink and stuff. But even if you don't use that one, you can still click. You have to double click them. I mean, and like I said, I think that's just kind of how Dynamics does it.
Good to know. All right, I'm going to work on that the posting
Yeah, for
date.
sure.
All right, but please, I'm getting a little bit nervous here about that. If you're in doubt, go back into the trial thing that we created. And again, it's not fully functional, but that's the one that basically had most of the basic parts working. And if you're in doubt, go back and look to see how that was set up. If it's a lookup field, for example, then make sure that it's looking up to the proper thing, and test.
John, yeah, for clarification, we're paring down what was in the original solution a bit, right? Because we're just
Yeah.
focusing on employers, employer contacts, like all the other stuff we'll add later. For now, employers, the companies, the contacts at those companies, and the jobs that they're posting, and that's it
Um,
for
you
right
know,
now. That's what
yeah.
we're
I
going to
mean,
display when you run the app, right?
well, I'm gonna. Yeah. When it's the employers, their contacts, job postings, and I want to be able to demonstrate the applications and how the veterans contact entity is going to work within the context of this thing. So it's going to be an empty shell. There's not going to be any real data in the veterans part, but the value of this thing is really in how it all works together, right? So I think if we just introduce by way of a different form, which again, it's not going to have a lot of data yet, but I think that's really is going to be integral to the value of this thing as we deliver it. But yeah,
Okay.
I'm going to
Yeah.
uploading actual data into this. I worked on it yesterday and I just couldn't get it to work.
Yeah, the import's finicky. But for now, let's kind of continue what we were doing. Check out the accounts here, and we'll see if that new post created through this view or this form shows under sample co.
Oh, okay. Okay. So sample co, you want it?
Yep, click
Right.
on that and click on job postings. Yep.
Oh, okay. Now
Okay,
here,
so yeah, it is showing.
Double click that top one and you can fill in that double click it and you can fill it in now. It should be working. Go
okay.
ahead and
So, but there's no sample co. See, here's the interesting thing. It shows as related to sample co, but where is sample co?
But pick it this first time, John, and then it should be working.
Yeah, but I don't want to have to do that.
Well, John, I
mean,
just made the change. It wasn't
okay.
working.
Well, oh, I see what you're saying. But wait a minute. But you're missing what I'm saying here. If I go to sample co,
yeah,
it is related. It shows this job posting as part of sample co, but it doesn't show. How does it know that this should be in this list? There's nothing in this that tells me it should be part of it. It should.
Victor, can I try? Yeah.
It was created under sample co, I presume, and it inherently knew.
This one, but this one, how did this one get created as, and how does it get related to sample co if there's nothing here to show that it should be related?
Well, there's underlying fields that aren't displayed in this particular view, but I did make some changes.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah.
I'm hoping that if you fill out the information now, because I made some change, that it will hold over, and then I want to try adding a new one to make sure that it is doing what it's supposed to. But it's in a little bit of flux. I'm hoping it's from the left side navigation is what's going to concern me more as I test more.
Hey,
right, so
Victor,
I just filled that in. Now I'm gonna put it in the job title.
yeah, and Victor, that account employer lookup where it has the asterisks, is that the field that's essentially that Dynamics requires?
Yeah, you know what? No, from here, the one that it requires is the job title. The account employer, I dragged it in from, I think, an existing field. I think it knew the entity, so I just dragged it in. And maybe it's necessary because it's the related one. I'm not quite clear on that whole thing, Robert. Frankly, a lot of times when things work, I take them as small miracles because I don't understand it yet. By the way, John Reynolds, I need to know, John Kassar said for the job status, he wants an option set, which I gave you now. If you go to one of those jobs, you'll see the job status. So here's the thing. If they have 7 jobs, I want to be able to say that they're partially filled as opposed to fully filled. But in his specs, he didn't say that. So how do you mind
John
if I
Kassar, no. Okay, look, I'm going to say this again. John Kassar, forget what he said.
Okay, John. So now
what I'm saying, go back to that trial thing. Go back to the trial. Look to see what those values are. And
John, I don't want to go back to the trial.
I'll let you.
I want you to tell me right now. I don't want. Tell me right now. What do you want in there for the job status?
Okay.
Right now it says.
I'll go.
Right now it says what it says.
I don't know until I go back. Here, okay. I'm going to go back and.
Okay, I got it. Okay, I thought. All right.
Hang on a second.
In other words, you didn't. I got it, John. You didn't remember, so you want me to do that. I'm trying to do it as quickly as I can without. I thought you.
That's all right. That's all right. Here, let's just go to.
Well, I presume John Kassar didn't whip that one out of the.
No, I mean, look, John Kassar. It's great. He's got some good ideas, and I don't disagree with almost anything he says. What I am saying is that I am the guy who's talking to the client. I'm the guy who represents the client, and I'm the guy who can tell you what the client is going to accept, period.
I got it.
John has some great ideas about, how this should work, and that's great. But again, I'm the guy responsible for this thing working, right? And so, yeah, and this is an important lesson for project management. You got to have one person making the final call. John Kassar would be a consulting architect, I would say, right? Normally. So if we do this again, and maybe the three of us will do a project sometime, we're going to need a John Kassar. We'll probably hire somebody to be that person who we can refer to for the tough questions and architectural stuff. But overall, the solution architecture has to belong to the project manager, right? There's technical architecture, which John is really good at, and he's also good at solution architecture, but ultimately, the solution is more than the technology itself. It has to be. So if we go, what were we looking at here? Wait a minute, I got off track. Oh yeah, the job, if we go to the, okay,
I found it, John. It's right now, currently we have open, closed, on hold, upcoming. What I don't like about that is if there's 17 jobs, how could you have, how do you know whether, do you want to have just all or nothing, or do you want to say partially closed? You certainly would want to know that you.
I'm going to leave that. I'm going to leave that up. Here's the thing: the options in a drop-down list are easily changed. That's
Well,
that's
that's another thing, John. Should we build? Are we always going to have to publish? When we change the option list, it shouldn't. Option lists shouldn't require a programming development team to maintain them. So is there going to be a little utility that we give the end users to be able to change their option list, or do we actually have to modify, save, put it to the sandbox, and then roll it out into a production environment? Whenever I do a project, I always let the customer change their option list so that they don't have to pay $150 an hour to change, to put one more option in.
Yeah, so that's going to be a permissions thing, right? I mean, you're going to give a user a certain kind of permission if they want to change the list. For example, if you have a marketing user, that is really the person who defines whatever the drop-down list should be, then it would make sense to give that particular user the ability to change that list.
But they have to publish?
Yeah. I mean,
okay, then it's like programming as opposed to being a built-in feature for whenever you have to go to a sandbox and then, well, again, we're talking about, I may be going a little bit too deep, but it shouldn't be the kind of thing where you go to a sandbox, make the change, and then publish, because now you're talking about a development environment. It should be in of course, in my opinion, it should be in the end solution. You should never have to go to a development environment and publish, because while they're doing it, they could fat finger something and break something else.
Well, yeah, I mean, again, this is the discretion, where do you sort of put, again, that's all in the permissions, and you, as the administrator, which let's say you would be, you would determine with the business user what kind of permissions they should have. Now, fat fingering, if you don't have the ability, right? You've got create, read, edit, delete, right? You can basically tell somebody that they can create something, but they can't delete it, or they can read, but they can't edit, right? You can set those kinds of limits on people and say, hey, look, only this user can create or edit, delete this user list. Well, that's fine, because that's not going to break anything. It's just a list. So at this point, what I'd like to focus on again is really the basic bones of this thing. It's not working yet. We can get to what the list should look like later. But
Okay.
for right now, I don't really.
I get the answer. So now, do you want open, closed, on hold, upcoming, which is what we had?
That's fine. That's fine.
But
I don't. It's.
Okay. So if there's 100 jobs available, you want it to say either open or closed.
Yep.
You don't want to say partially closed.
No, I don't. I
Okay.
just.
Okay.
And again, this is not important right now.
Okay.
If they have 100 jobs and that status applies to all 100, then great. Otherwise, they can split it out and they can say, okay, 8 of these jobs are open and they're in this location. I mean, you can do it any way you want to, right? I'm just saying that you want to define the jobs in a way that serves this particular purpose, right? So there's lots of ways of doing it at the user level that will work for the user, but it's not up to us.
Yeah, that's right. Well,
yeah,
that's right. Like they could even, if they had, they could even have another field that says how many of the jobs are filled. You know, 1,
right.
2, 3, out of how many, and then that would actually fill all the needs. It would tell them whether, yeah. But we'll leave that up to them, and it's easy to change later. I understand.
And the other thing I would do is I would get rid of, I can't remember what, I had to get up and walk because I was getting sort of crampy here. I'm not at my desk, but the other thing I would do is sort of get rid of I think you had something like job category or something like that.
I did, it's gone.
Okay, all right. Just really just the basics for right now. And it's going to be a lot easier for them to add new stuff than for them to kind of sort through. Again, approach this as if you've never seen this before, right? And that's how, well, Dan's the only one who has seen it, but the others haven't. And so I want to let them tell me what they need rather than us sort of throwing stuff out there.
Got it. Yep.
Yeah. So
no sweat. Let's see what else needs to be repaired.
yeah. Okay. Let's see. We wanted, so for example, just to finish up on the job postings, the job title needs to be required, right? That's a required field, and so does the employer, obviously. And then the other thing is the view in the view for job postings, right? We want to have, obviously, you want to have the job title, you want to have the employer, you want to have the location, and I think probably, and the status, or yeah, I guess the date it was posted, how long, in other words, you can look at it and say how long it's been open. I would add those into the view, the main view.
Okay, the date. Okay. Posted. Yeah, I see you're looking at your list, some of which is done now.
Well, yeah, and
job title is required, and then the company or the account is required.
Yeah, so here, see how on this, again, I keep referring back to this, but see the date posted, you want to be able to click on date posted and sort by, okay, top to bottom. Let's say if there's 20 job postings, what this allows you to do is to simply click on the header and it'll automatically sort it. Obviously, these are all, and then you can openings, job status, employer contact. Yeah, I would just, again, I would just follow this, and then here's what I think will happen. I would love to see this pretty much working tomorrow at this time, you know, when we meet. If it's not, certainly, I think maybe I'll just go ahead and do whatever wrap up needs to happen so that it is, you know, it's working pretty much 100% by Monday. That's my plan. I don't know. And I'm hoping that's not necessary, but I, you know, and I want to be mindful of, like, the balance between delivering the product and making sure that the learning happens. So what are your thoughts about that? In other words, being able to get to it and working on your pieces of it. You're pretty clear about that, and do you have the time to do it?
I was hoping we could get it done by the end of the call. All of this stuff is nickel and dime stuff to me. Maybe a few things.
I mean,
but I mean, I'm almost done with my part, John. And the thing is, if we scatter, we might make something worse that connects to somebody else's stuff. I think if we could do it in like by the end of the call, I mean, I could do it 1 more hour. And if we're done, then at least we all looking at what we have and we learned something from somebody else. I think most of this stuff is nickel and dime.
So I still can't get like if I create a new employer contact and connect them to a company, if you go to the account list and click on contacts, they're still not showing up. Like yeah, click on Sample Co. Yeah, go and yeah.
Now I'm in the sandbox. Did you want me to?
No, Sandbox is fine. Like if you click on job postings here, like Victor has it set up so if you create a new job posting, you can see it appear here, or we'll go to Sample Co. You'll see it in this list.
Right,
but for contact,
right here is where you want to have the job posting date, right, John? So you could sort it.
Right.
Date.
The date posted. Now here's the other thing I want to do. I want to clean this up. This is not account employer. This is simply one or the other. Okay.
On the left side, we call it employers, and then we call it accounts. So you pick one.
Well, yeah, I mean, you have employers and you have, I mean, they're kind of both, but I would say employer or account. Here, just account. Here, you don't need job because it is a job. Job city, job state, job zip. Just put city, state, zip. That's all. And then jobs available. I think we said we're going to use another.
Nope, I got it. So I tell you what. So let's do that as we go, and it'll be done. Again, this will take 3 minutes. Do you want me to have the screen and just watch where I do it, or do you want me just to do it in the background? But then if I'm doing it in the background, then I can't watch what Robert's doing.
Well, that's all right. Yeah, just do it anyway, however you want. I mean, I'm going to be monitoring it as we go. But remember, so job openings, I think we want, or rather, jobs available or something like that. Change that to openings. See how this is much cleaner? It's just like, okay, job title, employer, date posted. Account or employer, I don't care, but
date posted is for date. Okay, date posted.
Date posted.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got
Again, I really don't want us to be changing labels at this point. You know, that's really important. I mean, I kind of put a lot of effort into naming these labels, and I don't care if it's job orders or job postings. That's okay. In fact, maybe that's better. But you know, like I say,
on the job posting, then you want it to be called account, not employer.
I don't care. Honestly,
I think that one makes a little more sense to call it employer, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, well, but if it's a job posting, then yeah, it makes sense you could call it account because obviously, but yeah, call it employer. That's fine. That's fine.
Because you're going to refer to a job by who the company is with, not necessarily the account.
But it's understood in this context. Hey, you know, the account.
Okay, so while we're at it, guys, and while we're at it, and you guys are looking at different things, what else besides employer, job title, openings, job status, job date posted? Just start throwing out whatever you need to have on the job postings form.
On the form or on the related list?
On the form right now, on the form. I've got what John Cassar had, but I might be missing something because I'm not looking at your environment, which actually I could go back to.
I'm going to go back. I'm going to go right back to this, and I'm going to this one that I did. This is what I want on the form. this.
Job title, openings, employer. Oh, you want the employer contact too.
Right. If there is one, that's not a required field, but if this is, so Barbara can too, if she's the hiring manager, yeah, sure. I mean, that's, you want to have, you have any questions about this particular job order, this is the person at the company to call, because that's, right? So yeah, that's a lookup field.
And then the city state zip on the bottom. Got it. Or and you,
Right.
but we don't want to have. Do we want to have the what is it? The activity timeline thing on here?
Why?
Might they have notes or conversation? I'm just asking.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Yeah, you do, but again, yeah. You, good call. Yes, we do. We do want to have that.
Yeah. So
and again,
so
the job description, right? Job
Yep.
description, which is just a free form field. This is what the veteran is going to see, right?
Yep.
And then, of course, you want to have the number of applicants. This may be empty, but you know, this will be here. And I guess there's some system related stuff. And well, anyway, we don't need to worry too much about that. But just go back to this and just replicate it.
copy.
All right.
Can,
Otherwise, you throw me
can I
off.
Can I ask a question? So, just kind of going back, like for the sandbox environment, when I create a new employer contact and connect them with a company, if you click on the accounts, the subgrid there isn't showing them as a contact. Like if you create a new job posting and connect it with an account, it will be shown. So yeah, like if you go to contacts
Okay.
on the left, not here.
Oh, on the
If you
left.
create it
Okay.
here, it'll work. Yeah, like if you go to the contact entity itself. So if you click on new,
New here.
yep,
Okay.
and then just create a test contact here. And so we don't have to worry about this. I'll work on the actual fields. But the company lookup, if you select that last one, it's a lookup field. It's connected to the accounts, right? So you can click the hourglass, you can type in, right? So you save and close. And now click on accounts on the left and sample co. And then the contacts tab here. See, it's not showing. Now, you
Well,
know,
use
actually, now that I
okay.
think of it,
Yeah. So I think basically what's happening is company lookup. First of all, you don't. Well, I guess you could say lookup, but you want to. Are you using the same? In other words, if you go to contact, what you want to do is, and this is the same
I know what
problem
it
I
is.
saw before. If you go to contact, what you want to create is a field called account, and it's a lookup to contacts.
Well, it's a
Or
lookup to the
I'm sorry, it
employer.
was the other way around, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Wasn't it? So
Well,
in the
that's what we just did.
contact record, you want to have a field called account, one account, right?
Yeah. it was
I'm
sample
guessing you might have two account fields. One
Nope,
is account
negative.
lookup and the other's account. I don't know, but
Negative.
okay.
I think I figured it out. The view on the accounts form, see how you can't change the view? Remember when you were in the original solution and you were like, oh yeah, because you had just the candidate view and we couldn't see Sarita. Then you switched it to all contacts and we saw.
Right. Mm-hmm.
I think the same thing may be happening here because the way this view is set up, it may just be. I don't know because there's no way to change it. Do you see?
Well, yeah,
You can add
but
this.
you can't change it because there aren't different. We don't have different contact types like we do in the test one. This is actually a lot simpler. in the other one, you do have different, I guess, forms, and that would dictate, which one you view. I mean, maybe we can go back to.
See, I don't like if you created a job posting through the actual job posting entity, it would show up if you connected it with an account. However, with the contacts, for whatever reason, it's not doing that.
Okay, let's see. Oh, I guess if we go here to advanced settings and we go to the, I just want to see what's going on here in the form. So we got settings, and we've set it up as a solution, right? So this is where we are. And we're in contacts. Okay. So we've got contact, and then we've got the form, and then we got the candidate contact. This is the main one, right? We're using? Yeah. Okay, so basically, you get summary, you get the details. Okay, yeah, this, yeah, summary should be, oh, there we go, okay. Most recent employer, I think we really don't want that. That's not a lookup, and I don't know. I mean, I guess we could, if we went down here to, we could put something, we could put this down here. Now, let's see, it's not going to let us do this, but let's get rid of this, all right? Because that's not highest level of education. And again, this, if we're talking about,
I already removed that. So I removed it, but I used the app designer view, not the solution. So I think there may be something there.
Okay, well, we want definitely, okay, so we want the other, let me just open this thing up here a little bit. We want the timeline here, right? And the address, I think we want to put that into details because you don't really need the full address. You just want to have maybe, right? I mean, well, let's put it this way. If we're talking about a veteran contact, then yeah, you're going to want to probably have all of the, that stuff on here. But again, I really would point you to, I've given a lot of thought to what needs to be on this, where were we? Okay.
Yeah, I'm good. I can certainly look at the original solution and kind of incorporate what's shown on the forms there. However, what you're seeing here, like this is the classic view, right? And I'm in the app designer view, and it seems a bit different. Because the only active forms I have, like there's an employer contact form that I created, but it's not showing here. So I'm not sure, it's really strange.
Okay.
If you give me control, I can show you what I'm talking about, because there's a few different ways to kind of sort of create these items, and it's just kind of the interface looks different. Like I can get to the same area that you were at, but like,
are you able to, first of all, you're able to access this, right?
yeah, this is the original solution. Yeah.
Okay. So you'll see that so company name, we don't have a company name here because this is basically it's a candidate. And see, that's the clunky part of this thing. It's a candidate, so we don't really have, most candidates are not going to have a company name, but so it's not on here. It's just not on here. Service branch is, right? And then, we can do that. But the contact, if we make this a contact, then yeah, the company is kind of required. And okay, this is weird. Okay, it's a lookup. Oh yeah, okay, here we go. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to say basically sample. This is sample co. All right, I'm not. Oh, okay. Ah, shoot. This is weird. All right. Sample co. All right. So company name. Now, so you can see that by filling in, it's not. It's not like lookup or anything like that. It's just. It's basically it is a lookup.
Like autocomplete, it looked like, yeah.
But it's, the job title is not necessary. Certainly if he's a contact, yeah, you're going to want to have a job title. But if we now save it,
Yeah, the thing I'm
this
saying
is just, I'm sorry, yeah, sorry, but the address information, I figure is a separate tab because you have most of what you need here on the summary, right? You got his phone number, he's got, and again, this is clunky because we're toggling back and forth between contact view and veteran view, and because we can here.
Well, let me kind of let me just bring it back to just the overall creation issue, because I've created.
I'll give you
Yeah. I can show you exactly what I'm talking about here. It'll make a lot more sense.
Okay.
Okay, so y'all can see my screen now. Okay, so here's the solution, right? This is for the sandbox. This is the most recent thing we've been working on. All right, so contact, click on forms. It's taking a minute, but I'll see the same thing that you just saw. This should list 3 forms, right? Candidate contact, candidate quick rate, but I've been working in this view, the app designer, right? And you can see the forms, the main forms, there's 5. Right?
Here's, let me just, I don't know this, I am not familiar with this form. What I would do is just, and again, I hate to, just rush us along. I'd love for us to learn more, but we don't have that luxury right now. We just need to do. And if you can work with
I
this
hear you.
form,
Honestly, it's whoever's in charge of dynamics, right? Because they're kind of pushing this interface.
Robert, I'll show you how to get that in there real quick. Show me from the traditional view what entity you're trying to look at.
So the contact entity, right? That's the one I've been working on.
And is it not in the? It's in your view, isn't it? On the app designer. No, the traditional view, or the newer view. It's in there, isn't it? See contact. It's there.
Yes. So see contact candidate form, candidate contact. It's a main form. On the new view, we have it. Yeah, it's there. Candidate contact. That's certainly there. But look, I created this form through here. Like you can do create new, main form, and it's not showing in the solution view here. Right? Like I'm doing active forms.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. And that's where John is like, yeah, if it's not showing up there, we don't know why. Got it.
Yeah, so that
I don't have experience with that. Unless you refreshed. Did you refresh the other side? Did you close it and open it back up again?
No, I did this yesterday, right? I created this form yesterday, so it would be there. Like, have you been working primarily in this view, the classic view?
I've been doing both, but I didn't create a new form yet from the newer. I didn't create a new form on the app designer yet, so I don't know what happens. Like you showed me here, I have never created a new one, so I can't help you. But like John said, you just get in that case, you kind of have to revert back to the legacy view just to get it done.
Yeah, the problem I'm trying to solve is that where the account subgrid, it's not showing. Like if I create a new employer contact and connect them with a company through the lookup, it's not showing under accounts like in the actual app here. Yeah, it's not like under sample code, we just created a new contact, but he's not showing under the contacts tab in accounts. So that, yeah, that
Robert,
was what
let's
I was
go to
trying
the
to.
account. Can we go to the account form that you've got where that shows up?
So the contact form, this is the one that I've been using. And when you go to the edit, it brings up the classic view. And I think that's what John Cassar was saying. They're changing this. So there may have been some disconnect.
Okay, so go to. I thought you were looking at. You wanted to look at the basically under the account record. You're not seeing all the related contacts, correct? So you want to go to the account form, not the contact form.
Correct. Yep. Okay.
Right.
So this
Okay.
is all right.
And then let's look at the contact. Yeah. Go ahead and edit or double click on that. Let's see what's going on here. And I'm going to have to take off here soon. I've got an appointment. Yeah. So contacts account only related records. Okay. Entity contacts account active. Active contacts. Well, are some of those maybe not active? I don't know. Yeah, I think they're active by definition, right?
Yeah, that's just there's like a default status kind of field, and it's active or inactive. But they should in this.
Well, why don't you let's just say default contact my active just try that for or all contacts, right? Because it's only going to show you related contacts, and just see if that, go ahead and save and publish and see if that makes any difference. It'll allow you to isolate.
Hey guys, how do you save? Oh, how do you save? Do I just have to hit refresh? What?
There's kind of a very, very lower.
Yeah, and I don't know why Joe Dokes is being linked with Sample Co, right? Because it's the company. It's blank.
Well, go back. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna try connecting.
This is click on that, the three dots there. Just what does it say? Oh, look up for account. Okay. Yeah. What happens if you link it? Yeah. What if you link it to some other account like Adobe or Tesco or something, and see if it then still links it to Sample Co. There you go. Well, and then, yeah.
Let me try this. This may have been added this way, right? See, he's with Testco. Yeah. See, I don't know what's going on with that. Geez, I don't know if I click delete contact, if it'll delete. Actually, I created this one, so let me try this. Yeah, it'll delete all the record, the entire contact. Okay, that's interesting.
So, guys, I'm going to give you, Robert, I'm going to give you the organizer role. I really do have to run, but you know, are you guys pretty clear on what needs to be done here?
Clear as mud, John. Clear as mud. We
Oh
we
yeah,
got clear
yeah,
like looking at the stars from under the ocean.
sy-
We'll get it further
system
along. We'll get it further along and let you
systems
know where we
normal. Systems normal. Okay, that's very reassuring. Yeah, good. All right. Well, look, we'll get there. I'm just really impressed with all the learning going on here. I think that's what we got to look at. But I also, like I say, I'm going to focus on the data today. And then tomorrow, hopefully, we'll all, be able to raise our arms in triumph. But I do have to run. I think we're in pretty good shape. You've got access to I guess the baseline or the template, and we should be good. All right.
Okay. Yep. Robert, how much time do you have right now?
Yeah, and I have some time.
Okay, let's
Yeah,
muddle
okay.
through what you need. Okay, John,
All
turn it
right,
over
guys.
to Robert. I think you'll be pleased later on.
Yeah. Good work. Good work. All right. See you
Yeah,
later.
cool. Thank you
Bye.
much. Bye bye.
Hey, Robert. Uh, Tell you what, Robert, you got the organizer here. Can you hear me, Robert?
With Sample Co.
Can you hear me?
And
Oh, Robert, can you hear me? I didn't hear you for a moment.
yeah, I can. I can. Can you
Okay,
can I come in
I
and
tell
clear?
you what. Why don't you give me 5 minutes? Muddle through what you need to. I was muddling through here. Let's take let me take 5 minutes. I'm just gonna put down my headsets, grab a quick snack, and then
One
come.
second, just one question that you can kind of ponder. So I just created a new job posting associated with Sample Co. And again, it's not showing up on the Sample Co. tab. It's not showing up on that tab for Sample Co.'s job postings.
Yeah, that's interesting. And did you create it from the left side navigation?
Exactly. Yeah, and
Yeah,
the view here.
that's a lookup, right? I don't know how the hell it's supposed to find it because that's a special lookup. But maybe what we could do is just force it to pick maybe we could force it to pick a company first.
I mean, that's what we're doing here, right? Employer, it's required, so that has to be put in.
Job titles will be required too.
Yeah, so
That's going to be tricky. To work on your customer stuff I just need 5 minutes, whatever it takes, 5 minutes.
yeah, no worries, no worries, go for it.
Okay, Robert, I'm back.
Okay. Think I may have figured it out. So, okay, the weird thing was, and this is related to the work that you did, for the job applications, if I created a new one, connected it to an employer, you would see it under the applications tab, right? But for posting, that wasn't happening. Can you hear me? Sounds like
Yeah, I
you're
can
in
hear.
a
I got a lot go. I've got
call center.
guests and
Yeah.
people. Yeah, I can hear you fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay. All right.
The microphone's too good.
Yeah, no worries. So, did you catch what I just said? Like when you created a new job application, connect it with an account, it would show up. Connected a new posting, connected it with an account, it would show up. It wouldn't show up. Like let's see, let's go.
Even when you did it underneath the account, not from the left. When you did it under the account, yeah, show me.
Yeah, see these applications here? This one I just created and connected it with Tesco, and it shows up under the Tesco account. But job postings, nothing's here, right? So, and I'm having the same issue with contact. And I made a few changes to the views. So let me see if this works. We'll do Tesco again. Session openings 10. Did post it. Just do okay. Save. All right. Right. Go job posting. Do a job application. We'll do a new one of these. Employer. We'll do Tesco again. We'll do John Smith. Job posting. We'll say apply to what's the position we just.
Put a T. Type a T.
Yeah, I'm not sure why. Yeah.
Oh, see, now that might be the wrong job title. Click on the magnifying glass all the way to the right.
Yeah,
That's
this
supposed
is
to show everything.
showing
Okay, so
something.
you know what? It's using the wrong job title. Let me fix that right away. That's using the wrong job title. That's
Okay.
I know it
But
is. I know it's using the wrong one.
all right, we'll just do test position because this is the newer ones I created. The new positions will be using that new field. Didn't you already fix that or no?
I didn't fix it on the job. I didn't touch job application, so there's a lot of stuff still not tightened up in job applications.
Okay, wait, because that was the one that was working with like if you looked at a contact, you could see the applications they applied to. Actually, it was Testco, not Test One. All right, so Testco, contacts, nothing. Job postings, nothing. Applications. See, I just created a new application and it's showing up fine.
Thank God. Okay.
So that's working, and the applications entity is just 3 lookup fields, right? See, it's just 3 lookup fields, and that's showing up where it should. Let's see if it's showing up under contacts. No, I don't actually have that included, but for accounts, for some reason, applications and contacts aren't showing.
Nor are job postings.
Yeah, just application seems to be working. And again, that's just the 3 lookup fields in the entity, and that's all the entity really is. So that's kind of where I'm stuck.
Okay, so let's let's go when you're done poking, I'll poke and we'll switch the screens. So let me know when you're done poking.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure that my accounts, Tesco, right?
because you pay a lot of money for NSF.
Right, and it's one of those things. If we add a new contact here, they'll show up, no problem. We can even connect an existing contact with
How many are on the market that you're not getting
it.
a label?
But when we create it,
Approved one time.
like we create a new contact.
NSF makes them consistently prove it. So all of our products are NSF certified.
So did you,
So you don't know what you're buying.
this is how CC.
And Testco again. Okay, and that should be enough.
Oh, that shouldn't say job title. Oh, that's the confusing thing. You made job title for the contacts. That should just say it should say if it's a contact.
I mean, we have the this doesn't matter. This is like you could change job title to whatever you want.
I know, but because my job postings were related to contacts, that's the one that fucked me up.
I don't think so.
Because this is, well, sure, it did. I mean, I don't know how or why, but it did, and it was, and it might still be. So I didn't realize you have a job title under the contact because you want the person's title at the company.
If they're a recruiter, if they're VP,
Right. No, it makes perfectly good sense. But I didn't connect the dots until now, because my job title is the job title of the job that's posted.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense between these two entities. That's fine. And this again,
But
this
they're completely different. They're completely different job titles, though. I mean, they're completely different usage. They should never ever exist in the same ballpark. But I think they're getting mixed up. I think they do exist in the same ballpark.
Oh yeah, stuff like that. But like the Vega.
Well, for example, active job postings, if right now it's connected with an employer, but what if you want to connect it with a contact at that employer, right? And you would connect that with, I'm guessing, the full name field.
No, let me show it to you.
Well, I didn't get there yet.
Okay, but the weird thing is, it's still, irrespective of that, if we create a new job posting and connect it with an employer,
It was on a site.
it's not going to show up. And this obviously will be a new job title because it's a new post.
But that's not a Vega necessarily.
And then how many openings and so on. And this will be connected with an application once an application's created. That application will then show under the employer. However, the job posting will not. The contact associated with that employer will not.
But yeah, we do it because it provides nutrition.
Yeah, those
knots
I
are.
see the problem.
And the question is why? Like, I looked at the application's entity and what's going on with it, kind of at a granular view, and it doesn't seem like anything crazy is going on with it that's different than the contact or even the job posting view. It's 3 lookup fields, right? And that's kind of it. And so I don't know why the subgrid under the account would show the applications, but not anything else.
Oh, natural 10.
And I almost feel like this is a question that, like, not many people will be able to answer. Like, it might just be a weird dynamics thing, you know? I mean, are you getting that impression too? You have more experience with this stuff than I do, so.
Oh, I have more experience with just overall, I mean, development in a different thing altogether. And this system, let me put it this way. If I was doing this in Microsoft Access, I could be done in about 3 hours. Like the entire soup to nuts thing. This is a very simple This is a very, very simple project. I mean, we're talking like as far as projects go, this is easy. But
Yeah, I feel
learning,
the same way. Like, yeah, if I had to set up a website and connect it to like a Mongo database, no problem. But this, like, the
yeah, yeah, it's a nightmare. But if it pays well and other companies want to use it, and something tells me that um, that as that somebody like Julie Yak could probably make this in the same amount of time that we would be able to make our stuff, like you said, a website with Mongo or me with Microsoft Access. So something tells me that Julie Yak could do the same thing. But what they're going to get is not only the application, but the connectivity to everything else, the ERP, the back office, and then the timeline and
yeah,
automated
it's
phone calls and email.
yeah,
So in other words, it's the same amount of time for an experienced user that who knows what 95% of the crap to throw away and how to get the weird oddities working for the 5% that they need. So
I guess, yeah,
it's a steep learning curve, but I think once you've learned it, you've got a lot more power available to you. So that's my
I
hope.
hope so. Yeah, I'm
Because
hoping so too.
and let's face it, many smart developers are using it, and many companies are using it. So you know what I mean? If it was a brand new product, I would think it would have a shelf life of about 6 months. But but
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they're trying to do like plug and play, but for software, right?
yeah, yeah,
Like, what?
it and it does. It's going to it. It's yeah, but I think the power that what it could unleash with all the interconnectivity is the advantage, even though you might not be using it, because in many cases, big companies, probably bigger companies than I've worked for in the past, will want to use it and will want to leverage it. So that's my anyway.
Yeah,
That's
that
my
makes
take on it.
sense. Yeah,
That's my
I mean,
take on it.
my only concern is like this is a lot of learning for a niche area, which can be extraordinarily beneficial, so long as the niche is really needed. And I
It
suspect,
is. It is. Look, go to dice.com. Go to dice.com. Type in Dynamics 365.
oh, really? Okay, all
Yeah.
right,
That's where
yeah.
you're going to find your consulting jobs. Don't go to. I mean, your consulting gigs. Dice.com. Just like rolling the
Oh,
dice.
cool. I'll check it out. Well, so far, while kind of working on development, I found some forums like that Dynamics 365 developers, users, consultants can kind of chat about. And I found some of the help there isn't especially helpful. So FYI, if you find yourself there, um,
No,
yeah,
as a matter of fact, Robert, by the time like right now today, I think you'd be hireable to a big firm that needs you're hireable right now with what you know, because a lot of times when they're looking to fill just a entry level thing in a real busy department, as long as you could tell them, yeah, I could make entities, I could connect data, they'll hire you. You're ready to be
I hope
hired.
so. Yeah, I need to work on that. My landlord's getting annoyed. It just I won't sign a long-term contract because I haven't found like long-term work yet. So
Yeah,
anyway, that's neither here nor there. But okay,
yeah.
so going back to kind of the original issue, right? We create a job posting. These are the subgrids for contacts, job postings, application. This is in the account entity. For job postings, we create a new job posting through the app. It doesn't show up here. We create a new job application. It does show up here, kind of automatically,
I
right?
think it's got to do with relationships. Let's look at the relationships. Don't look at the form. The form is really just a sidebar. Everything is done elsewhere, like in your relationships. Go to relationships and then click on custom.
All right,
And then let
so yeah, it's loading here. But yeah, we'll look at the relationships for the account. Well, I mean, there's the
yes,
one to N and then
because those are the ones that let's start there anyway. And there's going to be a bunch probably.
I don't know why it's doing that. All right, so this is just the account entity. Okay, so I see this one is associated with contact. Job application. We'll look at the
No,
one
no.
you want.
Oh, well, I wanted to go. Okay,
Yeah,
go
if you
through
would.
account.
Okay, we
Go
can
through
check out
account
the.
first.
All right, so this is account. This is one to end. This is the account, and it's related to a bunch of other items. These are how many items are related to account. Uh,
There are. That's funny. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because you don't really have a higher entity, so you don't have a many to accounts. And then what's end to end? Anything in N to N?
Nothing
No.
here. And this is a weird. This is a weird one. This is like, I don't know. I did some research on it. It's like a parallel relationship. It's not like, the way it's explained is there's like a hidden entity that's created between the one end and the other, or the ends and the other ends that kind of manages the relationships. But it seemed kind of outside the scope of what we'll be doing.
Okay. Yeah. So contacts one to many, many to one. You've got the account and the job application. Did you say job application is working?
Application is correct, yeah,
Maybe
but
we need to. Maybe we need to add. So maybe we need to add one there. Go to custom. Whenever there's that many, go to custom because the customs are the ones that we made.
okay.
So see, I go from account to application, from the contact to the application, and then from the job postings to the application.
And then application, this is the one that's working.
And that's from job application to contact. But something tells me that that's not. Now, is that the same one that's in the, is that the same relationship that exists in the contact?
Okay, so this is related to application. Contact, so one to many. Okay, so it looks like the contact doesn't have any one to manys. Many to ones. Okay, all right. You know what? Maybe that's maybe that's all it will be.
You know what? I bet we need to add one there though, Robert. Let's try. Let's go to the N to one, the next one. So you said that job application is showing when you're on a contact, but you did say that the job posting is not showing. Let's make sure we define the
Well,
problem
this
first.
is yeah, this is for account. Right now, contacts doesn't have a tab or a subgrid showing applications or post or applications it would be. I didn't link those. I was trying to focus on getting an employer contact showing under accounts, right?
Oh,
I was
okay.
gonna
Yes.
yeah.
Let me write this down. So what is it that we're focused on right now? Getting an employer contact to show under the account?
Well, two things. The contacts, like I've been kind of working on that. The job applications, if I create a new one using the main form, if you look under employer, it'll show the application. If you create a new posting, job posting, it won't show under the employer. Uh,
A new job posting will not show under the employer account.
yeah, the account entity, which is the employer. We're kind of using the terms interchangeably. But like if we look at
And
all
that's
the
as long
accounts
as you're
here,
that's when you're creating it from the left-hand side. Is that right?
yeah, there's two that are showing here. I don't know how they got here. And they're related to Sample Co. With applications, if you create a note, this was created by, I don't know what, I don't know what just happened there. And like this contact isn't even like these two aren't even associated with Sample Co. They should be associated with Testco.
Well, they shouldn't be so. No, they're Oh, yeah. Sorry. Got it.
So we'll like create a new application, sample co. We'll do John Smith, and if you do new job posting, it leaves this for him. But we can kind of pick one if we already have a job posting, which would make sense, right? You're not going to apply to a job posting without having one.
At that company.
Well, yeah, that's another good
That's
point.
another
It
thing.
looks like you
I don't
can,
think it's built. I don't think it's filtering the job postings based on the employer that you just picked.
yeah.
Go click on the magnifying glass. If it shows them all, see that should be filtered. But then that's a tricky thing because you have to say is employer empty or not. If it's not, because they could pick the job posting first, then the employer should filter based on who's posting that position, and then it should be the backwards too. Like if they pick employer first, then that's a real tricky thing.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Getting Dynamics to do it is, I
And
agree,
John,
a
yeah, and
tricky
John
thing.
Reynolds, nobody, I don't even think explored that yet. But
No.
that's a whole other thing.
Yeah, I feel like the one thing I'm stuck on is a pretty basic
Yeah,
thing.
tell me exactly. Let's solve it. Tell me exactly the one thing you want to look at.
All right, create a new contact. They're going to be associated. So company name is a separate field. It's not an account. This is like you can type it in. But when you create a new one, and that's just a view. If you create a new contact, you will associate them with a company, right?
I would think you would never add a new contact that wasn't all that I wouldn't even want you to put in a new contact without having already selected the company. That just leaves a shitload of error. They picked the wrong
Well,
one,
I
ABC
have this
instead of
required.
ABCD.
Yeah, I have this.
But no, but that's
Like
just,
create.
yeah, I would never make a system that did that way.
Yeah,
But
like you wouldn't be able to add a contact without an account.
you would never be able to add it. No, because since the contact belongs to a company, you should always pick the company first. But so
We can do it that we can sort of have that where basically you wouldn't be able to create this contact unless you pick a company, right, from the list of existing companies. I think the only problem is you can create a new one
well,
if you want.
that's the problem though. There could be hundreds, there could be thousands of you should never. In any case, all right, I'm just telling you, you wouldn't do this in the real world. When you're attaching a contact, it's always from a company. You know what I mean? You wouldn't have a user sorting through hundreds or
Oh, I
thousands
gotcha. I see
or
what you're saying.
millions.
So
It could be
yeah,
millions. You would never do that. You wouldn't do it. I mean, let's put it this way. Maybe a developer would if they did. I wouldn't do it because I never want to leave open the possibility of a problem when you absolutely could shut down the problem in advance.
yeah, I
So
hear you. So essentially, you wouldn't even create a contact unless you went through the accounts.
exactly, because then that way they know who they're looking at. Plus, the other thing is, Robert, that contact might exist already. How does Bill know that Sue didn't already add Tom? So if he just goes to contacts and adds Tom without going to the company to even see if Tom's there, now you're going to have now you're going to have duplicate contacts. So it's a bad
Yeah,
bad
essentially.
logic. It's bad logic, bad business process, bad flow from the get-go. You would never create a contact if
All
you
right.
couldn't see
Well,
who the
hold
hell
on.
existed already.
Hold on, because we have two types of contacts, right? So now I could see you would only be able to create company contacts through the company screen, right? That kind of
Right,
makes
but
sense.
for veterans, it's a different story because they don't belong to anything. They're their own
Yeah,
entity.
they're
And in
yeah,
which and by the way, in which case you would in which case if you were really putting out a robust system, when somebody created a veteran contact, before it got saved, you would do a business process that would search to see if that first name and last name existed already. And of course, two John Smiths can exist, but you would let the user know, hey, John Smith already exists. Are you sure you want to add another one? Then that gives them the ability to cancel and look up John Smith and see if it's the same one before they actually do it. But
that's a
but
good
but
point. I,
again, these are not things that most developers do. And I find that when I'm a consultant for a company, I'm usually tightening up a lot of shit data. So I make it so that no data could ever be wrong, because why have any data if 2% of it at any time could ever be wrong? So
yeah,
I'm just giving you just giving you the some
Yeah, that makes sense.
knowledge.
I hear you. Yeah, no, I hear you. But we're not going to be introducing business processes just yet, anyway. As far as I know, I looked into it, and it seems like you can create, like, if you create a new contact entity, then suddenly you'll have an employer record or whatever already created using that. And there is a separate way, if I remember correctly, to deal with duplicate records that is kind of inherent.
Yeah, I saw there is it is and it's pretty neat.
Yeah,
But yeah, I digress. I digress. But you could tell it's a passionate thing of mine to it's just my passion to always ensure data is as 100% reliable and correct as possible. So
yeah,
in any
yeah,
case,
clean data for sure. So here, but this is kind of going back to the original issue, right? When we create a contact and connect them with sample co, he's not showing up in this damn subgrid. The ones that we created here, or even if we add any contact, no matter what company they're associated with, will job postings. These two are showing up. Um, Job applications will show up. At least they were.
all
Like,
right.
and
Yeah, let's solve it. Do you want me to? Do you want to give me the screen and so I could understand it exactly as you do, and then let's plug away and try to solve it.
yeah, yeah. Let's
Give me the
see.
screen.
Yep.
And then again, I need to understand it the way you understand it. So here's where I was working. Let me save and close this, and then I am in here. What are you looking at? Contacts?
I mean, it's either, yeah, well, contacts or the job postings. Both of them seem to have the same thing. But when you create a new one and you connect it with an account, that tab that shows contacts isn't showing the new contact you just created.
What do I do here? Go to solutions, and what are we at?
Well, if you click,
MSSA bet. Yeah.
this is the solution view. Again, that's the weirdest thing. Like, I created a new form in the app designer and it's not showing up in the solution. So I don't know if I create a form in the app designer, if it's in like the common data solution, like the blanket underlying kind of. I keep saying database, but the way this is set up, it isn't really. But
No,
um,
I get it, and I want to put that on your list of things. Let's look at that later, because that's vital, right? I mean, how could you add a form and it not show up? How could it not show up here, right?
yeah, I added a form to the app, but it's not showing up in the solution, which the app is using.
Tell you what, let me get back over the road. So you did it. Which form did you? Where was that? Which form and what entity here?
Yeah,
Was it
contacts.
the
Like,
contact?
if you just click on forms on the right hand side, you should see the list. So for now,
Yep.
that'll just show you the active forms, and you can select which ones you want to have active. So like
So
there's the
which one did you
candidate form,
create?
the employer form, and the employer form is separate. That's the one that I created. Candidate contact, that's the native contact form, just customized. So the employer contact form is the one. I mean, based on the conversation earlier this morning, I suspect that we're just going to be working with employer contacts for Dan, right? And we'll kind of have
Well,
all
right,
of the
yeah,
other stuff.
right, yeah, yeah. So, okay, so this one you made employer contact,
Yeah, if you click the
and you're saying
pencil,
it's
it'll bring up like the classic editing view, right?
called employer contact. This, and this was made by you, Robert. Was it Farrell?
Yeah, yeah. Isn't that
All right.
doesn't that automatically do that? Oh, whatever.
I'm just doing that because I'm going to look for it now and see if we could see it. So you've saved it and published it?
Yeah, yeah, everything, it should be good to go.
And is this the one that we want that we know we want to use?
Yeah, so the other one for veterans, that's there and it can be activated, so it shows in the app. But for now, we're just doing the employer one. So it's like
Okay.
we'll get half of the app working, and once that's working the way we want it, then the other half should work just as well. So
So it's
what?
so it's so it's in the MSSA Vet app. The ID is here, CRB0B4. So let's look for this. Let me grab a screenshot. And I'm going to take that screenshot and pop it in here real quick. And then we're going to look for that in the entities, in the, let's close it. And then let's save. All I did was change the notes on it. You saw that. I didn't change
The
anything else.
description. Yep.
The description. So
So if you
then,
want to run the app, top right corner, you can click play, and it should. And this is how I've been doing it, right? So, and as we saw, I create a form here. It doesn't show in the MSSA solution. So, I don't know if
yeah,
that has something to do with it.
yeah, so that's what I'm doing here. I'm going to go from here to the solution. And then the entities is the contact. And then the forms. And all forms. The description, there is not one with RF. And that's what you're saying is it should show up here and it does not.
Right? Yeah,
So
that form.
let me see something. If we click activate forms, you must, okay, add more actions. Where's the one where you add stuff that already exists?
That's not here. As far as I know, there isn't something like that. If you close this and look at the other solutions,
Then maybe it comes from components. So from components, if we say add existing, we might be able to find.
I don't think it goes down to the form level.
Yeah, because the form is part of the entity, right?
Yeah, like, and this is a solution, right? The MSSA vet solution. So that's why you can do add existing, and I think it's pulling from the common data service, which is like,
That's
uh,
exactly what I think as well.
so when I created through the app designer, when I created that new form on the entity, it's just so weird. Like, if you add the contact entity to the MSSA solution, will it then include the new form that I added?
So let's go back here. So the name of yours is CRB, CR0, and then I'm going back here, and I've got them sorted. I've got looking at custom, and I'm looking for C, and there isn't. And then I'm going to go back to all, and then I'm going to look for
Well, like,
C.
that's the form again. That's the form ID, right? Where it's still the contact entity.
What I'm doing is I'm making 100% sure it's absolutely not going to be here. I'm not expecting it to be here,
Okay.
but I want to make 100% sure. And it doesn't, because there's no CR0. Okay. So then forms is where we were, and we've got all forms, and you can't say to bring one in to activate it, because this is only to activate one that you've already got that you may not be using. And if you say new, it doesn't say to pick from one. So, and then there's more actions which say, did you try any of these?
I haven't worked. I haven't touched the solution at all. I've been purely working in the app designer. So, like, if you look at all the solutions, because right now this is just the MSSA solution, we may be able to find the form in one of the other solutions.
Well, the other, yeah, so another place to look for it.
Like,
Oh,
see
no,
that the LinkedIn Sales Navigator, right?
Yeah.
Those are separate solutions that John added to our app. John Cassar added to our app. Like, they're showing up on all the forms, right?
Yeah, so here again, the employer contact is the one that you made. When you edit it, oh, interesting, you added some events? Or were
No,
these,
those are already there.
those were already here?
Yeah, no, I'm not adding anything fancy to this. I don't know enough about it. It just probably break someone's computer or something.
Yeah, but I'm surprised. I've never seen any events in any of the, I don't recall seeing events in any of the others.
I think John Cassar did that. See where it says LinkedIn integration there?
Yes. Oh, maybe, yeah, so maybe that's automatic. Yeah, so so then what else, what was the last thing I did? So, or the other thing, I said show dependencies, display name, MSSA vet app. So you presume that's where it shows up. Okay, so
Yeah, that form's dependent on that app. So, like, if you run the app, it'll show up. When you do create new, it'll be the employer form, but it's not showing up in the solution for reasons unbeknownst to me.
yeah, no, I get it. It's
I
weird.
see where it says solution default solution.
No, where does that show?
Above contact, where your that's my mouse pointer. I was gonna say where your
Solution
mouse. Yeah, exactly.
default
Right, it's
solution.
not the MSSA solution,
So
and that's likely why.
and you get to that by going here, I think customizations, customize the system. This should show everything that's possible for all solutions. See how it shows a shitload of everything?
Yeah. So when
So
the app
now,
designer taps into this, it seems.
yeah, so let's go to contact here, which should have absolutely everything. And then if we go to forms here, there's your employer contact form.
Okay.
So
Well,
you
that's
made
it.
it. Is
That
that, is
wasn't
that,
in the courses I took.
so, so there it is, information for employer contacts RF. So what you did was you changed the system You worked at
No.
the highest level. Weird that it doesn't. It's weird that it doesn't bring it in. So how would you then bring it? Oh, so
Yeah,
what you
go
have to
to
do,
that.
you have to click it, I guess, and then you have to activate it. You want me to try it?
I guess, yeah, it can't hurt.
So let's activate it. I clicked it, we activate it. You have selected one for activate, okay. And then let's go now to our lower level solution, and it should be there. So we're learning. We're learning. So I'm
Yeah,
going.
yeah.
So
I
I'm going to go
understand
back
how it
here to
works.
the solutions, and then I'm going to go back to our MSA say vet solution, and you know exactly where I'm going from here. I'm
Yep.
going to entities, contact, forms, and I fully expected to see it.
I think you can add it because it's still not added to the solution. It was like when you activated it, the message it gave you was, users will be able to see this form. So, like, if you create a new, hmm, no, I'm just kind of guessing here.
Yeah, this will just make a new form. It won't ask you if you want to pull one in. Yeah, no, so I don't want to do that. I expected to see it here. That is so. Oh, wait a minute. Let me go back to the other.
Actually, you know what? No, I think you could just activate or deactivate forms. It goes back to, yeah, okay, I'm remembering now. It goes back to like if you wanted to delete a form and it's a big hassle because it's dependent upon a bunch of other entities or relationships. So
Right.
deleting it a hassle, but you can deactivate it so it won't show up in the solution. That's all we did. So for like the kind of system solution, the default solution, that form exists and it's active for anybody who's kind of working in. But the real question is like go back to the app designer. No, it's I don't think we can do that. Go back to the app designer if you can. It should be. I think it's in a different window for you.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why the heck this.
I don't
I
think
wanted
it
to
worked
read the
like
message. Your forms will be activated so people can see and use them.
if you're working in the default solution. Right. So like if you went to the app designer and you wanted to, I don't know, add that employer contact form to an entity, then you'd be able to.
So you're saying from here, then components, add existing. See, it's still the entity. It's not the form.
Yeah, no, I don't like it was it's the same thing as we were talked about this morning when John was asking if we can kind of hide a tab based on security roles. It just seems like there's this weird like there's an hierarchy, but it just seems to like skip different things. Like at the form level, you can restrict access based on security level. At the entity level, you can restrict access. At the field level, you can restrict access based on security role. But at the tab level, no, I don't know. For whatever reason, I don't know why. And the same with this, like for the solutions, if you had an entity that you created in a different solution, you could add it to this solution. But a form created on an entity, I don't think you can. I think you would just have to kind of recreate.
There it is. There's the MF. There it is. Here, okay,
What?
I got it. So I'm at the contact entity in our custom solution, right?
Yeah.
See up above, add subcomponents.
Oh, okay.
And then boom, employer contact, finish. The system detected required other components need to come in.
So I created new fields through the app
It,
designer, so it'll
and it
bring those.
knows Yeah, isn't it great that Microsoft made this only one item big, and there could be like a ton of stuff. But look, look at how small they made it. Yeah. Okay, so did you make using final military contact type and age is
Yeah, this
18?
is yeah, this was well, these fields are all for the candidate form.
Oh my
And that
gosh, there's a lot of them. Do we want to bring them in or not?
uh
Is it going to muck us up, or should we just add the ones that we need later on?
I think they're gonna show up
Oh,
in
here's a higher question. Here's a bigger question. Does John Reynolds know that you made this form and wants to use it, or does he want us to continue using what we already have in here? Because he'll hit the roof if we're adding something that we don't need to add.
what I don't when like how are you running the app? Like, do me a favor, like run the app because
Okay,
what
now you
like
know how
when
to do
you
it. Let me cancel this before we foobar it anymore. But now you know how to do it. You go to the entity, you go to the one, and then you add a subcomponent, which was available to you then from the entire central system.
solution.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay. So
So
I'm running the app. I just I just saved my testing sandbox, and I always just run it. It's always running here. My sex thing expired. Give me a
yeah,
second.
when you go to the web page, it auto runs, and I've seen the same thing. Yeah,
Son of a
it's
gun,
way
man.
different. Yeah, no worries. It's way different than the trial environment, which seems to have a lot more access. I don't know. It just seems easier to use for whatever reason. But um, yeah,
Gotta love the
this.
fact that I love the fact that they just kicked me out at random like that. Well,
Yeah, I know.
so yeah, this is it. MSSA. So this is the same thing as if you hit play over here. So what I did was one day I hit play, and then I just basically saved the shortcut. So this is from this hitting play is this, and then now instead of hitting play though, I publish. By the way, a lot of times, Robert, when you edit something from here, you'll find that you cannot say save and publish, and you'll be so and then so what you have to do is
It's if you're yeah if you publish elsewhere like in a subcomponent,
that's
right,
right. Yeah,
yeah, it'll automatically
it
when
it
you get to
should
this
it
level.
should it should, but when you adjust, like sometimes you adjust a sitemap and it doesn't allow you to save it. So it's a
Yeah, I
goofy
think
thing.
yeah,
It,
it's weird. It's
it,
just
it
like
it's
auto.
buggy. It's buggy. So what I do is I just add an entity, I remove the entity, and then I say save and publish.
Oh, I do that with fields, right? Like if
Yeah,
you
yeah,
create a
yeah.
new
You can add it. You can add anything and delete it. Yeah. Okay.
yeah, but
So
yeah, if
now
you
the
could
question is, do we
if you
want to
could
add that form, or do we want to
no,
use what's already in there?
it should be there, right? Like go to the app, the running app, and if you do new contact, it should show that employer form. Do new because that's where we'll see the form. It's a main form.
So you're
Yeah.
saying that this is your form?
This form we're looking at is that employer contact form.
See, now that to me seems impossible because we didn't bring it in. But because the
I
system
added
has it.
it's
But if
in
the
the app.
system has it, okay. So, all right. So let me
Yeah,
see
like if
this
you look at
then.
this
So then
is
if I
yeah,
go here, and if I were to go to contact, to me, the only form that should show up is one of these.
no. See how LinkedIn Sales Navigator, right? That shows up on the forms. None of us added it. John Cassar added it. Like if you scroll down, you'll see the LinkedIn Sales Navigator field or tabs or whatever. It's like all the way down. But like see that's a separate solution and it's being added to our app. The form that I created is in the app. It's just not in the MSSA solution, right? So I don't
But
know. It's hard to
is it is it here? Is this the form?
Yeah, like when you run the app, because it's just pulling it from a different solution, right? Like
Well, no,
the
it's not a different solution. It's the it yeah, you don't look
remember,
at it like it's not part of it's not a different solution. In other words, it is it's the environment. Let's call it that. Let's call it the entire environment. All the
we'll
solutions are based on your environment.
call it the default solution because that is what it is, right? And we understand what that means. The default
Oh,
solution is if you just create a brand new app without creating a solution, that's where everything gets created in the default solution. It'd be kind of like files on your hard drive, but not in a folder.
okay, so which one of these is the default solution?
Yeah, so we can't see it. You have the common data service, see that CR22B6, but the default solution isn't actually listed here.
So when you run it, that's when you run it, you have everything is inherited from this customized the system.
Yeah, see where it says solution, default
Everything.
solution?
Oh, I see why you're calling it that.
Yeah. Like if you
This,
go to the app designer,
yeah,
you can create new
yeah.
entities, new
I,
forms.
I, I got it.
Yeah.
I got it. So, and then when you go to solution and you click on this, it's called the MSSA vet solution.
Yep.
And the MSSA vet solution inherits from the
Well,
default
pretty much,
solution.
yeah, any solution will, as far as I well,
Okay, so does John? Bottom line is, do we want? Is this the form we have to use, and this is the one that John wants?
yeah, more or less. This is yeah, I'll
Or
customize.
does he want to use the one that he has with the or does he want to use the one that's there already with the LinkedIn
Well, go to
thing?
the app designer. Go to the app designer. And because that form's there, it's just not. I don't want to say activated because that's like a whole different thing. But click on, see where it says forms too. Yeah, highlight that. Just highlight it, and on the right hand side, see how it has candidate contact listed and employer contact. The candidate contact is the one that's in the MSSA solution. Like if you click the pencil beside that, it should show
That's
up
the
in
one
the.
that.
As far as I mean, yeah, based on what I'm seeing so far. Although, if you click the pencil, it may surprise us and say default solution, but it shouldn't.
Default solution.
Oh, huh, interesting. So what is
Oh, so
the?
what, by the way, what is yours? What does this one say? This should say default solution.
These all should. Everything that was created here in the app, it seems to be working off the default solution. Um, Even
How
your
about
items, like if you look at the job application and job postings, when you go to edit those entities, they're part of the MSSA solution. But
oh,
if you,
this one says MSSA vet.
because you opened it from the solution, yeah.
Yeah, but it's not the one being displayed because it's got the LinkedIn.
Oh, well, no, scroll back up. See the military tab?
Yes.
That was the original.
So what's being shown then in the real deal here? So
Interesting. I
contact.
may have made some changes in the solution and then made some changes in the app designer, thinking they were all going to the same place. Yeah, because yesterday I added the fields that were from the original kind of solution that John was showing us this morning. I added a bunch of those fields, the time and service, which I have to fix. It's subtracting incorrectly, but like I added all those fields. to the form or entity in the solution. And then when I made the changes this morning to like the employer stuff, I did that through the app designer, which apparently is tapping into the default solution.
Holy
Interesting.
mackerel. Well, so what John was yeah, so I see what you're saying. Well, let's bring him into the MSSA vet then, if that's the ones I mean, but
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
I don't see John's with the LinkedIn thing though, but he's going to expect that somewhere, isn't he?
hold on. As far as I know, it was still there. Oh, that's the employer contact's a brand new form I made, so it wasn't there. So, actually, yeah, it's there. It's the LinkedIn Sales Navigator still there.
How do I go to that?
It's if you go to the app designer.
Oh no, I'm talking about in the live, running live.
Oh, well, I mean, it's not.
I don't see LinkedIn anywhere.
Yeah, I don't think it's showing up on anybody's. It's on every form.
And I don't see the LinkedIn anywhere either. So it looks like we've got a couple of things we're dealing with now. The LinkedIn piece and then your piece. Which one do we want to be working with? Yours?
Uh, no, well, mine's the default solution, and it's not even mine. Like I went into the app designer to
Well,
thinking it was.
I don't care. Which one do we I'm sorry, I want to move forward now. Which one do we want in? Which one do we want to be using? Your employer and your
The
candidate?
solution. So the MSSA solution, I think, is where we'll be working. That's where like independent software
That's
vendors.
always where we're working, but what I'm asking you is what contact form do we want to be working with?
Oh,
In
for
here,
now it's the yeah. For now it's the employer form because I mean, based on the conversation this morning, our understanding was
okay,
we just want to have the employer stuff.
okay. So we have to add it in then, so that it's the one that everybody knows that we're using. So that's this one. Now, the next question is, do we want to add these other fields? Do we want to add these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? Do we want to add these?
Those are going to go in the candidate form if they're not there already.
Well, is the candidate form in here?
It should be. It should be the main form, like the kind of the information it's called usually.
Using final military. Okay, we'll bring them in and we'll pick it apart later. So now, contacts, forms, employer contact. What do we need to do with this? Right, for now, what do we need to do with this? I don't see the
The
timeline.
original. It's on a different tab. It's under details. That can be moved. That's the original kind of issue was the like the account, the subgrid isn't showing account contacts associated with that company. Job
Okay,
postings aren't
so
showing.
so one thing at a time. So which one isn't showing?
Well, contacts. Like if you run the app, you click on a company, Sample Co. You click on the contacts tab. It's not showing you. Like if you add a new contact, Joe Blow works at Sample Co.
Okay, all right, let me save this. It's already kind of published, so let's make sure. I follow. I follow. So let me, uh, okay, that's my original environment. This is the real deal. This is refreshing what we just published. And you're saying if I go to a contact and pick one, which one should I pick? Does it matter?
No, it doesn't matter. But it's not so much the contacts field. There's no subgrid views on the contacts, like employer
Oh,
contacts. It's just for the companies. They'll have job openings and they'll have contacts. under
Okay.
the accounts.
So what do we want a tab here for?
Nothing. This is the contact form is just going to be kind of real vanilla. There's not going to be any kind of subgrids. It's not really going to be connected with too much else except for accounts. This is where the issue lies. If you click on contacts, the contacts tab.
Let me get back here. So accounts being followed. Oh, I'll be darned. Active accounts, ABC Co. Matter of fact, let me follow that guy. Follow. And then let me follow another one just for grins, which is another one Sample Co. we play around with a lot. Let me follow. Okay, then accounts being followed, and then Sample Co. When I hit contacts, we're supposed to be seeing more here.
Well, right now we're seeing contacts that were added in this subgrid. See where it says add new contact, add existing. These were added that way. The only problem is both of these contacts, when you select company for them, they're not associated with Sample Co. Like Joe Doe,
I'll be shit. But they were created there, and then this was changed. Probably.
No, I mean that's a possibility. I don't think. No, that's not what I did. What it is when you can do add existing to any account, and you can add anyone regardless of what company they're associated with. And this kind of goes back to what you were saying with like, trying to limit what the end user can input or change because it could create, problems. But for now, before we implement that, the main issue is just getting these things to show up on these subgrids. Like if you click accounts, there's a few tabs. There's if you click on one of the actual companies. So see contacts, job postings, job applications, right? So contacts, you expect to see all the points of contact with ABC Co. There'll also be, contact entities. Job postings, right? That's connected to the job postings entity, and you'd expect to see all the postings that ABC Co. or openings that ABC Co.
So which one's not working now? Contacts or job postings?
Yeah, those two. Applications is working, right? But the other two.
Okay, so let's go. All right, so got it. Copy. So let's go to the contact, the form. This is the one that we're using. What are we going to do with this one? Is this the candidate form?
That's for veterans. Yeah, like it seems like that's something we'll implement later, I guess, from what I understand.
Okay, so this, you said the contact, it doesn't even have a contact tab. I'm sorry, I have to be under the account.
Yeah, there's the three subgrids for the account, under account. One for contacts, one for the postings, one for the applications. Applications works, the other two don't.
I'm sorry, so now I have to be under the contacts tab. And this is it here.
I do. I just want to, I know I want to do it.
So you can turn the view selector on and have all views. I tried that, still didn't seem to be working.
So from the account.
Oh wait, I think I have an idea. I think I have an idea. Would you just basically create a view and then filter it by contacts that have the company?
Yeah, maybe we did. Did we create much yet? No,
I mean,
yeah, you know what? Let's do that because you don't want to ever you don't want to ever look up somebody that belongs to a different company, right?
yeah, right. Like it's that subgrid could show every contact in the system, so it would have to be
Right.
filtered for just contacts at that employer, which is fine. But then,
So then that means that we need to make a contact view. And I'm going to go to custom. Oh, there aren't any, I guess. So what view? Yeah, so the view it's using now, I think, is active contacts. But we need to do a new one. Name active contacts.
company contacts.
Yeah.
The filter was tripping me up a little bit yesterday. It kept saying like equals, and then I'd have to type in something. So I guess you could just type in the company name and then have it like filtered by that. But I guess you can also have one to filter the type of contact. Okay, that makes sense. Just kind of thinking out loud. Sorry about that. Don't mean to be in
No,
your
you're
ear, bro.
good. No. For now, we need the full name and let's add the company to make sure it's working, which would be account.
I am. Hi,
And then,
I am.
shit, we'll worry about the rest later. That wider. Full name, we'll make that wider.
Hey, it's free.
That's too wide. Account, I want wider. Okay. Save and close. And then account forms, employer, contacts.
I'll be right back. I see what you're doing. I just want to see if it works, but I need to take a second. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Do you want to go here in your stroller? You do so fun. I was wondering, did she pee on all these spots? Did you have to clean them? No, we're trying to do that. We're gonna help you, because I've had my whole house with your holding spots. Do you have to, but you have to spray stuff? Yeah, but I cannot. Oh, no, I think I put it at the commissary. We'll get the spray stuff or a Target or something. Cause I just noticed that, I'm like, you wanna get these up right away because they'll change. There was like one, shampoo, they can use the spot for that. Yeah, you got that straight. All right, I'm glad we took that 10-15 minutes, because I had a few phone
All
calls.
right, I'm back.
I have to teach it to my web designer, did I tell you, I did a web.
Okay, so I'm going to go to my contacts and see who the heck we've got. We've got 10 of them. Let's go ahead and make them real deal companies. Oh, so see, that's interesting. So company does exist here for Recruiter Jones, ABC company, right? But
But
when I
it's
go
not showing.
here,
Yeah,
it's not
because
showing up here. Let's fix that because that's kind of screws everything else up too. Let's fix
it's
this.
on my list.
So this is contacts. The default view for contacts is not showing the proper company. So we go back here, contacts, forms. Oh, it's not going to be a form, it's going to be the default view. my active contacts, the company name is wrong. Let me see something. I bet that that's the wrong field somehow. I bet that's supposed to say, let me see. That's supposed to be account.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Or do we have one for employer?
There's a company lookup might be one. But I believe,
Let's try this one first.
yeah, that should do it.
Let's get rid of this one.
Yeah, and I was like, oh my gosh. And then like 2 days later, I got an email from the team saying he died.
Let's
So I just called him.
full name's a little wide.
I realized I didn't want to, I wanted to give him a few days.
Do we want email or not? Is that overkill or is that what they said?
But like yourself,
I mean, that's, if we're looking at the account and we want to see a contact, might as well include it, right? Because
Yeah. Okay.
you can click through to the contact name, but if you just want to send an email, you can just click the email.
And she's got to say,
Uh,
this is not to give
No
advice
worries.
for
No
anybody,
worries.
and this is
All right. Right now the functionality.
She has to read me every time I
The
talk.
functionality is
And 'cause it's
most
recorded,
important.
so I passed it.
now, but the account we can just
Was that one video for this? Yeah. So
All right.
when I
So
did
I'm
my
back
No,
in the
25, and then I started doing Skyping, because I do Skype calls in Chicago, we're gonna start walking. I know. you're
It still
going,
says
baby. Should
company
we bring
name.
water bottles?
this
Yeah.
see, this is the all contacts view, which is one of the kind of out of the box views.
Okay,
So
well let's mess with it then. So that's all that's this well, which form is it? Or is
well, no, it's the
it's a different view?
yeah. So in
So it's,
the well, you were looking at
what is it? All contacts? This one.
yeah. This is see company name is the that's just kind of out of the box already included.
Well, you know, yeah, she was. You're a smart girl, though. When I did my website when I was 25, it wasn't.
But I think the real tricky part will be the filters on the subgrids for the account. It'll show job postings and it'll show where that comes.
You made me laugh. It's all tricky. It's funny.
Yeah,
Just when I think I got it, it throws me a curve. It's all tricky. That's funny.
yeah.
I don't think. By the way, I don't think I published this. Let me go to my contact entity and publish.
Yeah, and then.
Give me a second here. Well, I'm gonna tell you what. You play with it. Okay.
I have a pretty good. Yeah, this was really helpful. I feel like I have a much better grasp on what needs to happen. I was trying to do it yesterday, where if you look at some of the views that I have in the subgrids, you can't change the view. There's no drop down. I was trying to lock it to one kind of read only view, like to address what you mentioned earlier, so people can't just kind of change and add stuff willy nilly or even accidentally. Um,
Yeah, that didn't fall on John Reynolds very well, but you should never, let's put it this way. You don't ever want anybody at the company, unless it's in their IT department, to go into a sandbox, make a change, and publish. It should be user maintainable without having to mess with what you call code.
Yeah, I know. I like everything that I've been doing that's been a bit weird or wild has been in the trial environment. Like what I'm doing here, it's basically just like kind of alpha testing, right? Like making a change that we're all familiar with, running the app, see if it works. But like it seems like 365 just how it's designed, where if you can't get it to work with any of what we're doing, you can incorporate actual code because it's all running on a web page, right? So you could then have certain things happen on that web page when you pull up a form, enter a field, so on and so forth, and it gets really complex. And that's why I said earlier, like I found some forums where people were talking about stuff, but like the super high level guys aren't exceptionally helpful. So, but
Okay,
that's
so Yeah, no, I hear, yeah, I hear you, and you made me chuckle. As yeah, you're right. It's like do what I tell you to do, unless it's wrong.
Yeah, it was a weird thing. Like Microsoft releases a lot of educational stuff, and a lot of it's copy and paste code, and you try copy and paste and it's not working. But the article giving you this, hey, try it out for yourself kind of tutorial, it's wrong. So you have to figure out what the hell is wrong to get it to actually work. And instead of kind of relying on my knowledge or the stuff that I've already learned, I went to the forums to see if anybody else had the issue. Someone did, and the people trying to help them were not helpful at all. So it was just an
Well,
interesting, yeah,
yeah.
it was an interesting experience. There's a lot of misguidance in certain circles, it seems. So, but we're kind of reeling it back in because that's I think the only reason that will be knowledge from a consultant standpoint is where like if a client is really wants something crazy, you can say, well, you know, we can hire a programmer and they should be able to implement this.
Right. Okay. I'm Robert. I found another way that we can play. Well, not. I found another way we could solve our problems. So look at. So now I'm at the ABC company, and when you go to contacts here, you notice we're missing some. Right. Love you, hon. Right. But now the system does really great stuff, and it creates. You're listening?
Yeah, no, I'm tracking.
Okay, sorry. It creates this related tab, which this is supposed to be the real deal, the powerful pieces of this that work because it's built in. So you notice our job postings aren't, or I'm sorry, the contacts isn't working that we put in. But look at this, the related one that comes with it. Well, maybe it's the second one.
Yeah, I noticed that
This
earlier.
one works. This one
See that.
works beautifully. See, it's got them properly. So the related one, which is built in, works wonderfully. Ours is screwed up. So here's what I want to do. I want to back ours out completely, put theirs in, and be done with it.
What's that last one under activities? There's another
Oh my
contact.
gosh. This last one.
Yeah, because I saw two
Oh,
earlier, and now
that's funny. That's it. Must be a different view because this one has two. This one has one, and the one in the middle has the right one, which is three. So they're three. so we have to dissect it. But you want to do it together to start so we could carry on with our day maybe by want to just start hacking away. Let's get this thing. I want to knock it out. So
yeah, go
the
to the
related one.
original contacts tab. Like, I don't know why that, because I saw two earlier today. I don't know where that third one came from, right?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. But okay. So I don't care. So I'm gonna do is go back to the solution. We got the contact form, which we know isn't, and we're always using employer, and we know that this one isn't helping us any. So we're gonna just, I'm sorry, the account. Yeah, the account form, the contact we know isn't helping us any. So we're gonna get rid of it. Delete, delete, yes. Now the question is, where are the other ones coming from? So we're going to figure that out shortly. But let's save. And let me tell you, you probably did like I did. You did very minute changes to see what the heck happened. I don't even want to make two changes in here right now because everything affects everything else, and it's really easy to get screwed up.
I feel like it's just not dynamically updating. And in some screens, there was a refresh button where it says like add new, add existing, and then it had refresh. And then in other ones, it doesn't. And that's, I don't know what in the
Yeah,
world.
yeah. The other day I came across that as well. So now we're on accounts. We took out the contacts. Let me pick one. We took out the contacts that wasn't working. Now let's see. We still have three. So we have to figure out why there's 3 and pick the one that works. We know one of these works. So now I think that's going to be in relationships, but I'm not sure. So I go back to account. I'm going to look at, I wonder if it's views or relationships. Oh, see, we have two relationships here, both for account to contact. One is company lookup, one is account. Who created this one? Is this a system one? Do you have any idea? This one doesn't say V2W, so I'm guessing this is the wrong, I'm guessing we don't need this one. I'm going to take this out. Tell you what, I'm going to take a screenshot of it in case I screw it up. Then we'll
Yeah, I
just add
think
it back in.
I think that's the one I created when I was trying to get it connected with the account, like the company by name.
Yeah.
So
So there's my, let's put it up above.
interesting. Okay.
One second. Okay, I'm back. And then I want to grab another screenshot of this. What time is it by you?
2. I'm on the West Coast.
And then we put this here. All right, so that we could hopefully unscrew it up. File.
Yeah, it's
Save
kind of like
as.
versions. Like
I know.
version.
I know. Entrepreneurship, veterans to work, screen shots 3. And then we go back here and we close that back here for now. Oh, you know what? Maybe we just, can we deactivate? No. Okay, remove that one. Let's, so we can't publish from here, but can you publish from here? You can. Let's save it. So I'm just doing one thing at a time. Now we're hoping that when we go to the real deal, we're only going to see 2 related contact entities, and we're going to hope that one of them is a working one. So there's 2, there's still 3. So that, like you said, maybe sometimes you have to publish it more. I'm not convinced yet.
No, I think it has to do with how the relationships are set up. So, because like if you click on the relationships under account, there should be some. Many to many we're not worried about right now. It's the weirdest thing is you would create a one-to-many from accounts to contacts, and then you would create a one-to-many from contacts to accounts. Seems like you should be able to just create a many-to-many between the two, but alas, that seems not to be the case.
Okay, so, oh, you know what? We may have them at a higher level also. Let me check that out. You were playing with them at the highest level, and
Yeah, you
that
know
might
how
be
you can
inviting
tell?
us.
And you see where it says the schema name V2W?
Yeah,
That
yeah.
yeah, mine it
I
was
wasn't
saying new.
paying attention, but let's go to the customizations. Customize. Let's see what relationships we have here. Yeah, yeah. So under here, account, relationships,
I didn't add any relationships to the account though.
custom, but there's a but there's a lot more of them. See, we were all playing with our own environment. I might have even screwed it up because look, I've got two, but one is for job postings, one's for employer. There's two here for
Yeah, if you look at the
contact.
first one, I think I did that. Well, I created it on the contact entity, but it shows up here because
And you saw we removed it from the other one, but because it was inherited. In any case, what do you want to? Is this the one? What do you? I think we got to try to yank it out of here and see what happens.
yeah, because it's attached to the company lookup field rather than the account field.
Oh shit.
You can deactivate
Oh,
it.
it's only attached to the employer contact form, but I thought we took it out.
Yeah, I thought we
Employer
did. Hold on.
So the employer contact. Oh no. Oh, the parent entity is contact
It's
employer
because
contact.
hold on, no, hold on. I got it. Oh, here we go. Let me, because the field, the company lookup field, still exists on the form. But I'm going to remove it in a second. Because I made it required.
Yeah, we could add that lookup back in because we already have a relationship. So we could add the lookup back in if we need to under the existing relationship, right? That's what we're hoping.
For the account and not like I did company lookup, so it was like creating a new field with a new relationship that the account entity didn't have. So that could explain.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries.
1 second. I realize I'm missing my background classic rock.
While you're working.
Yeah, I need to have a little bit of music.
Okay, I should have made the changes to the form.
Let me know when you got it.
Yeah, I'll try removing it there.
I might have to refresh, so I'll come back. Bravo. So let's see now if we have what we expect to. So I'm going to go back up from relationships to account, and hopefully I could publish just this entity. Yes. So I'm going to save the entity, publish the entity. Minimize because I want to come back, refresh my solution, and now we're hoping to have one fewer related contacts. So that's good. We've got one fewer. Let's make sure we have the one that still works. This is one, which is not. this one down here is 2. So do we remove the correct one is the question. Or, so I don't think 1 is the answer. 2, so we're missing this recruiter Jones guy. So contacts, call contacts, recruiter Jones guy. Oh, see, this was the one that had the lookup for ABC.
Yeah, okay, that's really weird. So it was the company lookup field rather than looking up the account field. So let me add that to the
Well,
form.
hang on. I want to, first of all, recruiter Jones is a veteran candidate contact type. We should never be able to add that one to an employer. So that makes sense.
That'll be done through the views, right? Like you're pulling up the related.
But right now it's working because we wouldn't expect recruiter Jones, who's a veteran candidate, to be shown under any account, right?
Is
So it's
he
working.
associated with a company?
Yeah, he's not going to show up in a company because he's a veteran contact.
But I mean, is there a filter for that? Generally, there should be a filter for that. The system wouldn't know.
I don't know, but it's working. So I'm not expecting that to be broken yet because recruiter Jones.
I don't think it's working. See how account is blank for him? That's why it's not showing up. If you go back to the list of all contacts.
Okay.
See where it has all contacts, not active. See how account is blank for him? And it's not in the form. What I had was a company lookup field. And that was it was a custom field that I created that would look up an account by name.
And that actually tied it in.
It didn't. It didn't. That was the problem. Like where if I right now go to that form, the employer form, and add a field that'll look up accounts.
No. Don't add anything back in yet. So leave the environment as it is for now because I want to get a real good handle on what the situation is. So
Recruiter Jones is no longer associated with an account. That's why it's not showing up in the related fields.
Yeah. So so right now out of the 10 people that we have Joe Dokes and John Smith under Sample Co.
But those I added manually under the subgrades. And look, Susan Jones isn't an account or an employer either. The way I did it was the active duty veteran. Right. And it seems like a lot of these issues are stemming from I was working in the default solution instead of the kind of MSSA solution.
Well, we obviously do need the account lookup, and that's what you're saying is you're adding it back in using the relationship we already have. You're not adding the relationship back in.
No, I'm adding a lookup field basically. Right.
Okay, got it. And you're adding a lookup field. Does the lookup field already exist?
It's a good question. I think if I use one that
I'll tell you what, let me do it. Just walk me through it. That way I need my head to know exactly what's going on to keep helping. So let me do it. Just walk me through it.
Okay, yeah, for sure.
I don't mean to be a jerk, but you get the idea. Otherwise I can't back out something I don't know what we did.
Yeah, no worries. So here's how I'm doing it in the app designer, right? Like if you so from now on, obviously I'm not going to. So if you go to the actual solution with all the different
Yeah,
forms. Okay, so the
but
form,
but we
the
don't want to be working at the default solution either. We want to be working in MSSA, which
yep.
is here.
You know, I may just have to create a new
The
form.
app designer, that might be. It's good if it's. Yeah, I don't want to say,
Dude,
but
this is what they're teaching now. Yeah, like the courses I took to kind of spin me up on this, they were all through the app designer.
yeah, but you could see that sometimes it's a little tricky to get. Okay, so where does the lookup? The lookup has to go on the contact form.
Well,
Now,
let me see. So here we added the employer contact form this morning, right? Click on that
I
because we're going to
and
be
I'm just
adding it to this. Now, check the solution. Good. So it is the proper solution. So essentially, job title, you could get, well, you would leave that there, but you add a field. Yep, the account field would be the one that would be added.
oh, the account field.
Yeah, because like I said, when I was working in the default solution, none of these were really there. It looks like someone pulled in, or no, when I guess the different grades and I don't know what that GDPR opt out is, but like the certain fields here were pulled in when you imported the employer contact. But like if I'm working in the default solution, as far as I know, I don't see this account field as a custom field anyway.
Is it
But
gonna
that's
fill in? Will it create the full name by itself after you add the first and last name?
yeah, I have it hidden on the form for now, but like if you do like a view, you can use full name.
This job title is just the name of it is. So this is his uh,
That'll be
title.
for an employer contact. Yeah, like
Yeah,
if he's a
I I
manager, a recruiter.
I know. Let me look at. I'm going to look at John Cassar's note and see what he called it. If he called it job title, we'll stay with that.
Yeah, I think so. It's the weird thing is I think job title's already field in the contact form. Like it's not a custom field.
Yeah, he's got it here. Candidate, resident, job title, modify, go into the solution, primary, add the job title. That's what he's calling it. Okay, so be it.
Yeah, and this is the like it's not a custom solution. It's just part of the contact form.
Now,
So yeah,
is this account going to inherently be a lookup
yeah, it's a custom field. So someone in this solution created it. I'm gonna guess
account
it's
lookup
well, you would
view?
go to details. That's just the views. You go to details, the third tab all the way at the top, and then yeah, edit there, and this will bring you into like the
It's a lookup. Yeah.
yeah. Okay, all right, cool.
So I'm
So
saving, publishing, and then and then we're both, I guess, testing the real deal now, right?
more or less, yeah. I feel like maybe some of these contacts that were created before the functionality was there may have to be deleted because they may.
Well, or we just go ahead and add a real company to them.
If that
So,
works, then yeah, that'll be great. We can do
okay,
that.
I'm at Recruiter Jones. Let's go ahead and add him then now to the which one, ABC or Sample Co?
We'll do ABC.
Okay. Now, how do you save? Look at my screen, if you will. How do
All the
I?
way at the bottom right, all the way at the very lower bottom right of your screen, it says unsaved changes and has a tiny little disk.
You've got to be shitting me.
Right? Yeah, I thought the same thing. I was like, what in the world?
You've got to be shitting me. You would expect it to be right up here.
Yeah, I don't know.
You've got to be kidding me.
Yeah, so it's weird.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's a work in progress from what I gather. I mean, Dynamics is 2016 is when the current iteration has really been released, right? So
Yeah,
it's
well,
like,
Yeah, I know. They're doing something now that they call agile development. In other words, put out
Yeah.
whatever shit you have now and hope that people will pay you for it, and then refine it later. I don't like agile development. I want
Yeah.
I want it to be good, comprehensive, and work. I don't want to pay for shit that doesn't work because you're using me to test your stuff.
Yeah, I feel you. I've been taking like project management type courses to get the like organization of how to create an app down, and it's all agile. It's all minimally viable product, and then you add stuff later. And honestly, it feels like
Yeah,
that's what we're doing.
no, that's a millennial. I don't know how old you are, but that did not come from my generation. I'm 53. That did
Oh,
that did
yeah.
not come from my Steve Jobs would never. Matter of fact, Steve Jobs waited for everybody else to do that agile bullshit, and then he came up with what was spot on and excellent.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like a lot of stuff nowadays, though, is so interconnected. Like when I was learning how to create websites using JavaScript, they have what they call dependencies. And like you use someone else's code to help you do stuff easier or quicker. And then someone changes that code. So then you have to change yours. So it's just this like programs nowadays are almost like living organisms. Like there's always
I
just going to be
I
changes.
know, I know,
It's,
but again, it's
oh,
it's a
I hear you.
nightmare for it's a nightmare for the users. It's a nightmare for the users.
Oh, I hear it. And don't get me started on subscription-based software, right? Like I want Microsoft Word. I want to type a letter. Oh, you have to pay X amount per month. So it's like, come on, man.
I'm gonna get rid of this subgrid guy just because I haven't tested with deleting stuff, and I want to,
Yeah, go
and
for
then
it.
and then this one, and then this one, and then we'll go ahead and make him. We'll get rid of this one also. All right, so I think we're kind of in business. So let's go ahead and add one from the contacts. First name, Henry Aldrich. Job title at the company, owner. Nope, actor. Account. Look, okay, so this was one that was existing, and we could add them to Adobe. And then up here you could say save, but down here you could say.
Right? Yeah.
I love it, man. Okay, then I'm going to go back to all contacts, my active contacts, because I am the one that added them in. All the contacts, Henry Aldrich. If I go to Adobe, there's only one for Adobe. No, how many are Adobe? One, only
I
one.
think
But if I go to Sample Co, where there's one, two, there's two for Sample Co. So if I go to Sample Co, I want to see Joe Dokes and John Smith. And when I'm here and I go to the company, we took out the contacts, I think, but if I go to related, I should see, in one of these, I should see Joe Dokes, which I do, and John Smith, and then in the other one, I don't know. We don't see anything. So we have to figure out how to get rid of this guy, the one that's broken.
I don't know what's going on with the related tab.
Well,
That's
related comes from inherited relationships because we already deleted one and we saw. So now we have to go back up to the top.
but I mean we can add a subgrid that'll show because that's what's needed. It needs
Yeah,
contact.
but we have to get rid of we have to whittle out first, like we did already. We still have to whittle out that related piece that's broken.
Oh, I
So
see what you're saying. So there's
yeah,
there's like a relationship with no, okay.
that's right. I presume it's at the default. I presume it's at the highest level, but I'm not 100% sure. So I'm looking now for another accounts to contacts relationship, and then we're going to have to do our best to figure out which one to remove. And it could be either at accounts. Well, the last one was at account. So let's see if It's also, so I'm going to
Yeah, I would
custom.
say new as the prefix.
So account to contact we know is good. None of these are to contact. So I don't think we have to mess with those. Let's go to here and custom, and there are none. And then end to end, custom, and there are none. So now we're going to go to contact. So training,
Yeah,
job,
there it is.
okay.
See that first one, new contact. That's going to be it.
No, because that's not contact to account. I'm looking for one contact to account. It might be here. See, contact to account. Now the question is, which is the good one? So we've already got one under account. Now we have another one under here. You see what I'm saying? We've got,
Yeah, I'm hearing you. There's
we have to
a
delete one. We have to delete one. I don't know which one. So I'm going to take a screen. So,
hold on, because what I understand about relationships and when they're created, see, this is a many to one. But if we go to the account entity, it would be a one to many, and that's where the connection is, right?
well,
So
let's see if, is it the same exact name? Schema
it'll be,
name.
yeah, it'll be reversed. It'll be like V2W contact
Well,
account contact
if
thing.
I delete this one, are you saying I'm also deleting the other one at the same time?
My understanding of relationships, then how the delete function works, I don't know. But like when you create one, it automatically creates like if you create a one to n on a specific entity, whatever entity that's connected with, an n to one will be created automatically.
Well, we know we have two, and we have to get rid of one of those relationships. Well,
I I have a real void in like that related kind of tab function. I have such a dearth of knowledge. Like I just don't know enough about it to really comment. As far
okay,
as the
so
relationships, yeah.
let's do this then. So, okay, so I'm now working in the, yeah, this happened to me too. So, but because I made changes since so what I'm going to do is we're going to test that. So I'm going to go, I want to be working in now the MSSA solution. So, and I want to get a handle on which relationships are here. And it may be a little more work, Robert, but it'll help me anyway. So okay, I don't have, so there's account to contact. It's called V to the account, contact, account, from account, contact, ACA, and then from here, account, contact, account. So that's got to be the same one, right?
I mean, that's my understanding of how relationships work. A one to n on one entity will automatically create an n to one on its related entity.
Sounds like it should. So here's what we'll do. We'll test it. We're going to make a new one rather than delete a good one. We're going to make a new one, and we'll go to contacts. Oh, not contract, but contact.
I know I've been doing that the whole time.
So we're going to call this VFR, and display name VFR, and I'll just leave the rest as a default. The name is VFR ID. Call it what you will. Account to contact VFR. Save and close. Now we'll see if it exists under the contact, which it should. So it's a 1 to N. Here you believe it'll be at N to 1.
Exactly. Yeah.
And it is, VFR. So now if I delete it from here,
Yeah, will it be deleted from the other one? So I don't know. I've never tried it. I assume so, but I don't know.
yeah, it should. So now it's no longer here, and it should no longer be here. There should only be one. Okay, so now if we delete this one, we're going to screw ourselves. So we have to find out, and this is where I think we're both, we have to find out here why it thinks, I'm sorry,
Yeah, the related tab. I mean, what kind
why
of?
it has 1 and 2.
It's related common.
And they're different. If they were both the same, I would say, well, one is the contact to account, the other one is account to contact. But so there's 2, and that's
Well, you know what's weird? Job applications isn't in there, but we saw that there was a relationship created.
well, I
Like, look.
think I found out how that worked, and I was able. Oh, I think I know what it is. It's under the navigation of the form. Ah, I remember, because I removed it. So what I did was I took it from the related and I put it over here, and that's why it no longer. I got it. Ah, I'm so yeah. I got to tell you,
Okay,
man,
that would explain.
I've been up and down and up and down. this
Yeah,
whole process has been just. So here it is. If I've got this right, let me close my environment. Let me go make sure we're working in the right. I don't want the big solution. I want the app designer. Nope. I want the solutions. I want the MSSA vet. And then I'm trying to tie this in with my daytime job. So now that I'm working all day, I'm planning to work, most of this evening, with my daytime job. Thankfully, I could kind of. So here it is. I'm hoping it's going to be here. I don't want to lose any more credibility than I already have. So, do you see along here? See these common? These are the related navigation entities. See, there's a contacts and a contacts. You go here and you go to navigation, and then you can highlight it and say remove.
Okay, all right, that makes sense.
So
Yeah,
what
I've
we
seen
do is,
like.
so when we finally get the one that works, we're going to put it in here under a tab and remove it from both of these, because we don't want them, at least I don't want a user to be confused with, well, what's this one versus what's the one in here under the tab. So now we have to, now I don't know. So if I double click on contacts, I should be able to see some properties and make sense of which one of these is the right one.
That's customer, which we're not using.
Is that
We're
right?
using,
Okay.
as far as
So then
I
let
know,
me
yeah.
go to the other one.
Yeah, check that out.
Oh, I guess I have to just highlight it and maybe say change properties.
Well, so job postings is there.
And this is it, V2W, right?
Yeah, that's the right one.
So we presume we're going to get rid of this one.
I found if you click remove rather than press delete, it works a little bit better for whatever reason.
Okay, so now let's say save. I was I was very happy when I learned how to use this piece.
Yeah, I saw that, and it seemed like when you create an entity, it allows you to select different things like sales, marketing, training. Whatever you select will show up on that kind of.
That's right, because and that's the power. That's the power of this. As a coder, well, here's the thing. If we didn't care about the tabs, like these tabs are really just making it look more pretty, because we don't need any of these tabs. They will automatically show up here.
You're
Like job
improving the
posting.
user experience,
That's
and that's
yes,
important.
yes.
Yeah.
But again, for a team that's using this for people who are savvy, you would rather only spend for your money for $5 of programming and use what's built in than for $40 of programming and get the bells and whistles that are not necessarily built. You get the idea. That are not necessarily built in.
Yeah, I mean, from my experience, most of these are designed to do everything themselves eventually. That's like I've worked in accounting, and it's pretty common where it's like, oh, thank you, but we have a system that does it now. We only need two people instead of 20. Good luck.
Oh, that's yeah. And I tell you, and as a developer, I'm right in the middle now, Robert. Whether I like to have custom control of everything that I build, or whether I want to use out of the box stuff. I'm right in the middle. I'm not convinced on the out of the box stuff, but that's because it took me about 3,000 hours to get fluent in Access. So after I've done 3,000 hours in here, I'll be able to make an intelligent decision.
Until they change it, which right? Yeah,
Well,
but,
yeah, the tweaks are those are relatively easy to keep up with. But
uh, so yeah,
okay,
no, I mean, I'm kind of with you. One of my primary concerns when creating an app is like we're creating it using Dynamics 365. Like, how do the licenses work? Does Microsoft get a cut? Like, if you create an app that's distributed on the Microsoft App Store, do they get a cut? Do you own it? Do they own it? How does that all work after all it's all said and done? And that's kind of why like someone suggested I learn like Tableau, Alteryx, and some of these similar kind of program like software solutions, and I just went to like straight Java. Let me create everything from scratch. That way I own it. I know what it can do. But that introduces a whole lot of other concerns.
it sure
Security,
does.
like for this, you create an app and all of a sudden there's a bug, not a bug, but some kind of security issue. It's all Microsoft more or less. If you create something from scratch and there's a security issue, it's like,
Well, that's the
yeah,
thing. So from a developer standpoint, like when I'm developing here and the system's running slow or there's glitches, right? How am I going to call Microsoft and tell them that my development environment isn't working properly for me, right? How are they going to get involved in that? And right, but if it's my own Visual Studio on my own computer on the server at my company and it's the code that I wrote, now I've got nobody to blame but myself. So
yeah,
the
yeah.
fact the
And
fact the fact that the entire industry, well, here's the thing. I bet you, well, first of all, well, so here's I think that developers that are making $50 to $150 an hour, they may not care. But I could tell you this, the managers, the managers really preferred to have it all on Microsoft because they don't have to now manage their server, they don't have to manage their security, they don't have to manage their IT department. The managers just say, "Hey, it's Microsoft stuff. They gave us what should all work. It's my hands are washed of it. My whole department is washed of whether it works or not. That's between my developers and Microsoft. So the managers are going to love it, and the accountants are probably going to love it too because it's just like one check to one person instead of buying new software, buying new licenses, making sure that everybody's got it installed on their computers. So,
yeah,
but don't,
honestly, to that point, it's not entirely true because it seems like you can add different bits and pieces to Dynamics, and they're all separate licenses and costs and so on. So there's still some complexity there, unfortunately, but
oh,
it's all
yeah.
company at least.
Okay, so I think we're working now. So we've got the related and the contacts are working. I've got the two for sample co. So
Again, though, this isn't through a subgrid; it's through that related contacts view.
yeah,
So
so
if
now
we
so we want to bring it in. But I'm just establishing we've got what looks like we want to have. So then we have to put it into a tab, right?
subgrid, yeah. And you know what? Actually, this brings up a point earlier because apparently we can kind of lock tabs based on security settings. It may be through that navigation bar rather than the subgrid. Um,
Well, Yeah, we're
Yeah,
gonna let them worry about
that's an
that
issue
later,
for
right?
yeah, true.
Okay, so now let's go ahead and put in the, so that now we're going to modify our account form employer. The music's too loud. You could probably hear it louder than I can. By the way, am I talking loud?
No, that's yeah, reasonable.
Because I'm wearing a headset with the big old cushy ears, so I can't hear myself speak. So I think I'd speak louder than if I just had an open mic or, okay. So now we have to add the contacts. So I'm going to like to have a one tab section.
This would be a subgrid.
Okay, that's what we want, a subgrid.
Well, actually, it'd be a subgrid on the tab. Yeah, you're right.
So there is the contacts, and then inside of this, we're going to put a subgrid, and this is going to be contacts. It knows the keywords we've already been using, and this is going to be only related records from accounts. No, from only related records from contacts, and the default view should be, what do you think the default view should be? I think all contacts. What do you think? All right, you're muted, I think.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I think it should be a custom view because we just want to see the contacts that are associated with that account. Where the entity is, see where it says contacts and then account in parentheses? I don't know if it automatically brings in just the contacts associated with this account because of
Oh,
that, or
didn't we make a view?
sort of. Account,
Oh, but the
active, I've made one like the
company. Here it is. Is this a company contacts look? No, wait a minute. This is the.
That's the old company lookup field. It's I created a few like active contact subgrid. See where it says
I
subgrid
I
view.
I think I made this one. This was the. This was filtered on.
We'll click on it and click edit. We'll see. We did edit one, so it should just show the contacts associated with this company. Like if we run it now, will we see every contact in the system, or will we just see the contacts associated with that account?
So we're on the main account view, and we're adding in the contacts. I think it could be only related records, contacts, all contacts is going to be fine because it's going to be all of the contacts that are related. This is going to be fine.
By the account field, I think that's the case as well. And then
Because
we can edit it.
yeah, it's a built-in entity. It knows.
Yeah, let's give her click
Well,
run and see.
again, let's fail fast. Let's fail fast. If it doesn't work, then we'll come back and do the next thing. So let me get to my real. I'm hitting the refresh on the wrong screen. I'm over here. I need to be on accounts, and I need to pick an account, and then I need to look at. So there should be two. There we are, Recruiter Jones and Jane Doe. And then if I go to Simple Co. Contacts, Joe Dokes John Smith. If I go to contacts and I look at Joe Dokes John Smith, they better be with Sample Co. and they are. So we're good. What else? What's the next thing we have to do?
Okay, yeah. So the only other, it was the same issue, but with job postings.
Right.
Applications, it works. Job postings, it was just the same issue.
Okay.
Um,
So, all right.
I
So
could
we're
do
on.
that if like I could give that a whirl because you just went through and did it with contacts, so I understand kind of how to do it. I can do it through for the job posting. So when you look at the account, you should be
I'll
able
tell
to
you
see
what.
any.
Take the screen. You've got the screen. Then yeah. You take. You. It's all yours.
Okay, let's see here. Am I sharing my screen? Yeah, yeah, I am.
I
Okay.
see it.
Uh, all right. So first, let's work in here, which I wasn't doing, which seemed to be causing no end to headaches. Okay. Entities. Okay, so job postings. All right. Well, it looks like you have two. Okay, that's a card. This is the main form. Okay.
You hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
All right. Employer. So I think we want to have this as the account lookup. And then that way, yeah, it's so I'm going to add a field, just the account field. Interesting. Why isn't it showing up here?
The employer. I wonder if the employer is the account field. Double click on it.
It said V2W employer. So it seems to be attaching itself to a different field. See, account employer.
Oh, but it's a lookup. Oh, that's a lookup.
Oh, it
So which
has
one
the
are you?
relation there.
Yeah. So you're looking at job postings. So that should inherently.
I don't think this relationship exists. See, job postings are related to job application, which it should be. But it also has to be related to account. But yeah, but we're going to do the relationship on this end because we're going to have one account can have multiple job postings.
Oh, wait. Does it not exist? Oh, it doesn't exist. Yes.
Yeah, the
Good.
relationship wasn't there. So once we get
Good.
this, yeah, it
Good.
should.
Good. Good.
What? Any relationship is not unique. Interesting.
Two heads are better than four, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why it said it wasn't unique. You didn't create it, right? Because this is related to the. Oh, maybe it was just named incorrectly. It was right contact. New one to many. One account can have multiple job postings.
If you
Account
created it, it's got to be there somewhere. Are
job
you creating
posting.
it again?
Well, it wouldn't let me create it. It gave me an error. Oh
What
wait,
is?
it said it wasn't a unique. Let me. Hold on, I'll do exactly what I did. It should give me the same. Or you know what? It could be this. This could be what's causing it, not the actual. See? And I download the log file, and yeah, schema name for entity relationship is not unique. Oh, it's same name. Okay, so yeah, that is it. All right. So We could do, I won't do account just because that's what it is. So, nope, it's not it. It seems like this relationship already exists. We just don't know where. And I mean, we're in the MSSA environment. It's not in the want to make sure it's not in the default solution.
Hmm. No,
So, yep.
go to the other view. Let me show you where the other view is for the default solution.
Okay.
That screws me up. Go back to okay, yeah, nope, stop. Go to settings at the top, settings next to Dynamics 365. Nope, not that settings. Sorry,
Yeah.
that one.
Gotcha.
And a meeting. Sorry. Go to
Yeah,
customizations, customizations, and then customize the system.
Okay. Be under job postings.
Oh, I was making maybe some of these from the app designer. It'll be interesting to see what happens.
No, it's still so. I mean, there's the postings to application relationship. What is it related to the accounts at all? I mean, even in activity pointers. What application? What in
Go
the
to the many
world?
to one too. If you can't find it there, go to many to one.
Oh, that's interesting. Um,
Account to
many-
job postings. It's already there. The one right above, right?
oh no, this is okay. This is it. Credit. Okay.
You know what? Can you oh shit. Does that not exist at the other level? So that's a many to one. Go back to the other environment. I bet it's there.
I just looked. Like it should be here, right?
Yeah, that's what we expect.
Contact. Okay, job postings. Okay, so it's here, but I was literally just looking at the MSSA solution.
It's got to be there.
Shit, what's shit am I in now? Hold on a
Yeah,
second.
I just close it. Just close the screen if it's not the right one. That way you won't accidentally be in the close that screen. That way you
This,
won't
yeah,
be in the wrong one accidentally.
yeah,
No,
this is the
yeah,
default solution. This
that's
is
the
the big,
default solution.
yeah. So let's go
Go
to,
to settings. Nope, from right where you. Oh, you already got it open. But see, now that you've got it open, but I don't know if it's refreshed. But I don't know. I don't think we changed anything anyway.
weird.
Is it under many? Is it on?
This is MSSA. So yeah, it looks like it's one of those, another case where it's in the default solution, but it's not existing in this solution.
Well, do you want to bring it out of the default solution or bring it in? Do we want to kill it in the default solution or do we want to bring it in? We may as well bring it in because we know something's using it, right?
If it works, so yeah, and yeah, if it works, then for sure. So let's see.
I don't mind deleting it.
It might be easier just to bring it in. Okay, there's two of them. See, field name employer, right? That's not something we're using account, so it'll link it together. With employer, it's not going to actually work. Job postings, relate primary account, referential field name, job postings. And this is a one-to-many. I think this is a bit backwards. So, like
I
one
tell you
job,
what, yeah,
you want to
I would
delete them?
rather I would rather delete them and then start over. We
Okay.
know what we need. We know what we need. I would delete them from the default solution. And if we step on somebody, we'll just be stepping on ourselves.
Yeah, I don't really think that would be the case at all. Like we both kind of had know what changes are being made. Job postings. All right, I don't know what happened to it. So, okay, they count the job postings. There's 2 here, right? And so far, so good, but they're in the default solution. So, we're just going to delete these and then recreate them in the MSSA solution, right?
That's my guess. What?
Yeah, because the one field name especially is employer. Yeah, it's going to be in a few different forms. It's going to be in a few different forms. So I think let me
Why don't we
try
bring
some.
it in? Maybe we bring in one. Try to delete the other one. Maybe we should bring it in. I'm afraid that there's so much going on with apps, job apps, and job. I don't know. Do what you think is best. I'm on the fence between deleting it and bringing it in.
It's how much work is associated with it. I think the only concern I have is like it's linking to the employer field, whereas the accounts have like their account title field, which is the employer. Um, so like here, job postings. Okay, so it looks like it's working now. Um, applications. Right,
Oh, what did you? What? Wait a minute. You mean you made a change? What change did you make?
No, I didn't make any changes. So I don't. We were talking about this earlier this morning. It seems like it's actually working now. Job posting. If I create a new job posting, we'll do employer, and it's the title of it, but it's connected with account. So ABC Co. Server openings 1. They posted. Let's do today's date. Save. Oh, how do I always do that? All right, so we'll just create it one for a cat, ABC Co. Oh, that's test 1. What? It's not working as I expected. Oh, the server, ABC Co. Right? Accounts, ABC, go. Job postings. Refresh. Oh
Go to
my goodness.
related. Yeah, go to related. Let's see if it's in there.
Yeah, there it is.
Ah, so we've got the same problem. It's funny. I was working yours, now you're working mine.
Yeah, it's yours has an extra level of complexity because the postings is attached with applications, so there's like more. It's a little more intricate. That's why I like deleting it, and you have to go through in each form and find where it's related. So,
But that's
I don't
good.
know
You
why
know
this
what?
owner.
I worked myself in circles, so maybe you'll be more clear-headed to fix this because like today, I have a ton of more knowledge than I had 2 days ago when I built it. But I ran in circles, I think.
Let's test the context, right? Let me make sure this is working. So, okay, there's only one contact with Testco. Let's add another one here. See. Okay, Testco. Save accounts. All accounts. Really? I don't know why does that do that? That's weird. I have two-factor authentication. So, and okay, good. Don't need to do it. Okay, so Testco should have two contacts now, and it does. Okay, it logs me out, but it has them. You still there, Victor?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, cool. For what you said, you have kind of a day job too. So if you want, I feel like I can make this happen with the postings. So when it shows up on accounts, you Testco, if they have a job posting, it should show up here. I feel like I can make
Go to related. Does it go to related? Does that one work under job postings?
that.
Yeah. So yep. I'm confident that you'll, if you want to circle back in 2 hours or not at
Yeah.
all.
It's up to you. We're going to be meeting again tomorrow morning, right? So I feel like this is something that I can do just kind of based on what we were both doing so far. And then I can shoot you an email. You're 3 hours ahead of me or behind me?
Behind you. It's
Behind,
noon.
right?
It's high noon right now.
Okay, cool. So after I make the changes, I can just send you an email.
Yeah,
From what
dude.
it sounds like, yeah, it sounds like John wanted some other things added to this too, right? I know one thing I have to fix, but we should be able to, and like after I make this change, come Friday, if we add a new contact, we can select. We'll add a new employer contact. We'll just stick with that for now. They'll show up with their associated company. Posting by a company, we'll see with their associated company. An application by a veteran. Because of the kind of change where the different contact types aren't going to be really coming into play just yet, won't have to worry about that too much. It could be a weekend project, but for now, getting the job postings to show up with the related company through a subgrid and not this guy is kind of, I feel like I can take care of that today.
All right, my friend.
You
That sounds
want,
nope.
it's your call. If you want to watch, by all means. If not, I'm just like you said, it's kind of a day job, right? So it's if you have to take care of something, go for it. In the meantime, if you want to watch, go for it.
No, and I think if you're going to be working in the legacy designer there, I I don't I don't think we'll have some of the other confusion that might occur when you're working from the app designer also. So I feel better about that.
Yeah, I didn't realize exactly what that was doing. I thought making changes to the app. I didn't understand exactly how it was connected to the solution. It seems like the app and the environment and where the data is stored for these containers, these entities, is how I was operating. But it
Yeah,
seems like,
the same with me. And I think I put in duplicate stuff because I didn't see it in the lower level solution, but a lot of stuff already existed in the default solution. So I
yeah,
think it
I
threw us
don't,
both for a loop.
yeah, and I mean, practically speaking, it just seems odd. Like, I guess, like, the sales app, right? Like the out of the box sales app will have all these different solutions. Like if you're selling widgets or if you're selling like crops, right? There may be some different things that you add. So, um, yeah, it's pretty heavy stuff. For now, I think creating a solution and then building an app from that solution is how we'll be doing it. Um, So for now, the only kind of hiccup I'm stuck on right now, but it's basically just when I got to delete those relationships or pull them into the solution, right? The account postings, it's in the default solution, but it's not in this MSSA
I,
solution.
you know what? I would pull them in because most of the stuff is working. Like, and the related navigation tab is
Mm,
working. So I think pulling them in because I think pulling them in is probably a better bet than not pulling them in.
yes, there's two here, right? This one I understand. This one I don't. So it's related to the account entity. These are the fields that it's kind of tied to. Job postings as a field on the account entity? Like, would that be like if you're creating a new company, would you also create job postings? Or would you look up job postings?
Well, let me see. Let me go slide back to the left. So it goes from the primary entity of the account as the account. And then what's the related entity? Job postings. Well, all job postings belong to an account. They don't belong to a contact.
True. Now, we can associate them
What I
later.
don't know is why there's two of them. Both account to job postings, and then one goes to the field of job postings. The other goes to the field of the employer.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
yeah.
employer field, it seems like just from running the app, functionally, it seems like the same as the account name. Um, but because there's ties between application and postings, it seems like and I was doing the same thing where I'd create a field, a lookup field from like new field because that's what the lessons were saying. Instead of using like an existing field in this solution. So I'm going to pull in just this one for now. Um, and we'll see how that works. Oh, good.
Yeah, let's see what kind of things are there.
So, yeah,
And
active.
how many of them are there?
Okay, so that's a separate. Okay, yeah, that's the relationship for postings to applications. I think there's no way to maximize this. Yeah, application postings, account to postings. That's good. Okay, count. This one, Okay, this one I created. And that's again in the default solution. I think you can tell by new where it has the prefix new. We can delete that, but we'll bring them in and just remove them if need be. I guess I have to refresh.
That's the one you brought in on the bottom? Job postings to employer field?
It is, yeah. But it's a many to one. Yeah, yeah, okay, that's right. Yep, many job postings, one employer account. This we can delete. It shouldn't be related to anything. Okay, good. And okay, so let's check the account. Make sure that job postings, okay. Unexpected.
You know what? I could be, I've got my other computer right next to me, so I could be listening. I'll be here on mute doing my other work. So whenever you're tired, just whatever. I mean, I may as well just leave it up and running while you're making progress. I forgot, or I didn't forget. I didn't think I could work I could work on my other job while I'm kind of listening.
Yeah, okay, yeah, do what you gotta do, man. I'll be here. Um, right, Victor, you there? Where'd you go? I don't know.
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay. I fixed it. I got it. So it's working now. I brought in the relationship that you created and kind of just I don't know, made it work on the MSSA solution. Where are we at? Yeah, here we go. So accounts, we can look at all accounts. We'll do sample co, job postings, and there you go. There's all the ones associated with sample co. Accounts, we'll do Tesco, job postings, all the ones associated with Tesco.
Nice. Now, are they? Do you have when you go to related? Do you also see job postings?
Yep, it's the
Let's
same
take.
thing.
Go ahead and take that out of there.
Okay. Where was I? Here we go. It's postings.
No. Well. Okay.
Isn't it in the form or the navigate view? That's where I'm going to. That's correct, right? Or is it an account? It's going to be an account.
Yeah. Matter of fact, we probably want to get rid of a number of those. I don't want. I think John Reynolds would agree. We don't want any crap in there. Like we want to get rid of documents, connections. We want to get rid of documents, connections, playbooks. We could get rid of. We want to leave activities. I think the activities. We want to leave training sites. Well, training sites eventually is going to come up under into a tab.
Okay, there we go. So
Get rid
yeah,
of
I mean,
get rid of entitlements. Get rid of a number of those. Get rid of the entitlements.
well,
You
hold
know,
on. This is Sarita's entity, right? This is what she was working on. I feel like it might be good for her to understand that. I don't know if she wants to. She seems busy, so
oh, yeah. We certainly don't want to. Yeah, I didn't realize this is her baby.
yeah, more or less. I mean, a lot of these, however, it's not like she created them. These are just inherent with the account entity. Now, it does look like she did the forms right, right? So there's only two that are related to this in this solution, anyhow. Whereas
Yeah.
like, that's on my to-do list. I have a few forms for now. Like I said, I don't know. I'm stuck with doing two different forms and kind of restricting access to data. It seems like a fair amount of work because you have to restrict it on the input side. You have to restrict it on the output side. And then all the connections that are made, right? Like you're doing lookup fields. If you're on a company and you go to look up contacts, you just select all contacts and boom, you can see all the a veteran's name, right? Maybe they don't want a recruiter to see it. I don't know. There's just certain considerations there. It's
I
something to
hear.
consider.
I know. I hear you. I completely understand. And then you got views associated with the. Well, you don't have views associated with the form. It's associated with the entity. So that's even trickier, right? So.
Yeah, yeah, and you can do restrictions on entities, right? But like from what I gathered, like a couple weeks ago or so, the contact entity, we only want to use one because it's the out of the box entity with all these cool bells and whistles
I
that.
know it would be the best thing if we could just duplicate the contact and call one employer. I know, I know. I've gone around and around on that one since day one. There's whoever, somebody thinks you don't want to have two contacts, but it's goofy. They are two contacts.
Yeah,
They're they are.
I
It's not like any one of them is interchangeable. It's completely two separate universes. They don't intersect. And if,
Yeah,
well,
and
they
this is
they
the problem
they
we're
may
just.
they may, but in the but they may, but it's rare and it's not made. Robert, I'm with you 99% on that
Yeah, yeah, and that's why originally when I very first started, like when I first jumped into this, I was creating two separate entities. Like I was like, yeah, I'll create an employer contact entity and a candidate contact entity, and if I want to integrate Outlook, well, then you can do that. You can do that with a custom entity and so on. But like, I guess the out of the box entities have a lot, like a whole lot. So probably like John mentioned, cost considerations from a client standpoint. Like Microsoft Flow, like if we want to incorporate business processes, I don't know. I might be wrong, but that might cost more. Like it might be a separate license that you have to purchase. I don't know. I don't know enough about that, but it seems like there could be a
one.
gotcha
Well,
for
yeah.
a
Well,
potential client.
yeah, yeah. No, I I know. And in our case, you wouldn't use those flows for both band. I mean, you wouldn't use the flows interchangeably. It's a completely different kind of. Uh, yeah,
Yeah, yeah. The
that's like
flows is
that.
a thing
That's
unto
like
itself.
that's like if you're making Monster. If you're making Monster.com, who would say that the contact applying for the job is treated exactly like and managed exactly like the person who posted the job,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
That's not the same content. They're not in any way, shape, or form used in the same way. One is applying for a job, the other one's hiring them. They're
yeah.
never interchangeable.
Yeah, and it's doable through forms, right? Like I figured that out. It's doable through fields, but that'll take a lot of work. That's like, you can do security roles for specific fields and for specific forms, but like tabs, I haven't figured out how to do it. Now that navigation pane, maybe, maybe there's a way to associate security roles with those, but heck if I know how to do it now anyway.
We'll let
Uh,
Julie Yak wrestle with that one. You know what? Now that you're done with my piece, let me make sure that the rest of my piece is done. Can you go ahead and go to account, job postings? Oh, you're already there. Account. No, I'm sorry. Go to account and then select one, then go to job postings. John wanted to make sure that the job title was clickable, which it is. So go to test position 1. And then when you're in there, you actually see perfect. So that's done. Now uh, we need the company or the employer showing on the job postings. So it's there, right? Employer, good. Oh, I'm sorry, from the left-hand navigation. So go to job postings in the left-hand navigation. There you go, job postings, and then we've got employer. So now go ahead and add a new one from the left-hand panel. Did you try this yet?
No, yeah, I did. I added one for Testco, the server position.
From the
We can do it.
left-hand from the
Yep, we
left-hand
can
nav.
do. Yeah, yeah, we can do another one. So what? Test one go because I don't think there's any jobs. I don't know. Custodian openings one. They post it. We'll do today. Save. Okay.
Now
So
click on test co, go back.
we
No,
can
no,
do.
no,
Okay, we
no,
can
no,
do it
back
anyway.
what?
And okay, custodian.
This is another thing. Click on test co and then click on job postings.
Yep.
Custodian, beautiful.
Yep.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
That's
So
funny.
it worked.
I feel like if I would have fixed my own work, I feel like it would have taken me 10 times as long as it took you. I don't, for some reason, I was too far in the forest. I didn't even know I was in a forest.
Yeah, honestly, I had the same thing with the different solutions, right? The default solution and then the solution we're working with. That's a huge. I mean, that sheds a light on a lot of different items. So that'll
Yeah.
certainly make.
Click on
Yeah.
custodian and I want to see if there's a job description.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
it's, I
We need to make go back to that form and let's make that let's make that like 10 lines or something, or 20 lines for this job. Let's go to the designer view. I hope it's a multi-select. So go to job postings, go to the fields. First of all, go to the fields. Nope, not the form.
yeah, I was gonna go there through the form, but okay.
Oh, I didn't, yeah, but it's not editable, is it?
Yeah, you double click it and it should bring up the same view as we're gonna see here, but job
Oh, then
description, right?
I want you to show me that also then. It's the fourth one down.
This guy?
No, yeah, yeah, that must be a job description. I didn't make it actually. I took what was already there, I think. I don't think I
This,
made this job description.
that's, I mean, you wrote
Oh
that you
yeah, yeah,
created.
yeah, created VFR, yeah.
See how it says new? That
Yes.
means in the default solution.
Now I
I
don't
think.
know. I wonder if I made it from just like, see all those created by VFR? Those, I wonder if I was making those from, oh, I was working from the app designer but I was editing the form, and then from the form I was creating them.
Well,
Those are going,
yeah, when you do the app designer, when you go to edit a form, it brings up a view similar to what we're seeing here. So it's if you're not specifically looking,
oh,
or if you don't know to look, yeah.
I wonder if those are gonna piss off John.
I mean, we're
Because he
students.
wanted,
Can't be
I
too.
remember at one point he wanted them all to begin with V2W. So that was the problem.
Yeah,
Oh,
I noticed that. Julie was like, "Hey, don't do that." So there's some things going on in the default solution that, like, I don't know, maybe we'll have to clean up. But I mean, what do you expect, right? We're
what
kind
should we bring them all in to the and then rename them? Well,
I
even if
feel
we
like
bring them
even
in,
if we bring them
even
in,
if
they still exist, right?
they're still part of the default solution. So, oh, well, anyway,
Now,
double
this is
click
the
on it.
sandbox. Yeah, this is the sandbox. We can recreate it in the production environment, or import it in the production environment.
Okay, that's a multi-line text. Okay, now let's go to the form. It'll never be 2000 rows. But yeah, go to the form and make it, I guess, maybe 30 or 20 or 30 lines. Make it generous because it's all by itself. Maybe 30 lines.
Now you can do this too. I
No, I don't
noticed.
like, yeah, I don't want to do that though. Yeah, I know. That's,
I think it's so when you do 30 like hard lines, it's a concern device wise, right? Like if you have a tablet with a 10 by 10 screen versus a computer versus a phone, right? So,
you want to make it
um,
20? You want to make it 20?
I mean, I think that the weird thing is like if you do any, what the way I'm used to doing it is it's like if you
Expand,
programmatically do it.
it's called expandable, but I don't like that because it doesn't imply that you have it doesn't imply that you can hit enter and have new hard character returns. You can make it 10, anything more than one, as long as it, 5, 10. I think 10 would probably
Yeah,
be sufficient.
yeah, for now, like I said, there's like the solutions I'm used to dealing with, it's real fine tuned. It's weird because the program can read how big the screen is and then adjust it based on that, right?
Oh,
Um,
in other words, fill the space.
More or less, you can even you can even put like, hey, if the screen is X amount of pixels wide, then show this, like 10 lines. If it's Y amount of pixels wide, show 11 lines, and so on. So like, you can fine tune it. And again, that's doing it what they call programmatically. That's the high code way, I guess you could say. The fill space, from what I used it once and it was weird because I had two fields, two multi-text fields, and one it was showing as one line and the other one was filling the whole thing. I don't know. But I think for our purposes for now, we can do just the 30 lines, and then Eventually, well, you know what? We can test on a device this way. This is with Chrome. I don't know if it works in incognito. I know this works in Chrome just from what I'm used to using, right? So this is what it looks like on a phone,
Get
right?
out of here.
Yeah,
Get out
pretty
of
cool.
here.
Yeah.
Show me how to do
So,
that.
um, so if you're, it's only in Chrome. I know how to do it in Chrome. You hit F12 and it brings up the developer tools. This is all the JavaScript running the web page. But this little guy in the top, toggle device bar, you can do tablet, you can do phone, or you can do, full screen. But essentially, whoops. Yeah, see, so this is kind of what it'll look like on a phone.
Get out of here.
Yeah, so, and it's pretty interesting. Looks a bit tricky to navigate here. Okay, so here's the side view. Okay, we can change the views here. Job postings. Okay, so we wanted to create a new one, right? Oh boy.
No, we just want to see the description. They all worked fine.
But none of them have text in. Okay, yeah, let's see. Let's click on this guy. Description. Okay, there you go. So if we want to
So it
edit
fills,
it, this
it. Yeah, it looks like it fills
this
it.
is 30. This is 30 lines.
Oh, is it?
There we go. Yeah. So
30 is too many. Go to 20. Or, yeah, 30 is too many, even on a computer screen.
let's see here. Description. Formatting. There we go. 20.
I love that thing on Google Chrome. I'm going to do that right now. So what do I hit to the right?
It's F12, and that'll bring up kind of the developer tools. And you see, it's like a tiny little icon. You should say it looks like a phone.
Oh, wow. Isn't that something? Man, I've learned some more today.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. That's like I said, I'm used to designing like web pages, kind of like, and all of this is running through a browser, so it's no different. And that's what I mean, like this where it says JavaScript, like you can make these apps do some pretty wild stuff, but it's also something that can get someone in a lot of trouble if the end user does something that breaks their system or something. So that's why I haven't been including it. Plus, I'm not nearly an expert. I'm still a novice with that.
That's awesome. It
But
logged me
yeah,
out again. It logged me out again. It doesn't even ask me, are you still working? It just, bam, you're gone.
yeah. Like I said, there's a lot. It's weird too because in the certification training I did, it mentioned like whoever put it on mentioned a few times like this is Dynamics is a constantly being updated and blah blah blah. So it's like they kind of let people working in Dynamics know there might be some unexpected behavior. Yeah. See, here we go. There's 20 lines.
What I don't like is how much the description title takes up most of the space. Is there any way to, oh, what did you do there? How come now
I,
description's on top?
it always was like job postings. Go to consultant. Job postings description. Oh, I
Oh,
changed the view. So if you do responsive,
see, it's on the
uh,
right now. I don't like it on, see, description takes up half of the left. See, there now. Now it's on the bottom.
that's based on the view, right? Like the iPad. This is what it looks like on an iPad Pro. This is what it looks like on an iPad. This is
Oh,
what it
man.
looks like on an
That
iPhone
is
X.
so cool. That is
Yeah.
cool. Okay, so now we got the job description. Okay, now we need our applicants. Are the applicants showing up in the real live thing? Job applications, is that working?
It was, but that was
Go,
through.
go to accounts. Go to accounts and let's see if we could see job applications. Are there any?
Test one. I don't think there is for test one. Let's see. Sample code, I believe there is. Yeah.
Okay, does
So
that look like it's work? Now, is it also in related or not? Go to related. Okay, we still want that job postings taken out of there. And that's in the
I don't know.
account.
Yeah, I thought I did that. I mean,
And we want contacts taken out of there also.
just.
In the account entity.
Oh, that's right. Remember, this is something that Sarita, we're gonna kind of go. I mean, I don't know.
Well,
I feel like if
these
she's
are our,
running,
well, but she could take out the other stuff. This is our, this,
wait, yeah. See, I thought I did. I thought I deleted the. Yeah, it's
did
not
you
here.
get rid of contacts though? Get rid of contacts. And then save. Maybe you didn't publish it.
Maybe. Let's see. Okay, save and close,
No.
publish.
You didn't, I didn't see you say publish.
I did. It went through. We'll bring it back up
No,
here.
click on, hang on. Where did you say publish?
On
Now
the
click
form
on,
itself. Oh, yeah. Okay.
click on publish there. I didn't see you publish. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries. You can do it on the form itself too.
Oh,
Uh,
gotcha. Rather than the upper entity. Okay.
yeah. What was I
So if it
doing? Oh,
shows up, then that means it's showing. That means we have to figure that out. Accounts.
okay. I refreshed it. I feel like I should run the app. Let me do that. Okay. All right, so we got the contact subgrid, that's right. Job postings, that's right. Applications, we got one. And, okay,
There
yeah,
you go.
it's gone now. Yeah, I guess I just didn't publish, or I think I may have had to rerun the app
Now
too.
under who's the one? Go to contacts again. Who's going to put primary contact in contacts? We have to have a primary contact indicated.
Yeah,
Who's
easy peasy.
who's going to
Right now,
do that?
right now, we can change this field and make it just like a checkbox. Well, how to indicate it, right? Like, because for right now, like I said, the contacts form still has that. Uh, still
I'm
has
not worried.
the
All right. So
yeah.
the employer contact of job posting, that's in there. Oh, the employer contact in the job. We'll
Or
worry
a
about that.
specific job posting. Yeah.
They want to
Uh,
know who actually posted the job.
or who to contact about the job posting. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Hold on. Where in the world is that? Oh, that's right. Because shoot, those are in the views already too, where it says like active duty or veteran. Yeah, see, this is a field that exists and it's on the candidate form and it's in one of the contact views. So, and yeah, see, can I edit? Yeah, there we go. So, all right. What in the world? There we go. Full name email. Okay, we can delete this. delete this guy too. Yeah, there we go. So remove that for now. We can add a primary contact column. I have to add the field to the form. Save and close. So this is one kind of quirk I noticed. Like you create a new field and it doesn't show up in the list after you click save and close. You have to like click new field and then it'll populate and then close it.
Yeah, it has to refresh itself. I saw that as well. Another little feature, we'll say.
Yeah. See, this is where like you can enable security based on you
Yeah,
use
yeah,
permissions at this level.
yeah, that would come in handy.
So we can do yes or no, default no. I feel like maybe if we leave this blank, it'll be easier to read, right? Shoot. Interesting. Like if you're looking at a column, you don't want to look through a bunch of no's looking for that one yes, right? You want to look at a column, there's no information.
Oh,
One of them
yeah,
says yes, right?
yes. Then make it, instead of making it two options, then make it a checkbox. Do they have that? Get rid of the option altogether.
True, but wouldn't it show like an empty checkbox for everyone else and then a checked checkbox for the primary?
Yes, in which case you're not looking at a bunch of blanks, you're
The
just
way,
looking at nothing, and then you're
yeah.
looking at a check when it's true. I mean, is that the idea you want?
No, here, let me show you something.
A checkbox is just like a true false. It's just another way of looking at it.
Hold on. I'm looking for a null character, basically. So it's like the system thinks there's, come on, where's it at? So the system thinks there's a character there, but when you look at it, you don't see anything. Here it is. No.
I don't see the ASCII value.
Yeah, me neither.
There it is.
Yeah. Okay.
I could tell you what it is too. Yeah, I'll look. While you're looking, I'll look.
All right. Yeah, essentially this option would just be null. So it'd be kind of like, oh, I don't know what set this even has. I thought it
I
was
think
this.
it might be 32. Let's see.
Oops. Okay, I think that's space. Yeah, see, there's a specific character that you can enter
Oh, a
where,
space. Yeah, ASCII character 32 looks like it might be a space.
yeah, it's something different. It's an extended ASCII. No character.
You know what? I say we go with yes, no. First of all, it's what John Reynolds would expect. Secondly, if it's left blank, then it might imply that they didn't make a choice at all. In which case, you might be concerned that maybe it is the primary contact, but they forgot to indicate it, as opposed to no, not raising any questions.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I work on the fine tuning it later.
Yeah, and it gets right. Then it can
You know what?
yeah.
You know what the weird thing is though? Like and I can't remember how the hell I did it, but like when you select this two options, when it shows up on the form, it's almost like a button. Like you click it, it'll say yes. You click it again, it'll say no.
Yeah, that I noticed that. But I noticed that that's its default behavior, which was weird because it's like when you hovered above it, it didn't like toggle it or make it seem like it was going to move, but when you clicked it, it did.
Yeah,
It
it's
was a
like you don't
flat, it was
know
a
it.
it was a yeah, it was a flat. It's a
Mhm.
flat object.
And there's a way to make it a toggle, like a switch, like it looks like it'll move from left to right.
Oh,
Um,
like on the Apple phone. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, on any kind of application, really, there's like a toggle switch, which you can do it. And I did do it. I don't know how the hell I did it, though. I can't recall how I did it.
So now we don't,
I
yeah.
do remember how. There's you can create option sets, which is seems like a really weird thing to be able to create. Kind of very. I mean, it makes sense, but where's the actual solution? Yeah, here we go. Um,
The other thing, I cannot
yeah,
get the timeline on the top right, but we'll worry about that later. Okay, yeah, so we can't, so basically, all we want to do is on the job posting, do we want to have on the job posting a pick list for them selecting which
yeah,
what,
postings are available.
no, which contact at that company um created it.
Yeah, that's going back to the like filtering the search box, the lookups, right? Like, let's see, we're in contact form, employer contact. It's going to be associated with an account, which is an employer, right? Um, we can actually change that to say employer.
What is which is this now?
This is the contact form. So what you want to do is essentially, if someone's posting a job, you want to have them be able to select the job's going to be associated with an account or company,
Right,
and it's also going to be associated with a contact, but it's going to be a
right,
contact at that company, right?
right.
So the tricky part is, like, this is a lookup field, right? And that's sort of the same thing. It'd be a lookup for a contact, but I have no idea how to kind of dial in a bit more, right? Like, this will look up every company, right? And if I only wanted to look up companies located in a specific state, for example.
Yeah, I know that's a whole other right. What if that's a whole other thing? But again, applicants aren't looking for jobs here. Two people are going to be connecting them, and they know who it is and where they're looking, I guess. So, but yeah, if an applicant was doing it, they would need a ton of search features, the kind of job, where the job is located, what the company, who the company has, what's the company that listed it.
And I think it's possible through dashboards, right? And I've looked a little bit into those, and they're, I don't know. It seems like there's some challenges there. But it basically, these will just display data. There's no, it's kind of a read-only view of data and how it relates to other data. And you can put charts, you can put just lists, like how we're looking at like the list of contacts in the app, um, like this. You can make a dashboard that looks like this, and that's what I was trying to go for in the testing environment I was doing. And it's to kind of keep the data clean. If someone just wants to look at applicants, going into a view where they can add a new one or edit it probably isn't the best practice, right? If
Oh,
they
it's
just,
like yeah, it works the same way, but it just shows them what's out there, but they can't do anything with it.
well, I think you can click through it. Let me see. I'll bring up the.
I'm running out of time, Robert. just so you
Oh
know.
yeah, no worries, man. You could leave whenever. I don't know. Like this is just like basically here's some neat stuff about dashboards I saw if you wanted to kind of look at it. I don't think it'll apply to anything we have to have done by Friday. It almost seems like we're good to go. We just have to adjust the fields to kind of meet. I wish there was some project documentation with this. Feel a lot more comfortable, but um,
Well, yeah, and it's in John's head. I mean, there's documents, but then in John Reynolds' head is a real vision.
kind of. But he's going off of what Dan wants, and it's just kind of the Dan Chimonte. The limited interaction I had with him, it seems like he's like not super demanding. It seems like he's like, okay, this makes sense. Yeah, I like this. Um, So like here's a dashboard I created. You can see, oh, here's all the openings that Tesco has, that SampleCo has, and it's like, and these are the lists where you can see, oh, here's all the contacts, here's all the openings, and yeah, you can
Oh,
still
that's
create.
beautiful. Yeah, that's beautiful.
Yeah, and yeah, you can, and it's just like a visualization of how the documents are presented. So it'll be
Oh,
yeah,
that's beautiful.
yeah, it's neat. It makes everything look a little fancier, but I don't want to kind of want to deliver to John Reynolds what he's asking, and then we'll worry about kind of creating those because those are all created based on what we're doing now.
I like that. So is it what's it called? A dashboard?
Yeah, the dashboards.
I like it.
Yeah, and I've only kind of dipped my toes in, so I'm not sure exactly what they're capable of, but at least they can show like a list of contacts like we have here and so on. So, and they can show charts, and then I think they can use what they call web resources. I don't There's a lot that can be done. It's certainly a powerful kind of CRM product, but for now, I don't know. I feel like right now we just have to I have to figure out, I have to get the employer contact info. I feel like I'm going to get chewed out if all we have is the employer contact side. Um, I don't
What
know.
do you mean?
I mean, the whole time there's two types of contacts. There's veteran contacts or candidates, and there's employer contacts. And then this morning it sounded like, unless I'm hearing something wrong, that for now we're just worried about what Dan's asking, and that's the employer side.
Oh, yeah, he made it sound like Carol's not using it anytime soon, so we don't have to worry about what the veterans side of the house.
I guess we don't have to worry about it working, right?
Hey, oh, by the way, let's go ahead and have a pick list for the employer contact for the job posting.
Yeah, and I've been going off the documents, right? I started with statement of work, then working on the John Cassar document. So now I'm like, I have some scribbles of what happened this morning. Um, but it looks like, I mean, first name, last name of the contact, their title, employer, that'll connect to a existing company, address info, timeline. I'm going to move that over, obviously. MSSA, I don't know who's this connected with. Is this with employers, employer contacts, candidates? Do you know anything about this?
That's their that's their learning path. That's connected with like a learning site, I think. In other
Yeah, like
words, they want like me and you now, John Reynolds or somebody at Vets to Work might say, hey, Robert and John took these Dynamics 365 learning path and signed us off on it, I guess. And then that's important to know so that when we get a job, they want to know if it's related to the learning path that we took, I guess.
from what I understand, MSSA is like an active military program, like a transition program, right? You can take this course if you're, I guess, in commo. Like I started in commo in the Army, so I was working with a lot of electronic stuff. But someone getting out, they can take this course and then be set up to start working in the cloud or something like that. Um, but
Oh,
MSSA is only available.
I wonder if
Yeah,
it's a Microsoft Software Academy or Microsoft Solution Academy and other, yeah, but it's got to do with the training that they took or the training that the skill set
it's
that they've received or earned or something.
yeah. I mean, conspiracy theorists that and me is saying, oh, Microsoft just wants government contracts. They know veterans and active military generally end up with government employment positions. Hey, learn all about Dynamics 365. Recommend it for the Department of blah 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 or whatever. I don't know. It's not a bad business practice if that's the case, but it's a program that's only available to active duty members right now. So, someone in federal service is able to enroll in this program that's kind of run by Microsoft, and they have different training sites. It sounds like John wants to kind of get vets to work to be an MSSA training site, and we're kind of developing. I guess we're the test batch, if you will, of what we can learn.
Oh
Um,
my gosh, is that right?
that's tough. I mean, the it's so weird because the curriculum, the recommended courses that are on the Vets to Work site changed since I started. Um, and it seems to be more about working with the sales app in Dynamics and the customer engagement app in Dynamics. So it's really, I don't know. It seems to be narrowing the focus. I don't know why that is, but it's less about administration of a dynamic system or developing dynamics apps and more about kind of working in the sales with the sales app or working with the customer engagement app. But the MSSA, it does seem like a separate program. My real concern is like it keeps showing up as a tab, and I'm putting it on employer contacts and veteran contacts, and I guess accounts that'll show up. I don't know what it is, where it's going, who's filling it out, or anything like that. So, um, I mean, for now, I'm just going to leave it on this tab for
Well,
contacts, unless
gotcha.
it go with training sites or companies, right? Because it's like I'm going by what was in the documentation.
Yeah, they want to know if it's a, by the way, I'm adding the field, I'm creating the field now for the employer contact that they're going to select um, when they're creating a job posting. In other words, who's the contact related to that thing?
Oh, okay, it signed me out when I went to that forum, so maybe that's because you're working on it. Interesting.
Oh, is that what happens? Maybe.
And I
I'm
mean,
working on the job postings form.
and I just clicked on it in the app and it just signed me out.
Yeah,
Interesting.
I'm working on the job postings form. Sorry. So VFR for contact at employer who represents job posting. So this is going to be a lookup, I guess, right? And it's going to be a lookup on the contacts. And then later on, I'm going to have to pick the lookup on the contacts, save and close. Now, do I have to make another view of this?
I don't think so. I think you just add that employer contact column to an existing view.
Let's see. So job postings, forms, job posting form. Hey, if you could help me, I can't not move this timeline. Oh, where is the timeline? Well, I don't even have a, do I need a timeline for the job posting? Wonder if I do.
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't.
That's easy to add if we need it later, I guess. So employer contact. Let me see if that's going to go under date posted. I'm going to save, publish, and I'll tell you what, why don't you go ahead and refresh your system, and I'm going to see if it works.
All right. I think when it comes to like what fields to add and so on, we can use the original solution that John Reynolds created and just kind of use those. Okay, so rerun the app. Oh, actually, close that.
Oh, while you're doing that, I'll look and see if I can find John's, the existing. There we go. So there is the employers, and then from there, the job orders, and then when you do add a new one, and look for contact. Okay, so it shows all contacts. Okay, so if this one does the same thing, then we're good. Just show all contacts.
Yep, yeah, that's what it does.
Which is weird, right? You would think you wouldn't want to show veteran contacts. Okay. And you would think that you wouldn't show contacts outside of that company. But we'll worry
Yeah, I
about
know.
that later. We'll worry
Yeah,
about that later.
yeah, I don't know how to create a second level of kind of filtering on the lookup field.
Okay, so I've got testco. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to go ahead and update those with all the real data. So, so let's see, my employer. So I've got ABC Co. is Recruiter Jones and Jane Doe. So I'm going to go to the job postings for those. So I need job title 3 is going to be Jane Doe. And then I'm going to click the little save on the bottom, which I still can't believe it's there. And then I'm going to go to the other job. So Jane Doe is at ABC Co. So, and then Adobe has a consultant position, and Adobe contact is Henry Aldrich. So that's consultant for Henry Aldrich. You know who Henry Aldrich is?
Sounds familiar.
That's from 40s and 50s movies, or 30s. It's Henry Aldrich. It's from an old movie. It's an old movie character. So job postings, it keeps resorting them. And then Sample Co. has a bunch. And Sample Co. contacts are only Joe Dokes and John Smith. So Joe Dokes and John Smith. You could do whatever you need to do. I'm just catching up with data.
Yeah, I'm thinking what needs to go into the contact form.
have any city, state, or zip, darn it. Sample code, test code 1, test code. Test code 1, test code is only Susan Jones. Test code 1. Man, why would they put save down there? Can't get over that.
Agile. Yeah, it's honestly the answer. Testing is done by the customers nowadays.
So test code is Tom or Jim? Tom or Jim? Hey, how come subgrid came back? I'm deleting it again. It's the job, not anything else. And test go. John and Jim. Jim. Oh. Save. Every time I hit that save button, I just can't believe it. Every time. Every time.
And could they make it any tinier? I mean,
I know. Yeah. Well, you've got your screen really dialed up too. You've got a lot of pixels in there. It must be lots. It must be even smaller for you.
I feel like we're pretty good. I think the biggest hurdle so far is kind of those two kinds of contacts. And the best way to address that is just view and then forms for the input and the output. The real conundrum is the lookups. Like, how do you add a second level of filter to one of those lookup fields?
Right.
And I mean, it almost seems to be just a dynamics thing. Like for all of the fields, like sorting and filtering, there's just not a lot of options to do that.
I just found another problem. If I pick ABC code for the employer, it's not filtering the job posting based on that employer. It's giving me all jobs available. That's something they're going to have to tighten up sooner or later, because that's just.
You're talking about a lookup field?
Yeah, a lookup field. So I'm looking at job applications. I've got one for ABC code, but so the employer's ABC code, but the job posting could be any job. It should only be associated with ABC code. Job title 3 in server. You get the idea.
Yep, yep.
Oh, as a matter of fact, that's a problem. It's not even finding it. Oh, that job posting is wrong. You want to work on this with me?
What's wrong?
It's the old job. Well, I'll tell you what, if you're working on something, let me take a stab at it. I'll take a stab at it. Job application,
Well,
job
what is it?
one.
I don't. Yeah, I thought everything was good to go.
Job application. No, it's using the wrong field, I
When
believe.
you say it, what's it?
I know. You're okay, give me the screen.
All right, yeah. There you go.
All right, thanks. So here's what so over here, job application, let me go, job applications. I wanted to fill in the missing information since we cleaned up stuff, right? So we've got ABC Co is missing the job, the job. Should it say job posting or should it just say, let's go back to John's now and see what John's, so here's John's. So let's go to the, where's applications? So I guess if you're a contact and if you're a, oh my gosh, which contact is a veteran contact? Does it even matter? My contacts, none. Active contacts, a bunch. Oh, candidates. Okay, so let's say Sarita is a candidate. So let's say she puts in a job application, I presume. So we add a new job application. This is on the old system, you know that, right?
Yep, I'm following.
So the employer will pick Northwind Traders, and then it looks like it might be any job. I'm not sure if it's any job or not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if I pick somebody besides Northwind, let's say I pick 3M, I still get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So okay, so she could pick any job with any employer. Oh, he called it stage. Job order, which is just a duplicate, and then date applied. Okay, so going back to our system, I've got, oh wait, so he called it job order. Oh, I guess it doesn't matter. Job order, we're calling it now job posting. Same, okay, job posting is fine. But employer, veteran, job posting, and then I also need stage, date applied. So I need stage, date applied. Apparently all of them is fine. But look what's happening. I know that I have okay, wait, let me make a note. Date applied, stage, and stage better be applied, phone interview, in-person interview, offer hired, not hired. Right, and this is exactly like, so those are not, I don't necessarily like those, because what if they made an offer and the guy rejected the offer, right? That's different than not hired, right? Rejected an offer is different than not being hired. If you see a lot of not hireds, you don't know if it's because the guy's a bum or if it's because he just rejected three jobs.
I mean, offers doesn't seem to be really, because you can do applied, interview, hired or not hired, and then that's kind of it. Because you can do all of that and then not even get an offer, right?
That's right. That's right. The offer. Well, that's because the end is really going to be hired, not hired. The other ones in the middle, I don't like hired, not hired, because not hired doesn't, if you see a guy with like 10 not hireds, that raises a shitload of questions, rather than rejected, or you get the idea. Those could be, I'm going to look at it
Yeah,
maybe.
yeah, not hired. Was it declined, offer not given, you
Exactly. So
know?
now I'm looking at John Cassar's paperwork. I don't know if you have it more quick. I've got John Cassar's paperwork here, and he's got job status, um, and then applicant status, applied, phone interview, in-person interview, offer, hired, not hired, turned down by applicant. So he's got one other one which makes sense. Turned down by applicant.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how granular you want to get it.
Okay,
Yeah,
yep. Okay, so I need,
like if we do a Skype interview, how would that factor in, right? Would that be a phone interview, in person? I don't know. How granular you want that option set? It's
two,
applied,
very
yeah,
good.
applied, interviewed, hired, not hired, you know.
Very good, yes. So now, but here's another, so here's what we're facing over here now also. So I'll get those fields in. But look at, so when we go to job postings, we know that we specifically have one here called server for ABC company, right? But then when I go to job applications, if I click this and I type over here server, if I start typing SER, it looks like it wants to be this one,
Yeah, I see.
but
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
it's not working. So I need to get this field. And then if I go over here to job postings, there's another one, let's say dishwasher. Then I go to job applications. See, dishwasher looks like it wants to be this one. So it's the wrong, it's not doing something correctly. Now let me try one more thing and go to job applications, new, and then go to dishwasher. Nope. See, that lookup is broken, and this is my work. I mean, I broke it because this is what I did. So now I'm going to come over here, go to the job applications. I'm going to look at the field and I'm going to look at the field, see for the job posting, and let's see what it's looking up. So where do I go here to see what it's looking up?
Details. Details. Sorry, I think I was muted. Nope. Don't do that. Yeah, and then edit. Oh, actually, wait. Yeah, that's right. Edit that. And then, yeah, see, there you go. Target record type, job postings. Okay, relationship name. So that's a bit odd. Let's look at the relationships because there may be multiple. Because it seems like some of the jobs are populating and others aren't.
I think what it's doing is populating the old stuff and not the new. And we probably tightened up and improved the new stuff. So yeah, we're going to close this. Let's go to the new stuff, which is certainly going to be on the new job posting form. So what's it called here?
I think it would be the relationships, wouldn't it?
It's the job title. VTW job title. So I don't want anything with job postings. I want job title. Job title. So we need to find job title.
So I think that, I mean, job title of a job posting. Because
Let me
job
see.
titles, yeah, job title. I guess that's okay. I mean, the only reason I'm kind of hesitant is that job posting is also a field on the contact form, like a native field. So, kind of creating a job title in a relationship between two separate entities, I guess it'd be okay.
Well, that was yeah. So here, well, let's see the fields. So for the job postings, here's the fields that we have, and one of them is called job title. But you have a job title on contacts.
That's out of the box. That's just is a field there. That's what I was saying. I don't know. It shouldn't cause any real issues.
Well, let me go here, fields, new, display name, job posting.
Nope. No, nope, nope. No, you wouldn't put it in contact at all. I mean, that'd be, you wouldn't like,
I'm in job applications.
oh, okay. Well, what fields exist already? Because the lookups are,
So this
yeah,
job posting exists already and it's wrong.
hold on.
You
What are
can't
the
edit
other? I know,
the
you have to
middle
delete it, redo it. Yeah, there's a few things like
employer
that.
and the candidate.
Okay, so that's fine. Yeah,
I'm
it's
going to delete
a
this.
relation. Yeah, create a new relationship, and it's just attach it to a different field. So it'd be the job posting field. Like when you create a new job posting,
Oh, man,
it's going to
that's
be
everywhere.
yeah. It seems like it's just the field that it's connecting to. So like it's showing up blank for some of them because I guess at one point it was called title, and another point it was called job posting, and then you would type in the job title. So I think my concerns was a little unfounded. The fact that the field exists on another entity, I don't think that's a huge deal. Um, what you want to do is have this relationship pointing to the right field. So on the job posting, the application is going to be pointing to the field to where you see, oh, that's a server position, a custodian position, a kind of fiduciary position or whatever. But like right now, it's pointing to something that's blank, and that's on the like when you create a new posting.
Well,
I don't
what's
know.
weird is it says it's on the job posting, but it doesn't, I don't think it is. There's no job posting here. And there's no, oh, there is a field called job posting.
Okay, that's why it's blank. It exists, it's just not being used
But
in the
it's not
form.
supposed to, because this is the one that we want. This job title is the one we want to search. This needs to be eliminated. This job post
So,
field.
yeah, you can delete it if you want. Or we can just ignore it. I mean, for the lookup field, you may have to recreate it because it's like we saw earlier, you can't really edit stuff in a lookup field if it's pointing to the wrong thing.
So job posting lookup. I bet I can't delete it. It's in a number of places. Oh, well, that takes care of that. Okay, it's gone. So now let's go to our, so then fields under the job application, job posting lookup was broken. But we know it's broken on the job application form. So let's remove it from there. The job postings, oh, I'm sorry, that's not a form. I need help.
I think it's in, let me look at something in the actual app here. I think it's in the relationships because the relationship will point to an entity and then a field on that entity. So if it's pointing to like the job postings field, it may cause an issue. Although you were able to delete it. So let me see what happens here. Okay, so get the app up. Okay. So the applications, create a new application, job posting. Okay. So yeah, I see. When you actually do the lookup, it's blank. When I click on it, it takes me to that position. So it's pointing to an empty field. So go to the relationships for the job applications entity. Okay. And custom.
I am.
Okay, excellent. And scroll across here, related entity, contact. Nope. We want the related entity. Okay, go to the postings relationships.
Well, let's go here. Let's look at this one.
Well, that's
Job
for a con.
posting. Job postings. That's a broken one. That's
Yeah,
not working.
this is coming from postings. Yeah, but this is because like
Yeah,
the application, you could have. Oh, that's a good question. So for right now, there's one posting, many applications. Yeah, that makes sense. So it wouldn't be a one to many. It'd be under applications. Or postings. Yeah, postings. And then relationships, one to many. Or one to n. Okay. And we're looking for the one pointing at appointments, or applications rather. Yeah, there you go. Field name. See, job posting. We want it to say job title. So click on that. Can you edit this? A related entity. Yeah. Display name. Name.
It's done deal. Gotta love it. Well, job postings to job application, why does it say the field? It's not a field.
Change.
It's an entire data set.
Yeah.
Why does it say field name? What
I think
field? What
that's
the
the
hell field
key
does it
that's
think it's?
used. It's the
What the
key
hell
that's used
field does
to
it
do
think
the
it's
search.
talking about? But where does it come up with that?
That's a good question, but it's what it uses to do the search, right? Contact has a whole bunch of information, but if you search by last name, it'll pull up the record that you want. So it's like the key essentially for that field. And this field name is job posting for some reason. I think this relationship was created when you created the lookup field. So let's look at the job postings form, and we'll look at the actual yeah, the fields. That's right. So there should be a lookup field for applications.
I deleted one somewhere along the line. That might be over here.
All right. No, check out the yeah, exactly. Okay. Yep. You're on the same page here.
Job posting. This is not working for us.
Yep.
But I can't delete it.
Because it's in that relationship and on the form. So go to the actual form. Yeah. Cancel. Go to the actual job application form. You should see that field on this form.
There, I just took it off.
Yeah. Now save, publish. Should be able to delete it now.
What was that? Is it going to kick me out?
Dynamics shouldn't. I've had that happen. I think the changes should still stick, but so you should be able to delete the field now, and I think the relationship probably already deleted it itself. If not, we can delete that too. Because the only reason that like the lookup fields are tied to relationships between entities. So I think if you create a field, it'll automatically create the relationship. So check out the relationships here.
Oh, did we already get the field out of there?
Oh, no, yeah, go ahead. You can do that.
Job posting. Is this the one?
Yep. That's the job posting field. Now, unless it's anywhere else, you should be able to delete it. Okay, let's go to the relationship. Yeah.
Job application, view.
Okay, yep, there you go.
And then the view. So they're all views. Job application, job posting, contact, views are all wrong. Job application. I was playing with a lot of the views.
Yeah, I was doing the same yesterday. You can delete the columns on the views. It should.
Yeah, the question is which one?
Yeah, it listed them.
Well, you know what? Let me go from top to bottom. Otherwise, I'll be all over the place. Okay. Job posting. That's probably not helping us, right?
Yeah, you want to delete that or remove it.
Do we have a good one to put in its place? Like job title?
Yeah,
No.
if you do add column, you should have job title that shows up.
No, because because the true one, the one that's existing is not working, and we didn't create a new one yet.
Record type at the top. Hold on. See where it says record type? Go back to add column. And it says record type job application. Yeah, select job posting. And this
Job
job
title.
here. Okay, so
But
there's
now,
two. Yeah. So I think
oh,
the V2, yeah, which one is it? The default
I think
solution one?
I think
I think it's,
I think we're using the new one, right?
let me
For
see
the
if I can, hold on, let me see if I can find out before you.
Oh, no wonder. Yep, I foobarred it because I didn't know which was where. Well, let me get rid of the one that we know is not working first. Let me save and close. I've got some views to work on here.
Okay, it looks like, yeah, you looks like you were right. New job title is the field on the job postings entity.
Okay, it's views on there and then views on here. Okay, good. There's only 8. Job title is right. Job title. Job title. Job title. Job title. Unless any of those were renamed and they're really job posting. See? Job posting. From the V2W. Job title. These are wrong.
Yeah, you could probably just delete this view entirely.
Wait a minute. I have to go back up to the top now because job title, that's what we want, the new job title, right?
That's what I'm showing on the actual job postings entity.
Okay, so let me get rid of any of them that are not the new job title. Thanks. This is V2W, so this has to go.
Yeah, yeah. So while you're
And
doing
then
that,
I have to add the new job title. Eventually, we're going to get rid of this V2W.
kind of. I mean, that's the solution we're working in. It's me and you both kind of. It looks like we were working in the app designer, which automatically just goes to the default solution. So some of the items we created exist in the default solution. We pulled them into the V2W entity or solution rather, but they're still keeping that new prefix. I don't know if someone's going to take issue with that or not.
Well, they will, but at least when they do, they'll know how to help us fix it quickly. John said that he was reamed out by Julie because Julie said, no, in this solution, you never want to have a new, you want them always to be the V2W. So he learned it early on.
Yeah, yeah. It's just it feels like it's like, for example, if we were a company and we had multiple solutions being created, like this is for this veterans kind of app, and then someone else was making like, hey, an accounting app or something, right? But you would be able to do that without buying multiple instances of Dynamics. If everyone was working in the default solution, then the account, if an account field was used by both entities, like if you understand what I'm saying, it seems like it could get messy. So the fact we have entities in the default solution and brought them into this solution, I don't know if it means we can then delete them from the default solution and they'll still exist. I don't know. Seems like a problem for another day, though.
Yep. I'm on the 5th one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 one. See, these are all V2Ws, and they're killing me.
Yeah, it seems like at one point you were working in the default solution, stepped away, came back, opened App Designer, and started creating things. Or I may have changed some of the views as well. I was messing around with the views, trying to get items to show up like in the subgrids like we did earlier today. Although I didn't really touch anybody else's entities.
Oh, now this is weird. It says this is required, but it's required. But yet it allowed me to. Well, we have to figure out how to get that one out of there.
You could probably just delete this view, the entire view. If you go to actions, I think you should be able.
4, 5. Is this the one? Nope, it must be the 6th one. Yeah, with 2 of them.
Yeah, go to actions. I think you can delete this.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Deactivate.
Yeah, if you can't delete it, then that's the next best thing.
All right.
Oh, interesting.
Wrong one. See? Can't remove that one either. Oh my gosh. So deactivate. I won't be able to delete it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Only public views can be deactivated. Oh my gosh. Well, I'll tell you what. Let me at least put them both on there so that when we're fixing it, they'll know that there's a conflict.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think it has to.
How come I don't have a regular add find column?
I don't know.
That's weird. It allowed me to change. Oh no, it didn't. It still kept this one. Oh wait a minute. How come add find this other job title? Okay, it's not adding it. Save. Add. It says it's got 2 of them.
I don't know. This is kind of weird. It seems like it's a quick find active view. So I don't know if that means if that's how you actually filter on what shows up when you're doing the lookup.
All I know is I hope we're right that the V2W has got to come out.
I mean, that's what's showing on the actual form for job postings.
Plus, all of the other ones are on the new, right? My job title, my city, state, zip. I think they're all new, right?
Reopening the properties for the job title field. Details, V2W, job title. Okay, so now it's saying V2W for job title. But that's on the job postings. V2W. Yeah, the scheme. I don't know. The schemist name is saying V2W job title now. Hold on. Job postings. And try creating a new one here.
You're going to want to refresh. I don't know if I published all that junk.
Yeah, hold on a second.
Yeah, it's not on the job application because we removed the wrong ones. And the job postings. Oh boy. I think all my job postings used to be perfectly fine. Now I'm missing. Oh, I've got my old jobs now. I've got the old jobs, not the new ones. I don't have the server. I don't have the dishwasher. I've got the old ones back. It's got to be one or the other. Well, I don't mind if we have the old ones back as long as it's working.
It's using both of them, right? It seems like it's using both of the fields. Um,
Yeah, because how would it bring these other ones back? I should be working at the higher level, I bet. I should be looking at the the default solution.
hold on. The actual job posting form, it's looking up. Uh, okay, that's no longer a lookup field. So there's employer, job title, openings. Okay, so for the application, the application, that field's gone now. The job, the lookup that was connecting to one of
Yes.
the jobs,
Yeah,
right?
that I know. That I know. I'm going to a higher level. I'm going to a higher level to see if I could
Well,
really screw it up.
I was gonna say it's actually lower. Like the hierarchy is, this is the foundational information, right?
No,
Um,
the default solution is the foundation.
isn't that what you're working in right now? Yeah, solution,
No,
default
but
solution.
I wasn't working there before. I'm working here now, but I
Oh
wasn't before.
yeah, I know. It's kind of just a non sequitur. The
So now, so
entity
now,
that, well, the thing is, the lookup field on the application entity in the solution, the MSSA solution,
yeah.
it needs to point to the same thing on job postings. The field on job postings and called job title was the V2W field. Like if you create a new job posting, it's going to be based on that V2W job title.
Okay,
And
so
the
I
app,
got. Do you see now? I'm at the higher level. I've got a job title for that says new. My job status, my job posting date, all of these, which is weird because when I created them this morning, oh, I was creating them from the app designer because I was so proud that I learned how to use what you were using.
yeah, well, I mean, that's what the certification course told me to do, right? Everything was being created through that app designer. Little did I know.
Okay,
Um,
so I tell
yeah,
you what, these all have to be removed. They're gonna shit a brick.
maybe, I don't know. I feel like we pulled them into the solution we're using, right? You added the subcomponents. Does that mean we can delete these without consequence because they're now part of this kind of smaller solution or specific solution, or should we just leave it?
Oh, good question. Did we pull all these new job status, job title, job available? I don't remember pulling them in, but maybe we did.
When I pulled in the relationship between account and our contacts and job postings, it asked about a bunch of other items, and I said yes. So I don't know if it pulled in all of those, but it pulled in some at least.
Man, I want to get rid of this guy. Well, let's make it consistent. I'm going to get rid of this job posting if I can, because the new one Okay,
Well, the
so
new
let's
one I think is like look at the application or posting.
look at job posting.
Yeah, job posting has the field that we're kind of using for the lookup, and it's job title. And that one's using V2W job title. So you created a lookup on the job posting form in the MSSA solution, which is why it shows that V2W relationship. So the relationship you're trying to delete, although I don't know why it's named the way it is, that's kind of weird. Yes, see, yeah, go to custom.
V2W, V2W, job postings, V2W, job application.
Right. So it's like the relationship is part of the MSSA solution. It's kind of weird, but I get maybe that's happened because it was pulled in. Um, I don't know. It's kind of weird, but it seems like how this should work is on the application form when you start typing a job title or a job see how it says field name job postings or job posting. The far right there. The I think there's a field called job title and there's a field called job posting. The relationship is based between the application entity and the posting entity is based on the field name. The relationship between the job posting and the contact entity is based on job title.
Yeah.
Makes sense?
Well, yeah. I mean, I know that there's two, and we have to get rid of one. Right now. I don't care which one, but
Just have it.
I can't get rid of either one. Well, we started by getting rid of all V2W, so that's the path I'm going on. Get rid of all V2W. I don't give a shit if it's a relationship or if it's a field.
Yeah,
But
I think if we create a new relationship between postings and applications, it'll allow you to link it to the job title field instead of the
yeah,
job posting field.
so I'm trying to get rid of all V2W. So this one tells me that what it's connected to, and it's connected to these views: job application, job posting, and contact views. So let me get rid of it there first. Do you agree? We have to get rid of V2W, right?
Hold on.
Well, we got rid of 10 of them already.
So look, let's go to the app. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's going to create any kind of huge issue. There's two job title fields, which seems to be kind of an issue, but like this relationship here, it's based on the job posting field, which we saw was a field, but like it's not being used by anything. Yeah, so job title, right? We don't see the ones for like click on accounts. And then let's look at the job postings for like a specific company. So we'll check out Sample Co.
Yeah, it brought in old ones. These are the old. But we have to
Okay.
see what are the old ones. Are the what? Yeah. So these consultant ASDF. These are old ones because we put in server dishwasher. So this is
Okay.
so let's just make sure it's consistent, I guess. So when you're in a job application, we'll see now job applications is looking at the new one, test position and job title 4.
But see how the column title is job posting? Like click on new application. Well, actually, the field's missing now. You
Yeah.
won't be able to look up the postings. But that
But if
field,
I go, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I think adding that field back is kind of the
Job
first step.
job title for and job and test position.
Those are old ones too, because they're the job posting.
Now this is today. I put in Boston, Mass. I put in Orlando, Florida about a half hour ago. So
And see how job title's blank.
that's right, because we were removing, and this is on
Double
job
click.
postings.
Double
So
click double click the Boston one there.
it's not gonna. It's gonna show us the blank. It's missing the field.
Okay. So I think, yeah, the first thing is to add, okay, there you go, job title. So that's the,
Oh, that's weird. So that's job postings. But if I go here to job postings and I do new, oh, okay, job title. So we've got one that's doing something. But I'll tell you what, let's see if it's uh,
yeah, create a new one, see where it shows up.
yeah, sample co. Wow. Oh, geez, I don't. That's another thing. One, one, one. Save. So now, job postings. See it? Yeah, it's not here. There's no wow here. So this is using one. The new form is using another.
Let me
And
look
then
at
job
something.
applications,
Hold on,
and then this one is using yet another. This one, job title for it. Oh, this could have picked anything from anywhere along the way. These are just job application pick lists. These are not really related yet. Contacts, no, accounts, job postings. And I just added wow. And wow's not here either. So we have a mismatch now.
Yeah, hold on. All right, let me figure out what's going on with the views. Okay, so for job postings, go to job postings here. The actual entity on the left. Click on job postings. No, the entity. Yeah. Okay.
I did.
All right. So
Um,
active job postings. Yeah. In the view, it's showing job title new. So let's add job title. Oh, interesting. I'm gonna make a change here and refresh your screen in a second.
oops.
Did it log you out?
No, I thought it was going to, but I might have. I was at a higher level. Maybe I'm not in the V2W. I'm going in circles now.
Click on, bring up the job postings again on the same screen you're at.
There's the wow.
Yeah.
Oh, you got them all. Okay, now we have them all back.
Okay. So what I did is it's not new. It's the V2W job title, which that was the only option available when I went to add a new column on this active job postings under the job postings entity. So
So now we have to make sure it flows through everywhere else.
I think what you should do now is for job applications on that entity, add the lookup field to connect it with postings based on job title.
Okay, so over here, job application, we're probably going to need the field, right?
It's going to be the lookup field to connect it with applications or
Well,
postings rather.
do you think we'll be able to? Do you think we'll be able to grab it then from that? So you taught me something here a little bit ago. So if I'm in here, I don't have. See, this job posting is this the wrong one?
Yeah, go back into the MSSA solution and do it from there because that's where I
Well,
changed the view.
I certainly want to delete this one if it's the wrong one.
I think we can just ignore it for now.
Okay. Oh, I get it. It makes my head hurt that much more, but I get it.
I think for now it's just a field. As long as it's not used on any forms, it can be deleted pretty easily. It's not in our solution. I don't think it is anyway. I didn't see it.
So what? So job application. What do I have? So you think we're going to be? Well, let's see if the field's even available. The job title field. See, this is the job posting that's mucking us up.
Create a new field on the form.
What do you mean on the? Create a new field that put it on the form, right?
Either way, yeah.
Job title. How about just call it title? Look up. From where? Job postings, right?
Hold on. So there's yeah, that's what that is. I think you have to create a brand new look, and it would connect job postings. Yep, that's right.
I think we have one already, though. Didn't you just show me how to grab one from another place? Didn't you just do this?
Now, hold on. There is a field called job posting that already exists in the solution, but it's the one that's pulling in the old entity, the old titles, not the newer ones we made.
Didn't you show me how to double click on that and select where we're getting it from? Isn't there a record number or something? A record thing? Edit? Isn't there a record? No. Where was that darn record thing that we? So okay, so you're on track, Robert. What am I doing here? Because my head is
The
starting to
job
turn off.
posting, well, the field you just added for job posting,
I
is
never
that
added a field because I'm wondering if I never added one because I was afraid we already had one.
okay? Let's go back to the running app, and we'll see what it's behaving like. Because the application form, we want 3 fields, right? You want the contact for that, who's making the application. You want the job posting the application is related to, and then the
The date applied and the stage.
for the views there. But like, click on job applications on the left. So that just went back to the old postings or the old old list though, right?
Well, we never fixed it. The only thing that we did was you made the job postings beautiful.
The job postings. Okay, the applications were still okay. Yeah, that's right. Um,
The job
so go to
postings
applications
is
and click
fine.
new. Yeah, let's try to create a new application.
A new job posting, you mean?
Nope, application.
Well, we don't have any. We didn't fix anything there.
Well, what do we see when we create a new one? Like what's
We
on?
we're still in the we're still working on it.
Okay, yeah. So we have to add the lookup to the job posting.
Yeah,
So we
but
have
yeah.
the
So we know that this is good. So why do I have to create another new thing if we've already got the thing here?
Do you though? 'Cause that's so. This is for. Um, you need to create a new lookup because there's no lookup that's looking for that job title field. It's still looking for the job posting field, which we're not using anymore. Yeah, like check out job application, not the postings.
But
Uh,
this is the one that's working again. You just updated this, didn't you? Job.
I updated the view, not the form. So like view is what you see, form is what you input. So if we go to the applications,
Okay, so V2W job title is where we're storing it.
yeah, and if you want another entity to look for this, it's going to be using should be using that.
That's
Um,
right. That's right. It doesn't use what it yet because it's in a different place, so we have to pull the data over.
and look on the right in the field explorer. Uh, no big deal, but you can see there's another job title field that's there in that, and I think that's the new one, which we don't want to use. See, yeah, new underscore job title, right? And it's there's two job titles that exist now. I'd suggest deleting this, but it seems to be elsewhere. So the this is what seems to be creating a headache. So
All right.
yeah,
Yeah. So all right.
go to the application.
Let's whittle it. Let's whittle it down.
Well,
Let's
let's
whittle it
go to
down.
the application first. Let's get something working, and then we'll trim all the stuff that's not working.
So new job title is not.
No, this is a view. No need. Don't need to do this because we still need to be able to.
We don't ever want a view that's going to have a wrong thing though. I don't care what if it's there. It's either if it's activated. So
Okay,
job
yeah. I
title.
mean, if that was, yeah, if you want to make sure postings is good before we jump to application,
Yeah,
that's fine.
yeah. I don't. Yeah, I don't. I don't ever. Yeah. Okay. So that's 1, 2. You have to count because it loses your reference. So this is new. This is good. That's the second one. Third one. Job title. That's V2W new. That's good. 3, 4. Job title. New. Oh no, wait. New is wrong. New is
Yeah,
wrong.
B2W job title's the one that the posting field is going to
So this
be.
one's wrong. So this one's wrong. So add columns V2W. Okay. Again, I don't know if it's using it or not, but if it's possible to be selected, I don't want it to be wrong. Job title, V2W, okay. So that's 1, 2, 3. Job title, V2W, okay. 4. Job title is new, wrong. Remove, yes. Add. Job title, V2W, okay. Move it over, make it 150. Save and close. See, it loses it when it comes back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Job title, new is broke. Remove. Add column. You've been a big help, Robert. I'd be chasing this for this is a big help, just helping to identify these kind of things with this. You could circle and circle without somebody helping you out.
Oh yeah,
Like
no, for sure. Like I said, I've been looking at the documentation, try visiting forums, and it is sometimes more confusing than not. And then there's so many different ways to solve an issue in here that you come up with 4 or 5 different answers to one question, and they're all right.
Yeah,
So
no, that's another. And so far they've been just marginally right and not perfectly what we want.
yeah, I think if we get it by tomorrow or Monday, we'll have something where you can create a contact, create a job posting, create a job application, create 2 types of contacts, create an employer, and then we'll start paring down kind of information segregation based on either security role or different filters applied to different views. And then we should have a fully functioning app at that point. Then it's all about kind of taking this solution and putting it in the production environment. And then I guess, I don't know, but like putting it out on the app store for 365 or whatever.
Yeah, and presumably John Cassar or John Reynolds or Julie Yak, presumably a professional is going to look it over and tighten up our. Okay.
Yeah, hopefully. I did. The thing with this is though, like I was saying this morning, this 2016 is when Dynamics 365 in this sort of iteration, or even the classic view, kind of existed, right? So it's pretty new. Like even the real experts work at Microsoft, right? Like the guys building this stuff. People have been using it for a few years. Certainly should know their way around it, but they keep changing things too. So that's why I said it's like almost like agile's necessary, right?
Now, do we need this one? This one-to-many relationship, do we, for the job posting, do we know what? I'm suspect, but I'm not going to mess with it. I'm suspect about that.
I
Okay,
don't
that's
think,
job.
yeah. So what it is the job application field. It's deleted now, but it had that lookup for job postings, right? And that lookup created a relationship between those two entities. So we'll probably delete that. I think it's got some dependencies right now, though. But in the meantime, if you create a new lookup on this application on one of the forms here, then it should create a new relationship.
All right, so this now views for job applications are certainly going to have to show the job
So here's the
title.
thing. You don't want to get too deep into it in this view, right? Because like I know we've been shying away from the app designer, but you can select what views like a user has access to at all, right? So you can just basically like you have a list of all these views here, but if you go to app designer, you can be like, no, the only view you're going to see is the active job applications, and that's it. So you can
No,
get
the reason I do this, Robert, is because eventually that extra stuff has to come out, and you can't bring it out if it's got one hook anywhere.
yeah, I
So
know it's kind of
in other words, and if anybody else comes behind us, they're going to say those bunch of, those mucks, why did they leave this crap in there? Because I do it. I mean, I do it. I don't like anything mucked.
yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's important to get it to where the everything's working, and then we can trim.
Well, it makes it okay. Well, okay, I always start from the ground up. That's just the way I roll. Always ground up, and then I rebuild the ground and go up again. Rebuild the ground and go up again. That way, that you're in any case. It's the way the way we wash planes in the military. We wash
Yeah,
them. We rinse them from the ground up, not from the top down, because you're never then afraid that you've got soap where drying where you shouldn't. Anyway, okay, so that's good. That's the job post. So now we have to add it to here, but you're saying we need a new lookup field, right?
On the yeah, on the application form.
And this is one that exists right now. This is a job posting lookup. Should we try to delete this?
Yeah, go to the form itself, right? We'll look at the fields there, and we'll see exactly what this looks like on the form.
Job posting.
Yeah, so open that up and see
How do I
what
open?
exactly we're looking at.
How do I do that? Double.
Oh, I think you have
Oops.
to, yeah, and now double click it. You have to like add it to the form and then open it.
That's this jacked up thing.
I think that, I mean, it works. I don't know if there's another way to do it that's easier, but like the sorting and views on that field explorer is pretty sparse. It's either used fields, unused fields, custom, non-custom, and that's it. But whatever, that's
Well, this
Microsoft's.
is looking up job postings, and we know that that's not doing us any good.
Yeah, so let's create a new field here.
Well, I want to try to get rid of this one first. Again, job posting is here as a field on a form that we know we don't want. So I want to try to remove it first. So that's a
Oh, all
field.
right. I want to make sure the plane can fly before we wash it.
Yeah. And then this is I believe this is it. It's on job application view. I got everything off of the job postings views.
It's on contacts. It's on the veteran candidate form as well.
But do you see,
Where?
this is gonna hurt us. This is gonna hurt. It's not going to help us. So what I don't understand is what system form, what view is it on in job postings? Because I was already in job post. I touched. Oh, you know what? I bet it's in a higher level view because it's not in one of these views.
No, I feel like if we add a new lookup, connect it to the right stuff, then it'll naturally, we'll be able to remove stuff after we have everything working because we'll know which one's working, which one's not. And then you'll be able to delete stuff. Like if you have.
I know the way you feel, and I feel like when we add a new one, it's going to add a relationship. It's going to add IDs that we don't know exactly what they are, and then when we try to back out, we won't know which one to choose without really digging deep and making sure. Do you see what I think
Yeah,
if you
that
add
makes
one
sense.
more, I think if you add one more now, you've just geometrically, instead of going 1, 2, 3, you went 1, 2, 4. Then if you had another thing, you went 1, 2, 4, 9. Then if you had another thing, you went 1, 2, 4, 9, 32. It's geometric progression of complexity with everything you add.
Sky is blue. I hear you. No, that's. I mean, different strokes, but it's fine. I'm just not sure. Like right now, I'm just looking at where it's tied into the contact form because it seems to be on the candidate form, which is one that we haven't been using. So that could very well be, and it's a form that I worked on a few days ago. So it could very well be pointing to that job postings field that we're trying to kind of get rid of. So let me take care of that.
Well, we could do it. I could do that at the. We could do it at the higher level here. Customizations. Well, yeah, you go take a look there. I'll take a look here.
Yeah, I have a subgrid pointing to job applications on the candidate form, and it's pointing to. Yeah, I mean, I can delete this, and it should. at least take away that one kind of hook, so we can be one step closer to deleting that kind of field in that relationship that we're trying to replace.
There you, yep, okay, great. And we want the V2W, 1, 2, V2W, 3, V2W. 4, V2W, 5, V2W, 6, V2W, 7. This one's got 2 job titles on it, and it's at the higher level. Remove. So that's the problem, or one of the problems. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, now it shouldn't be giving you, shouldn't be giving you an issue with the contact entity anymore.
All right, and I think I've taken care of the view. All right, so now we want the field removed from the job application. You're still sharing my screen, correct?
Yep.
Okay. Custom job posting, lookup, delete. So what do we have left? Job. There's no way it's on a job postings view. There's just no way.
System form.
Well, that
Open up.
that I know what it can be. This I have no idea. Related job postings from a job postings view. And your contact didn't come. You know what? Let's publish it. I bet we have to publish it because it thought it was published already. So job application. So let me let me save, and then I'll save your contact as well, and I'll publish both. So now publish.
Yeah, check out the contact. I published the changes. It should. Well,
No,
it's on. It's
it said it was still related to contact, so I don't. This is good learning for us, by the way. And let me tell you, Robert, you have the attention span of a. You have a great. Anybody else would be. I mean, I'm nearing the end of my attention, but I usually cannot dig this deep for this long with anybody.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind. I like learning this stuff, and it's. I mean, I don't mind doing it. I'd like to be getting paid, right? But I certainly don't mind doing it.
But this is. I mean, this is valuable learning. It's super valuable.
Hopefully,
Okay.
yeah, hopefully. Yeah, check out the forms on this contact, and there's going to be a
Which
candidate form.
where? Okay, on contact.
Yeah, contact entity. Now you're in the default solution here, so
Yeah,
and I
so I
made
should see everything.
changes.
I should see everything. Which form? Candidate.
Maybe candidate contact. Yep.
Let's make sure that this job title is the okay, this is your contact job title. So it's not the
Yeah.
it's neither
Yeah.
V2W nor new. Okay, that's
Yep.
good. That's
Yeah, that's just comes with Microsoft. Scroll down though, under details, I think it is. Yeah, keep scrolling. It's a subgrid view that was linked to. Yeah, see, you can see it on the menu on the left. It's under MSSA, so keep scrolling down. Above that, the tree structure under candidate contact. Yeah, see, there you go. Job applications. Double click that. You're scrolling the wrong way.
Well, I don't even know. Oh, down here?
Yeah, job applications. Yep. Scroll down and just double click this. This is a subgrid. Basically, it would show you a list of it's supposed to show you a list of all the applications that that veteran candidate applied to. So, okay. Now, click on edit for the view.
This?
Yep.
For the data source?
Yeah, yep. And it's pointing to applications veteran, so it should be the new information. Veteran created by employer. Okay, so it doesn't have any of the fields related to the job posting, which or application, which is perfectly fine. Close that.
Oh, so when I double click here, okay.
Yeah, this is a subgrid. It's like a form in a form almost.
Okay. I'm curious here if there's a job, how many job titles are here?
Should be one. I went and created one by accident based on the forms, but that's
Well,
the one that's the inherent one for the actual contact entity. No, don't add that. What are you doing?
I just want to make sure it's not, that's not one of our suspects. Okay, that's all.
Oh yeah.
We're-
Nope.
Okay. And then, yeah, so job applications. Oh, I think if they're related like this, it probably doesn't hurt us. I think it's when it's inside that it hurts us. Because these will come out when you mess with the relationships.
It's
See?
if you delete that section under MSSA, like where it says job applications with the little arrow beside it, I think it'll
Yeah.
delete it from that list on the left as well, and the tree structure at the top.
Well, well, okay, that's, oh,
That's not
okay.
creating any relationships or anything like that. The only thing this subgrid's doing is it's connected to a view. So if there's a specific view in there that does have that field that we're not using, it could cause an issue, but it shouldn't.
So you think now that you think now that there's no job title, there's no new underscore job title in here.
I don't think there is. There's the subgrid view linking to the job application, and we can delete that entirely. That's not a big deal to kind of reproduce. But like we could, as far as I can tell, it should be pointing to um, different fields on the application, but not job title.
Okay, so where's my lookup?
Maybe in the relationships, right?
No, it was in the, those are all
Yeah.
simple. It must be up here in my,
Yeah, that was the part. That was the postings entity.
this lookup, this one. So we still can't delete it, but I need to know where it still is. See, this contact, veterans candidates. Oh, it's a view. It's a view. It's not a form. It's a view. So let me take it out of that view and then all right, let me take a screenshot of this and then just start whittling it away. It'll take a second, I think. I should have gotten a screenshot of it a while back. I don't know why I didn't.
Well, I think, like I said, you can just delete the whole subgrid view. If some of the views that are part of that subgrid is based on that relationship you're trying to delete, then yeah, I guess it would create an issue. I thought I limited it to just one view, but if I allow the selection,
Okay, so what do you want me to do? You think I should delete the so on the contact, you want me to get rid of that subgrid? We're not using it right now anyway, right?
Yeah, that's fine. You can delete it. I can add it once we get all of this working.
Oh no, it's on. By the way, it's on the view anyway. So let's figure out which view it's in. No, this should be easy. The views are easy to go through. Well, there's a lot of them.
Yeah, I don't think you can filter it by like custom views. Managed and unmanaged, I think is the best way to do it. Like, see where it says active contact subgrid unmanaged? Like, I created that one.
Okay, so you think managed? What are they? Unmanaged?
Yeah,
Okay,
unmanaged are
so
the
I'm
ones.
going one, and there's no job title. Two, no job title. Three, that's yours. That's okay.
Check to make sure. Should be. Yep, that's the system one.
Yep. 4, 5. Job postings. This is one of the pains in the asses. You mind if I get rid of that one?
No, yeah, go for it. I think, yeah, you can delete it. That's fine.
I don't think that's hurting us yet. Did you yet?
Yeah, I know.
All right, so now let's, I think you always have to, I didn't see a place to publish there, so I went up to the contact level to save and publish, because I didn't see how to save and publish in the
Just the views, yeah.
views, in just the views, which that's kind of understandable. Okay, so now I do know, so that's on my screenshot. So we hope to have taken care of contact. Now I'm working from the bottom up. Job postings view and job postings system form. So I'm coming over here, job postings view. V2W, fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Son of a gun. So where is it? Where could it possibly exist? It's not in the view. And what does it say? System job postings. This is a system form, I think. Job title is required, of course. But here's another one. And I
Yeah,
can't.
add the other field to the form and then delete it. I don't know if there's another way to do it, but I found, or you might be able to delete that field directly from there. Not remove. You actually like.
I can't even grab it. I can't do anything
No,
with it. I'm double
no, not that one. Don't delete that one. I think that's the good one, right?
So this is the one that's available as a field. No,
Yeah, that's the one.
it says it's on a system form.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just like the fact the field exists, period. and not actually on a form.
There's the V2W. That's a fine. That one's fine. The V2W. And then
See on the Field Explorer the job title that's not the
I saw that.
V2W.
It's not letting me double click that one. So you're saying add this one. This field is, I can't even double click that one. I can't double click either of them. Plus, look at, there's missing stuff here. I cannot see either of these.
Yeah, so when you create an entity, it creates a main form called information. It creates these three, and their system created. It looks like you changed the main form to say job postings. So I don't know if but this form doesn't look anything like the form. Oh, there we go. This is the one I'm used to saying. What were you just looking at?
The real form, I guess. Job title is fine. It's the V2W. I'm looking at this job postings form. Unfortunately, I cannot. There's nothing I can do with this form.
Oh, that's the card. Okay, that's why. Because it's not really. I mean, it's a card, so it's like different form types. Like if you recall when you're
Can I
using the
delete it?
actual app, nah,
Can I delete it?
it's a system one. Uh, I can try. I don't. Yeah, it's a card, so it's like a snapshot of information in a record, not like the full, like all of the data. Um, if that includes the field we're trying to delete.
Well, I'm publishing everything. Maybe I'm hoping that in all of the stuff that we've been touching, that somebody or somehow something didn't get published, and maybe that's what's holding us up from deleting that
I
color.
think the I think the kind of hazard with doing this, publishing all from the default solution, is if we're in an environment where other people are working in the default solution and are making changes that we don't know about,
Oh,
you would
I didn't
show.
even think about that being in a. Oh man, what's the chance that it pulled in any other bullshit?
I don't know. Hopefully none, because we're the only ones in here.
Oh,
Hopefully, right? There's a
oh
lot of other
my
people that have
goodness.
access to it. So yeah,
Oh, that could be a bad learning experience. Let's go
FYI, I guess. I don't think it would have. I want to step away for a second. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back.
Okay. All right, we're one step closer. I just need to job applications view has it, and then it'll just remain in that one place where I don't have any idea what to do about. I'll show you here in a second. The job applications view has it. So let's see where it is. I'm looking for job title 2. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. See, it does it thinks it's here, but it's not. I mean, there's no way it's on a view in job unless there's some kind of hocus pocus going on in the background. It thought that it was in job application view. And then job postings view and system. So here's where we're left off then. When I tried to go to these fields for job application, we've got the custom one, which is the posting lookup. When you go to delete, it tells us that it's still job postings view and job post. Now, I can live with these two. Let's try to get it out of a job application view. Was that where we just were, job application view? Applications by candidate. Is that?
You know what? These might exist on subgrids too.
Application by candidate in a view. Job application, applications by candidate. Is that mine? Probably is.
Oh wait, hold on. It's a public view, unmanaged. Yeah, it looks like it is. Oh, no, that's connected to the right one. Oh, it's connected to. So the relationships between the entity, but like on the applications by candidate view, if you go to that, yep, just select it and click edit.
Did you find it?
Yeah, it's right there. See the second one there, applications by candidate.
You mean
Yep.
that doesn't show up under all active views? Oh no, applications by candidate, public view.
Yeah, click on that and click edit.
Where the hell is it?
No, see city job posting? See where it says city? Double click that column. See new job location city. So this could be creating an issue as well because the connection was to the entity, right? So I feel like if you delete that, it may allow you to delete the relationship because this is creating a connection between application and postings. And we're trying to create a new one. And that seems to be, because it has that new prefix, one of those items that you created in the default solution rather than the MSSA solution. If we kind of sanitize those, it should bring us a step closer. So it's save and publish the job application entity.
I'm just looking to see if there's anything else that has that parentheses posting like that. They fixed my internet connection the other day, Tuesday. Everything runs a little bit snappier here. I'm happy about that. So then fields, custom job posting. Think we're any closer?
Yeah, I think it should show.
You got one more. So that means
Yeah.
that maybe the job postings view related job postings has it. Job postings view related job postings. Job postings view related job postings. It's got to be one of these, but it's not there. So how do you think that works? Let me remove this anyway.
Let me
Let me remove
see.
this too.
Check out city and state. See what they're connected to.
I'll tell you what. We'll come back here and add them in if we need to. So related job postings. Job postings. Now that's freaky. That things that you wouldn't think in a million years are related are actually related.
Kinda, I guess. I think it's just because it's the entity relationship. Like that relationship that's created was based on the entities.
It doesn't, yeah, it doesn't, I don't care what your reason. The fact that I can't see it scares the hell out of me. You know what I mean? I don't care if there's a real good reason. The fact that I can't see it uh, is very painful, right?
Yeah, I guess it's not. I mean, now it seems to be a little more readable with like you can see in parentheses the field that it's
Well,
being connected.
we did on that one, but we don't. If this little thing that we just did works, there was no subtle clue that it was there.
Yeah, it's just the fact that it's a related, like a related entity view, and the related entity, I guess, if it's pointing to fields that were like
Again,
the one
again,
causing issues.
you're giving me too much. You're giving me too much. Well,
I
I'm not smart enough to be able to remember that. Is what I'm
no, I'm
saying.
just not. I'm not explaining it well, honestly, and I'll probably forget later. But it's one of
Well,
those things where it's
anyway,
like,
it didn't take it out. It's still in this related job postings view, so it didn't take it out anyway,
let me look at it.
which makes sense. Related job postings views. Now, can we just get rid of this? Delete? Let me see.
I don't know the system views. Can you
No,
delete those?
boom, it's gone. I don't even know how that got there. I wonder, did I don't know, but it's gone. So let's see if that takes care of it.
Yeah, I noticed that there's two active job posting lookup views. It's kind of weird.
Oh, Roberto. Okay, back to job application, back to fields, back to the Mamma Mia. Gotcha. I'm going to have a drink and celebrate it when we get this thing.
I
It's
need to eat.
not a simple lookup. Okay, now just the system form. Job posting system form. Job posting system form. Job posting system form. Job posting.
Which one?
All forms. There There's got to be one of these. I didn't realize, I didn't think to check it out. So let's see.
Yeah, this is the card. So it
So this is
just
the one
seems
that
to be,
that's the one we couldn't do anything with before, right?
yeah.
Nope,
I don't
not
know
on
if you
that
could
one.
delete it. Yeah, delete it and create a new one.
Well, so far, this isn't the system form, but let's see. That's a V2W.
I think you could just delete it. So you could delete the card and then create a new one if you wanted to.
Oh, that should be it. It's not, it doesn't exist on any of these. So delete the card, you think?
Yeah, if it says it looks like it's deletable.
No. Well, with quick view. So where would you go? So it says it's on a job posting system form. Oh, the name ID is job postings form. So let's the name ID. I think we overlooked looking at for name ID. So where's the name ID? Is that under form properties maybe? Nope. Show dependencies. Okay. Oh, this will help us if we go to each one and show dependencies. Show dependencies. V2W, that's fine. This isn't a system form, but I'm going to check it anyway. You don't see it, do you?
Yeah, hold on. Scroll back down. That okay. Content, employer, job title. It's the V2W one though. Oh wow. Okay. See all of these new.
Yeah, I made those all this morning. I was so excited that I was so excited and I probably made them all in the wrong place. Oh, so this
Hmm.
V2W, this one probably is a problem.
Well, that's the relationship we're trying to delete. It right that you've been trying to delete, or
What
is it
can
a
I do
different
with
one?
it here? If I select it, what can I do with it? Why does it allow me to select it?
Oh yeah, that's a good question.
What does this do? Oh, because you could actually go to it. Oh, that's kind of nice. Okay, well, all right, that's another day. So this one should be, this is a system form, dependencies, and it's not here either. I gotta tell you, I am right now very disappointed.
Well, hold on, let me kind of point and click a little bit on my end here. So it's the application entity we're trying to delete, and it exists on one of the job posting forms.
Here's what we're looking at. It looks like it's the system form job postings form. We got rid of everything else. Is it on one of your dashboards? Is it
No,
on
I don't
one of
have
your?
any. No, none of that is in this environment.
Would that be okay? Good, and that wouldn't be considered a form anyway, right?
No, they're basically just I don't know, they point to stuff. Like if you change from what I can tell, you don't actually customize anything in the dashboard. It's like you customize stuff in the entity and then the dashboard just shows it. I haven't really delved too far into it. I want to get this kind of working. I don't know why this is taking forever to load. Yeah, the thing that's throwing me off is system form because that makes me think it's a form that was created like when you created the entity. Um, and there's a few of those. So if it's not just the job title field, if it is some of those other fields that's causing that hang up,
Oh, you know what? We could probably double click on this and go right to it. We could go. Did you ever? We could go right to the related entity. So it's got to be here somewhere.
well, shoot.
Job applications, job postings.
There you go. So it was in a subgrid. Son of a gun.
Now, which form is this? Is this the main form we're using?
This is in the default solution, but I think so.
Well, we got to get rid of this. We'll fix it out. We'll fix it later. You can double click. You don't have to take a screenshot.
Yeah, I was so used to doing I haven't seen that yet. I was so used to doing like the errors and you have to download the log. They're the only
Just
kind of
double click on it.
complications I've seen before.
And now I should be able to refresh. Watch. I bet I could refresh. And now it's not there. they you have to give them credit. That's good. Now I should be able to. Now we can delete that bad boy.
Hey, nice. All right. Easy peasy.
Oh man, we could. Right. Okay. Oh, I feel good. Oh, I went from. Oh my. This is an emotional roller coaster for me, but I'm excited now. All right. So
Well,
let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and publish what we got. You want to? Now we have to put in the good one, right?
on the job application, yeah, you want to connect it with a job posting.
Well, we've probably got some broken job titles out there, though. You want to, let's take a. Should I
Uh,
publish? Should I publish a couple of these things? Job posting, job application. We know that contacts has been published, right?
yeah, that's everything should be working with that. The only thing left with that is just the fields.
All right. So now let's see what. Okay. So in the real deal, what's broken now? Job posting.
If you create a new application, there's only two fields.
Okay. So now let me get out of this solution and go to the solution and the MSSA vet and the which one? Job application form is missing a few fields, and then one of them you say we have to add a field here, the right field, right? New.
Well, yeah, the lookup to connect the job
So,
posting application.
so what is it? Job posting lookup. Lookup, not from account, but from job postings. And then later on, we figure out what the fields are for it, right?
Oh, weird. So that's why it's showing kind of V2W, V2W. Well, yeah, then we'll figure out how to filter what comes up when you're actually searching.
This should
Although I
probably
don't
be,
think that would, yeah, I
should
don't
this
think that
be
would
a,
apply.
should this be a required field? How could they do an application without having a job?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. If you're creating a new application, it's for one of the postings that are created.
So then we could use that on the form. Oh, by the way, we also need a date applied field, which I don't think exists. A name, a display name. So date applied. I'm a date only, simple. That should be mandatory too, but we're not going to make it mandatory. And then we also need the stage, which is a lookup stage. Should we call it job stage or just stage? Stage is fine. And that is a multi-select. And we want to have applied phone interview in person interview. Does that count Skype? Offer turned down by applicant. That was John Cassars. Hired, not hired. And this is where we're wondering if we could turn those. See, you could turn them into colors. You could turn them into colors. He wants colors. We got colors here. Are you on? Are you excited? Applied. What color should we make applied? Oh, geez, I have to actually know the color. I can't select one. You're on mute.
Oh, yeah, my bad. Yeah, I know all zeros is I think black on all 8 Fs are white. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, but in any case, that'll be nice to make these colors. That would be what we'll do later on. He would like that.
Yeah, would that is that change the font color? Or is it like
Or does it, maybe it's a background for the, I don't know. Very good question. Should we, well, we'll look at that later.
yeah,
Oh, yeah, it might be the font because blue is always where you could click them, right?
maybe, I don't know. I mean, blue is the links, but that's kind of standard.
Employer, job application. Oh, let me see what we had before. Job application, employer, applicant, stage. Employer, applicant, stage, job order, date applied. Employer, applicant, stage. No. Employer, applicant. Employer, applicant, job title. Employer, applicant, job title, stage, date applied. Save. All right, give it a whirl. You want to test drive it?
Yeah, sure. Let's see if everything's showing up where they need to be, connecting. It needs to connect. Where can I run this? Why am I saying sales? What in the heck? Try to pull up the app here. Yeah, okay, there we go. Okay, so applications. Let's create a new application. Employer, we'll do Sample Co. Veteran, we'll do Jim Johnson. Job title, okay. It's looking up all the new, it has the new positions auto-populating. We'll do search. Okay, looks like both now.
Take the screen, please.
Yeah, let me show you what I'm seeing here. Alright, so there you go. Alright, so employer, veteran, we got that. Job title, right? So it's showing the new ones. And then when I do this, I don't know, it looks like it's showing all of them. Alright. So it's weird. I don't know why that is, but
What's that? What's it doing?
like, see how when I just, like right now, I'm going to the job title, it's going to look for job postings. When I just click on it, it's showing these newer ones, right? The ones like we just created today.
Right.
But if I click on the magnifying glass, it's showing like the older ones. I don't know what that's all about.
I don't know if those are older ones. I think those. I'll go check right now and see if they're older on the other.
Yeah, one that said job title 3 and job title 4. Those were 625, it looks like.
No, they're here. Job title 4, job title 5, plumber, server, test. There's 14. There's 14 real ones right now in the system.
Okay, cool. Then yes, then looks like it's working. Consultant, do stage. Oh, okay. May not want to do select all. Or I mean, maybe you could do. It
Oh
depends on
no.
how you put it, right?
Oh,
But
do
you
we
wouldn't.
want? Do we want to have? Is that what we want? That kind? Yeah, we have to know that they apply. We have to know what.
Yeah,
Oh, do
it's
we
one
want
of
a
those things.
multi-select
Like,
or do we want a multi-select or an option group?
yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, if they're at the in-person interview point, then they've obviously applied, right? So it seems like this may be better just to have one item. If select all, someone could look at this record and be like, "What do you mean they were hired and not hired and turned down at the same time?" Right?
I'll fix
So
that. I'll fix that right now.
okay, but other than that, I mean, everything seems to be hunky dory. Oops.
Oh, you can't edit it. Is that right?
Bummer.
Is that right? I
Yeah,
cannot.
that makes sense. Some of them you can, some of them you can't. Um,
How come I can't edit it?
I don't know. Some you can, some you can't. Some you have to delete it and just create a new one. Some you can edit it. Like if it's like a single line of text, I think you can change it to like number.
Oh, you've got to be pooping me. So now I have to get it out of the form. I have to take it out of the form. I have to save and republish. and then I have to go to the field. Excuse me. I wonder if I could edit if it's not being used. Let me see about that.
Yeah, like I think we could just create a new one. Like if create stage 2.
Yeah, no, yep, I'm gonna just try to delete it. Job posting lookup, delete, delete.
And that, yeah, it's gonna have dependencies, right? Yeah.
Well, it thinks it's in job applications, but I just removed it and republished it. So I'm going to double click on it. I'm going to. Oh wait, I took out stage. My mistake. I'm trying to delete the wrong one.
Well, that's what needed. That's what we're changing, right? Stage.
Yes. Yep, that
From
is.
yep.
Yep. Okay, that was easily deleted. So now we're going to make a new one. Still going to call it stage. And still going to make it optional. This is going to be a option set, right? Simple option set. Okay. Oh man, I wish I could just copy and paste them back in. Applied. Phone interview, in-person interview. Phone interview. Man. Offer. Do you think do you think we could wind down now and then just communicate with John Reynolds and say, John, go ahead and test and pick it apart? Or I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I have the energy to test it anymore and pick it apart anymore.
I want to add some things to the contacts based on the original solution. So I don't know. I mean, my kind of expectation when it comes to like these like multiple meetings a week kind of thing, it's like everyone does something, comes back and discuss what was changed, go through it there, and then decide what needs to be done for the next meeting. But like I want to make some changes to the contact form. So I don't know if John will make changes. I mean, it might just be best to talk to him tomorrow about it. It's getting kind of late here. I mean, if you want, you can knock off for the day, and I can just shoot him an email after I'm done, and he can test it out. But I mean, once I get like I said, the only kind of hesitation I had was with the multi-select. If that's been changed to an option set, so it's just one, then
Yeah, that's
that.
what you got now. Yep. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, if that's doing that, then I'm just gonna add a few things to the contact form, and should be good. Should be something presentable tomorrow.
All right. Hey, my friend, that was fantastic. I do learn a lot. Uh, I did learn a lot going through that. So that was very valuable for me.
Yeah, yeah, same here for sure. I much better understanding. I've been kind of putting the cart before the horse when it comes to learning this stuff, but I think the big thing we both learned is kind of working within a solution and not kind of going outside of that. That'll be valuable going forward for sure.
Yeah, and they may still need us to back out some of those, but again, at least it's all working now. And if we need to bring them down, it shouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, I don't foresee it causing any issues. I'm not sure if it could though, so could be just ignorance on my part. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. In the meantime, it's working as intended. I'm gonna make a few changes that are just basically adding a few bowling fields to these guys. So shouldn't be anything. Although I don't know why that. Yeah, shouldn't be anything too
Earth
big.
shattering. Yeah.
Yeah. So. Cool.
All
All
right.
right. I think it's a good point to wrap up. We'll reconvene tomorrow morning at the
Oh,
meeting.
I'm sorry. Um, I did remember that we took job applications subgrid out of some form. Let's just quickly.
That was on the contacts, right? Yeah, that was on the contacts. So essentially, and that's like I said, I wanted to make some changes. Like I'm on that contact form here, and under MSSA, which is essentially we go here, and I can re-add that really easily now that everything is working the way it's supposed to. It shouldn't be. Essentially, if I look at Joe Blow, I can see what positions he applied to if someone goes and creates a new application and selects him as the veteran.
Okay, so you'll take care of that when you come across it then.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
again, that's on the candidate contact form. So yeah, that's going to be kind of a Carol thing, which I guess isn't happening as of yet. So
got it.
got
Okay.
time for that for sure.
Okay, yeah, I remember we moved that. All right, Robert. Yeah, okay, my friend, I'll let you go, and then you'll email John Reynolds when you're done with whatever you got going on. So I'm not going to communicate with him then. I'll just leave that to you.
Okay, yeah, I'll CC you on it so you can give it a whirl if you feel like it.
All
Otherwise,
right,
yep, talk to you
all
tomorrow.
right, we'll talk in the morning. Okay, bye-bye.